Welcome to Sleep Theories, where we explore the stories that keep you awake at night. Before we dive into today's tale, I want to thank Galletti Productions for suggesting this chilling narrative. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. And if you enjoy these dark tales, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more content that will make you question everything you think you know about our world. What you're about to hear is a first-person account that surfaced on various encrypted forums before mysteriously disappearing. The narrator's identity remains unknown. Some claim it's fiction, others believe it's a warning. You'll have to decide for yourself. My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what I found, and what it cost me to share it with the world. 6 months ago, I was just another face in the cubicle farm, a mid-level data analyst working for Meridian Consulting, a contractor that specialised in processing documentation for various United Nations partner agencies. It was boring work, the kind that pays the bills but doesn't exactly inspire water-cooler conversations. My job was simple. Take massive folders of open-source documents related to sustainable development goals and organise them into digestible reports for policymakers. Climate data, poverty statistics, education metrics, all the dry stuff that makes the world go round, theoretically. I'd been doing it for 3 years, long enough to recognise the patterns, long enough to know when something didn't belong. It was a Tuesday morning in March when everything changed. I was working through my usual queue of files when a new folder appeared in my secure inbox. SDG Compliance. Phase 3, Internal Use Only. The timestamp showed it had been uploaded at 3:47 AM, which struck me as odd. Most of our documentation came through during business hours, properly labelled and categorised. I should have flagged it immediately. Protocol dictated that any file marked Internal Use Only should be forwarded to my supervisor without opening. But curiosity killed more than just cats, and I'd always been too curious for my own good. The folder contained 47 documents, most of them PDFs with official UN letterheads. At first glance they looked legitimate: charts, graphs, policy recommendations. But as I scrolled through the first document, something felt wrong. The language was different from the usual bureaucratic speak I was used to processing. Instead of vague references to sustainable urban development, I found detailed maps showing what were labelled as population consolidation zones. Major cities were divided into coloured sections. Green zones marked compliant residential areas, yellow zones labelled transition monitoring required, and red zones ominously tagged relocation priority. My hands trembled as I opened the second document. It was a spreadsheet titled Behavioural Compliance Credits, Phase 3 Implementation. Each row represented a different category of human activity: private vehicle ownership, meat consumption, energy usage, travel frequency. Next to each category were point values, negative numbers that would be deducted from something called a citizenship score. The third document made my stomach drop. It was a timeline, meticulously planned and colour-coded, with one phrase repeated at the top of every page: Target year 2030. The timeline started in 2025 with Phase 1, Infrastructure Digitisation. Banking systems, identification cards, payment processing, everything would be converted to digital platforms with mandatory government oversight. Phase 2, scheduled for 2027, was labelled Voluntary Compliance Incentivisation. Tax breaks and social benefits would be tied to behaviour modification programmes. But Phase 3, set for 2029, sent chills down my spine. Mandatory compliance enforcement. Citizens who failed to meet behavioural standards would lose access to housing subsidies, food distribution networks, and healthcare services. The document coldly referred to this as natural selection through administrative channels. I found myself reading the same sentences over and over, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. The United Nations was supposed to be about humanitarian aid and international cooperation, not population control and behavioural manipulation. But the documents were too detailed, too specific to be fake. They referenced real programmes I'd seen in previous reports. Smart city initiatives in Toronto, digital identity pilots in Amsterdam, carbon credit systems being tested in Singapore. All of it was presented as voluntary, progressive and environmentally conscious, but according to these files, it was all preparation for something much darker. The final document in the folder was a memo dated just 2 weeks earlier. It was addressed to regional coordination directors and signed by someone with the title Under Secretary for Compliance Architecture. The subject line read, Accelerated Timeline Approval, Operation Sustainable Transition. Colleagues, it began, recent global events have provided us with an unprecedented opportunity to advance our timeline. Public acceptance of monitoring and restriction measures has exceeded projections by 340%. We are therefore moving to implement Phase 3 protocols 18 months ahead of schedule. All regional coordinators should prepare their populations for the transition to mandatory compliance by Q4 2029. Remember, this is not about control, it is about survival. The planet cannot sustain current consumption patterns. We are the shepherds of a new era. I sat back in my chair, staring at the screen. The cursor blinked in the search bar, waiting for my next move. Around me, my colleagues continued their work, oblivious to what I'd stumbled across. The hum of fluorescent lights seemed suddenly oppressive, the click of keyboards ominous. I glanced at the clock. 11:23 a.m. In a few hours I'd have to log this file in our system, noting what I'd reviewed and any relevant findings. But what exactly had I found? Evidence of the most elaborate conspiracy in human history, or the fevered imagination of someone with too much time and access to official letterhead templates? My supervisor, Janet Morrison, walked past my cubicle, coffee mug in hand. She smiled and nodded, the same greeting she'd given me every day for 3 years. Should I tell her what I'd found? Should I forward the files and let someone else make the decision? Instead, I did something that would change my life forever. I opened a new email and began typing, Janet, I've received a file folder that appears to be outside my clearance level. The documents reference programs and timelines that I believe require senior review. Should I forward this to you, or is there a specific protocol for handling classified materials that I'm not aware of? Please advise. Mark. I read the email 3 times before hitting send. It was professional, cautious, and documented my discovery without making accusations. If this was all legitimate, I'd followed proper channels. If it wasn't, well, at least I'd have a paper trail showing I'd tried to do the right thing. The email showed as delivered at 11:31 a.m. I saved the documents to a secure folder on my desktop and logged out for lunch, trying to act normal despite the growing knot in my stomach. When I returned from my sandwich and a walk around the block, Janet hadn't responded to my email. That wasn't unusual. She often got caught up in meetings and didn't check messages until late afternoon. But as the day wore on and 5 p.m. approached, I began to worry. At 5:47 p.m, my computer chimed with a new message. But it wasn't from Janet. It was an automated system notification. File access revoked. Classification updated to restricted. Contact administrator for additional information. When I tried to open the folder containing the documents, I got an error message. Access denied. Insufficient privileges. I sat there for a long moment staring at the screen. Then I packed up my things, said goodnight to the security guard, and drove home with one thought echoing in my head. What the hell had I just gotten myself into? That night, I barely slept. Every car that drove past my apartment seemed to slow down. Every creak of the building settling made me jump. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that I'd simply stumbled across some routine planning documents that were above my pay grade. But deep down, I knew I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to see, and someone somewhere now knew that I'd seen it. I arrived at work the next morning 15 minutes early, hoping to catch Janet before the day got busy. Her office was dark, which wasn't unusual. She typically arrived around 9 a.m, preferring to avoid rush hour traffic. I settled into my cubicle and tried to focus on routine tasks while waiting for her response to my email. At 9:30, Janet still hadn't arrived. Her assistant, Maria, seemed unconcerned when I asked about her whereabouts. She had an early meeting downtown, Maria said, without looking up from her computer. Something about a new contract. She'll probably be in after lunch. But Janet never showed up that day, or the next. By Thursday, Maria was fielding calls from confused clients and increasingly worried family members. Family emergency, she kept saying, but her voice lacked conviction. She'll be back early next week. That's when I noticed my computer had been acting strangely. Programs were loading slower than usual, and several files I'd been working on had vanished from my desktop. When I tried to access my email archives, I discovered that my entire inbox from the previous week had been deleted, including my message to Janet. The IT department claimed it was a routine system update that had caused some data loss, but they couldn't explain why only certain files were affected, or why the deletions seemed to target specific date ranges. "These things happen," the technician said with a shrug. "That's why we tell everyone to back up important files." But I hadn't lost everything. Hidden in a rarely used folder buried deep in my directory structure, I found fragments of the documents I'd viewed. Not the complete files, but screenshots I'd taken without realizing it when my screen capture software had malfunctioned the day I first opened the folder. The images were partial and pixelated, but they showed enough to confirm that I hadn't imagined it all. Population consolidation zones, behavioural compliance credits, the 2030 target date. I was studying these fragments when my cubicle neighbour, Tom Rivera, leaned over the partition that separated our workstations. Tom was a junior analyst who'd started 6 months after me. We'd shared coffee breaks and complained about deadline pressures, but we weren't particularly close. "Hey," he whispered, glancing around nervously. "Can I ask you something weird?" I minimised my screen and nodded. "Did you happen to see anything strange in your files last week? Like documents that seemed out of place?" The question sent a chill through me. "What kind of document?" Tom looked around again, then rolled his chair closer. "I got this folder by mistake, I think. Had all these maps and charts about moving people around, controlling where they could live and work. Really creepy stuff." "What did you do with it?" "Forwarded it to my supervisor, just like protocol says. But then," he paused, lowering his voice even further. "Then my supervisor disappeared, just like Janet. And this morning, my computer was completely wiped. Like everything. They gave me some story about a virus, but I know that's not what happened." We stared at each other for a moment, both understanding that we'd stumbled into something much larger than either of us had realised. "Listen," Tom continued, "I printed out a few pages before I forwarded the files. You know, just in case my supervisor had questions about the content. I still have them at home. Tom, if what we saw is real, then we're probably in serious trouble just for talking about it." He glanced at the empty supervisor offices. "Look, I'm getting scared. First the files, then the disappearances, now the data wipes. Someone really doesn't want us to know what we saw. I made a decision that would haunt me for months. Meet me for coffee after work. The place on 5th Street, across from the library. We need to figure out what's going on." The rest of the day crawled by. I couldn't concentrate on my assigned tasks, constantly checking over my shoulder and jumping every time someone walked past my cubicle. At lunch, I took a walk to the local print shop and made copies of the screenshot fragments I'd found, storing the originals in a safety deposit box I'd opened on impulse. When 5 p.m. finally arrived, I packed up quickly and headed for the coffee shop. Tom was already there, sitting in a corner booth with his back to the wall. He looked like he hadn't slept much. "This is crazy," he said as I sat down. "I keep thinking we should just drop it, pretend we never saw anything. But we did see it, and people are disappearing." Tom nodded grimly and slid a manila folder across the table. "I printed these Tuesday night before everything went to hell." The folder contained 8 pages of documents similar to what I'd seen. Maps of major cities divided into coloured zones, a budget allocation chart for something called Voluntary Relocation Assistance Programs. Most disturbing was a page titled Resistance Mitigation Strategies that outlined plans for dealing with what it called non-compliant population segments. "Look at the dates," Tom said, pointing to timestamps in the corner of each page. "These were created last month, but they reference events scheduled for next year. It's like they're planning everything in advance." "Planning what exactly?" Tom pulled out his phone and opened a news app. "I've been researching all day. Look at this." He showed me article after article about new government initiatives, mandatory digital health passes, carbon credit systems tied to personal banking accounts, smart city infrastructure projects that included extensive surveillance networks. Every single one of these programs is mentioned in the documents we saw, he said, but in the news, they're presented as separate voluntary initiatives for public safety and environmental protection. Nobody's talking about how they all connect. I thought about the timeline I'd seen, the careful progression from voluntary compliance to mandatory enforcement. What if they're not separate initiatives? What if it's all part of a larger plan? Tom's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and went pale. What is it? Text from an unknown number. He showed me the message. Stop digging or join your supervisors. We sat in stunned silence for a moment. Then Tom stood up abruptly. I'm done. This is too dangerous. Tom, wait. No, I should never have gotten involved. I'm going home, and tomorrow I'm requesting a transfer to a different department. I suggest you do the same. He left the folder on the table and walked out, leaving me alone with documents that could either be the ravings of a conspiracy theorist or evidence of the largest social engineering project in human history. I walked home through streets that suddenly seemed full of cameras and sensors, wondering if I was being watched, if every step was being recorded and analysed by systems I was only beginning to understand. When I got to my apartment, I found a note taped to my door. Package delivered to management office. But I hadn't ordered anything, and when I checked with the building manager, there was no package waiting for me. The note was dated that morning, written in handwriting I didn't recognise. That night, I made another impulsive decision. I drove to an internet cafe on the other side of town and used a public computer to create anonymous email accounts on several platforms. Then I uploaded the documents Tom had given me, along with my screenshot fragments, to multiple cloud storage services. If something happened to me, at least there would be a record. But as I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was already too late, that I'd been marked from the moment I opened that first folder. In my rearview mirror, I noticed the same dark sedan that had been behind me when I left the coffee shop. It followed me all the way home. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Every sound in the hallway outside my apartment sent me to the window, peering through blinds at empty streets that somehow felt full of hidden watchers. Tom didn't show up for work the next day, or the day after that. His desk was cleared out by the weekend, and when I asked Maria about it, she said he'd requested an immediate transfer to pursue other opportunities. But I knew better. Tom had been scared, and scared people in our situation didn't get transfers, they got disappeared. With Janet gone and Tom relocated to who knows where, I was left alone with fragments of documents that painted a picture too terrifying to ignore and too dangerous to pursue. But I had to know more. If this was real, if there truly was a coordinated plan to reshape society by 2030, then someone needed to document it. I began my research carefully, using the public library's computers and paying cash for internet access at various cafes around the city. I created a simple methodology, cross-referenced the terms and programs mentioned in the leaked documents with publicly available information, looking for patterns and connections that might confirm or refute what I'd seen. The results were more disturbing than I'd expected. Smart city gateways was mentioned in 17 different documents I'd glimpsed. A quick search revealed that Toronto had announced a partnership with a tech consortium to implement exactly such a system by 2026. The project would integrate biometric identification, real-time location tracking, and automated behavioural assessment into a single platform designed to optimise urban resource distribution. The public announcement described it as a voluntary program to help residents access services more efficiently. But buried in the technical specifications, I found references to compliance monitoring algorithms and automated privilege adjustment protocols. Amsterdam's digital citizenship pilot was even more explicit. Citizens who participated would receive carbon credits for demonstrating environmentally conscious behaviour, measured through smartphone tracking, purchase monitoring, and periodic check-ins at verification stations throughout the city. The credits could be used for transportation discounts, housing assistance, and priority access to healthcare. But what happened to citizens who didn't participate, or who failed to meet behavioural targets? The program documentation was vague about consequences, mentioning only alternative pathways for non-participating residents. Singapore's implementation was the most advanced. Their sustainable living credit system had been operational for 8 months, and earlier reports claimed impressive results: 67% reduction in private vehicle usage, 45% decrease in meat consumption, and 89% compliance with residential energy limitations. I found a blog post from a Singapore resident that painted a different picture. The author, writing under an obvious pseudonym, described a society where every purchase, every journey, every social interaction was monitored and scored. Citizens who failed to maintain adequate sustainability ratings found themselves locked out of public transportation, unable to access certain stores, and restricted to specific residential areas. It started as incentives, the blogger wrote: green points for taking the bus, bonus credits for eating plant-based meals, rewards for staying in your assigned district. But the incentives became requirements so gradually that most people didn't notice the transition. Now, if your score drops too low, you simply can't function in society, and raising your score requires complete submission to the system's behavioural demands. The post had been published 3 weeks ago. When I tried to access it again the next day, the entire blog had been removed. I began compiling a spreadsheet of every programme, initiative, and policy mentioned in the leaked documents, then researching whether similar real-world implementations existed. The results were consistent and terrifying. Every single item had a corresponding programme either already active or scheduled for implementation within the next 2 years. Carbon credit systems tied to personal banking accounts, announced by the European Central Bank for rollout in 2026. Biometric checkpoints for access to essential services, pilot programs active in 12 major cities worldwide. Residential assignment based on compliance scores, being tested in 3 countries under the guise of efficient housing allocation. Digital identity requirements for all online activities. Legislation pending in multiple jurisdictions to combat misinformation and ensure digital safety. The pattern was unmistakable. What appeared to be separate, well-intentioned programs were actually components of a comprehensive system designed to monitor, control, and modify human behaviour on a global scale, and they were all scheduled to reach full implementation by 2030. But the most chilling discovery came when I researched the organisational structure behind these initiatives. Many of the programs were funded through the same consortium of international organisations, tech companies, and government agencies. The same names appeared on advisory boards and implementation committees across different countries and continents. One name appeared particularly frequently: the Sustainable Future Institute, a think tank founded in 2019 with substantial backing from several major philanthropic foundations. Their published research covered everything from climate change mitigation to urban planning optimization. All of it sounded reasonable and beneficial, but when I dug deeper, I found connections to government contracts for surveillance technology, behavioural modification research, and something called population management systems architecture. The Institute's founder, a former UN administrator named Dr. Catherine Voss, had given speeches advocating for necessary sacrifices in individual autonomy to ensure species survival. In a 2023 interview, she'd said, "Democracy and freedom are luxuries we can no longer afford. The climate crisis requires coordinated action on a scale that voluntary compliance cannot achieve. We must be willing to accept temporary limitations on personal choice in service of permanent solutions to existential threats." Temporary limitations. I wondered if the people implementing these systems really believed they would be temporary, or if they knew exactly what they were building: a global cage disguised as environmental salvation. As weeks passed, my research expanded beyond simple correlation. I began mapping the financial relationships between organisations, tracking personnel movements between government agencies and private companies, documenting the timeline of policy implementations across different countries. What emerged was a picture of unprecedented coordination. The same small group of organisations was driving policy changes on every continent, using local governments as implementation vehicles for a globally designed system. But I was still missing crucial pieces of the puzzle. The documents Tom and I had seen referenced enforcement mechanisms that went beyond social credit scores and access restrictions. They mentioned relocation programs, resource rationing, and something ominously called population optimization protocols. I needed more information, but I was running out of safe ways to obtain it. My library research had attracted attention. I'd noticed the same security guard watching me during several visits, and the librarian had started asking unusual questions about my research topics. It was during one of these library sessions that everything changed. I was printing articles about digital identity legislation when someone approached my table. A woman in her 50s, professionally dressed, with a kind of composed demeanour that suggested either corporate management or government service. "Excuse me," she said quietly, "but I couldn't help noticing your research interests. Would you be interested in information that might fill in some gaps?" Every instinct screamed at me to pack up and leave, but she held up a folder that looked remarkably similar to the ones Tom and I had found. "My name is Elena Rodriguez," she said, sitting down without invitation. "Until 6 months ago, I was a sustainability coordinator for the United Nations Development Programme, and I think we need to talk." Eleanor insisted we meet somewhere more private. She suggested a small cafe in the Arts District, the kind of place that played acoustic music loud enough to mask conversation, and served coffee in mismatched cups to customers who minded their own business. I arrived first, choosing a table in the back corner where we could see both the entrance and the emergency exit. Eleanor appeared exactly on time, carrying a worn leather briefcase and wearing the expression of someone who'd made a decision that couldn't be undone. "Before we begin," she said, settling into the chair across from me, "I need you to understand something. What I'm about to share will put both of us in danger. Once you know this information, there's no going back to ignorance, no pretending you never heard it." I nodded, though part of me wanted to walk away. The smart thing would have been to thank her politely and leave, to find a new job in a different field and spend the rest of my life pretending I'd never seen those documents. But I stayed. Eleanor opened her briefcase and removed a thick folder. "You've been researching the sustainability initiatives, the smart city programs, the digital identity requirements. You're trying to understand how they all connect." "How do you know what I've been researching?" "Because I helped design the connection points." She opened the folder and spread several documents across the table. "I spent 4 years working on what we called the Integrated Sustainability Platform. My job was to ensure that all the separate programs could interface with each other, share data, and coordinate responses." The documents she showed me were similar to what I'd seen before, but far more detailed. Organisational charts that mapped relationships between dozens of agencies and corporations, technical specifications for data sharing protocols, implementation timelines that showed how voluntary programs would transition to mandatory compliance. "The public face of Agenda 2030 is real," Elena continued. "The Sustainable Development Goals, the climate initiatives, the poverty reduction programs, all of that is genuine and necessary. But there's another layer, a coordinated system that uses these worthy goals as justification for unprecedented social control." She pointed to a document labelled Phase Architecture Overview. It showed 3 distinct implementation stages, exactly matching what I'd seen in the leaked files. Phase 1 focused on infrastructure development. Get people comfortable with digital systems. Establish the technical framework for monitoring and control. Most of this phase is already complete. Phase 2 was incentivization. Make compliance attractive through benefits and rewards while gradually increasing the social and economic costs of non-participation. We're in the middle of this phase now. Elena's voice dropped to a whisper. Phase 3 is enforcement. By 2030, the system becomes mandatory. Citizens who don't comply lose access to banking, healthcare, housing assistance, and employment. It's designed to make non-compliance practically impossible. I studied the documents, trying to process the implications, but surely people would resist. There would be protests, political opposition. That's been planned for 2. Eleanor flipped to a section titled Public Acceptance Strategies. It outlined a comprehensive approach to managing public opinion through media partnerships, social media manipulation, and strategic crisis deployment. Every potential objection has been anticipated and countered, she said. Privacy concerns are dismissed as selfish in the face of climate emergency. Economic fears are addressed through promises of universal basic income tied to compliance. Religious or cultural objections are characterized as dangerous extremism. She showed me polling data that tracked public acceptance of various control measures over time. The numbers were sobering. Support for digital identity requirements had grown from 23% to 67% in just 2 years, driven by concerns about online security and misinformation. Acceptance of carbon credit systems had increased even more dramatically after several high-profile climate disasters. People want to do the right thing, Elena said. They want to help save the planet and protect their communities. The system exploits that desire, channeling genuine concern into acceptance of comprehensive control. If this is all true, why did you leave? And why are you talking to me? Elena was quiet for a long moment, staring into her coffee cup. I left because I realised what we were really building. I told myself for years that we were creating tools to address genuine crises, that temporary restrictions on freedom were justified by the urgent need for coordinated action. But the restrictions were never meant to be temporary, were they? The people at the top, the ones making the real decisions, they genuinely believe that democracy and individual liberty are obstacles to human survival. They see free choice as a luxury we can't afford, personal autonomy as a threat to species-level coordination. She opened another section of the folder, revealing documents that made my stomach turn. Plans for optimal population distribution that involved moving millions of people from rural areas into monitored urban zones. Resource allocation models that determined individual caloric allowances based on productivity scores. Educational restructuring programs designed to align personal goals with collective necessities. This isn't just about environmental protection, Elena continued. It's about fundamentally restructuring human society. The climate crisis provided the justification, but the real goal is creating what they call sustainable civilization, a managed society where every aspect of human behaviour is optimised for collective outcomes. And everyone just goes along with it. Most people never see the whole picture. They only interact with their small piece of the system, their local digital ID program, their neighbourhood carbon credit initiative, their workplace compliance monitoring. Each component seems reasonable in isolation. Elena showed me internal communications between program coordinators in different countries. The language was bureaucratic and sanitised, but the content was chilling. Updates on resistance containment strategies, reports on compliance acceleration techniques, and budget requests for population management infrastructure. The coordinators don't communicate directly about control or oppression, she explained. They use euphemisms like behavioural optimization and resource management efficiency. Most of them probably believe they're working on humanitarian projects, but you knew better. I figured it out gradually as I gained access to higher-level planning documents. By the time I understood what we were really building, I was already deeply involved. Leaving wasn't easy. They don't let people with my level of knowledge simply resign. She glanced around the cafe nervously. I've been in hiding for 6 months, moving between safe houses, trying to gather evidence that could expose the true scope of the program. Why haven't you gone to the media? Lena laughed bitterly. With what? Documents that can be dismissed as forgeries, claims that sound like conspiracy theories. The system is too large and too coordinated for traditional journalism to expose. By the time reporters could verify the connections and compile comprehensive evidence, the implementation would be complete. Then what's the solution? Documentation, preservation. We need to create a record that can't be suppressed or discredited. When people finally realise what's happened, they'll need proof that it was planned, that it wasn't just a series of unfortunate coincidences or well-intentioned policies gone wrong. Eleanor closed the folder and leaned back in her chair. That's why I approached you. Your research shows that you understand the connections, and you're not in a position where disappearing, you would draw unwanted attention. The casual way she mentioned my potential disappearance sent chills through me. What exactly are you asking me to do? Help me compile a comprehensive archive of evidence. Documents, communications, financial records, implementation timelines, everything we can gather to prove that this was a coordinated plan rather than organic policy development. And then what? Then we find a way to preserve that archive until people are ready to see the truth. Elena stood up, leaving the folder on the table. Think about it. But don't take too long. The implementation is accelerating and opportunities to document it are disappearing. She walked away, leaving me alone with documents that confirmed my worst fears about the scope and coordination of what I'd discovered. As I packed the folder into my bag, I noticed that my hands were shaking. Outside the cafe I looked for Elena, but she had already vanished into the crowd. I walked home through streets that seemed different now. Every camera and sensor a component of something larger and more threatening than I'd previously imagined. That night I read through Elena's documents 3 times, cross-referencing them with my own research. The evidence was overwhelming and terrifying, but it was also incomplete. We had proof of coordination and planning, but not enough to convince a skeptical public or overcome the sophisticated manipulation strategies the system employed. I made my decision while sitting in my apartment at 2 a.m, surrounded by papers that documented the systematic dismantling of human freedom in the name of planetary salvation. I was going to help Elena build her archive, whatever the cost, because if we didn't preserve the truth, there might not be anyone left who remembered what freedom had looked like. Eleanor and I established a communication protocol using encrypted messaging apps and anonymous email accounts. We met weekly at different locations, libraries, parks, shopping centres, never the same place twice. She provided documents and insider knowledge. I contributed research skills and a growing network of contacts who were beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about the sustainability programs. For 3 weeks, our collaboration produced results. We mapped the financial relationships between implementing organisations, documented the timeline of policy rollouts, and identified key personnel who moved between government agencies and private contractors. The archive grew to include hundreds of pages of evidence showing coordination that extended far beyond what any legitimate policy initiative would require. But our success made us careless. Eleanor was supposed to meet me at a downtown park on a Thursday evening. When she didn't show up after 30 minutes, I assumed she'd been delayed or forced to cancel for security reasons. But when I got home, I found an encrypted message waiting. They know, burning everything. Stay safe. That was the last communication I received from her. The next morning I tried calling the phone number she'd given me, but it went straight to a disconnected signal. Her backup email address returned an error message indicating the account had been terminated. It was as if Elena Rodriguez had never existed, but someone knew she had existed, and someone knew we'd been working together. I returned home from work that Friday to find my apartment door standing slightly ajar. Not wide open, just enough that I could tell it had been disturbed. The lock showed no signs of damage, which meant whoever had entered either had keys or possessed sophisticated lock-picking skills. Nothing obvious was missing. My television, computer equipment and jewellery were all exactly where I'd left them, but my laptop was gone, along with the portable drive where I'd been backing up our research. More disturbing, the folder Elena had given me was missing from the hiding place where I'd secured it. They'd taken only what they came for, leaving everything else untouched to maintain the illusion that nothing had happened. A professional job designed to look like nothing more than a minor break-in where the intruders had been scared away before taking anything valuable. But I knew better. I packed a bag with essentials and checked into a motel across town, paying cash and using a false name. From the safety of that anonymous room, I tried to assess the situation. Eleanor was gone, possibly dead. Our research had been compromised, and whoever was responsible for the break-in now knew that I'd seen evidence of their coordination. The smart thing to do would have been to run. Leave town, find a new job somewhere far away, and hope they'd consider me neutralised without taking more direct action. But I couldn't shake the feeling that running would only delay the inevitable. If Elena had been right about the scope and timeline of the implementation, then there would be nowhere to run. By 2030, the system would be global, and geographic escape would be impossible. The only real safety lay in exposure and resistance. But first, I needed to retrieve the backup files I'd hidden at the bank. I waited until Monday morning, then took a deliberately circuitous route to the safety deposit box location, watching for signs of surveillance. The street seemed normal, but I'd learned not to trust appearances. 3 different times I noticed the same dark sedan in my peripheral vision, always maintaining distance, never close enough to be obviously tailing me. The safety deposit box contained everything Elena and I had compiled, plus additional materials I'd gathered independently. Financial records, organisational charts, communications intercepts, and technical specifications for systems that hadn't been publicly announced. Enough evidence to prove coordination, but presented in a way that could easily be dismissed as coincidence by anyone not already convinced of the conspiracy. I was photocopying key documents when I noticed increased activity in the bank lobby. More security guards than usual, and customers who seemed more interested in watching the clientele than conducting banking business. The manager kept glancing in my direction with an expression that suggested he was expecting something to happen. I finished copying the most critical documents and returned the originals to the safety deposit box, but I could feel the walls closing in. As I walked toward the exit, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Exit through the rear service corridor. You have approximately 90 seconds. Elena. Somehow she was still alive and watching. I followed the instructions, slipping through a maintenance door that led to an alley behind the bank. A motorcycle was waiting, engine running, with a helmet hanging from the handlebars. No rider in sight, just another anonymous message taped to the fuel tank. Take Highway 9 north. Abandon bike at mile marker 47. Continue on foot. I'd never ridden a motorcycle before, but desperation made for a quick learning curve. The bike lurched and stalled twice before I managed to get it moving, but soon I was weaving through traffic toward the highway, my bag of copied documents secured under my jacket. In the rearview mirror I watched the dark sedan emerge from the bank parking lot, followed by two more vehicles that had materialised from side streets. They maintained professional distance, but their coordination was obvious to anyone who knew what to look for. Highway 9 wound through rural farmland before entering forested hills. I pushed the motorcycle faster than was safe, taking curves at speeds that made the bike lean dangerously. But my pursuers had more powerful vehicles, and the gap between us was slowly closing. Mile marker 47 appeared just as the first sedan was close enough that I could see the driver's face in my mirror. I pulled off the road into a dense stand of trees, abandoned the bike as instructed, and plunged into the forest carrying my bag and hoping that Elena's plan included more than just continue on foot. The woods were thick enough to provide cover, but I could hear car doors slamming behind me and the voices coordinating a search. These weren't local police or federal agents conducting a routine investigation. The communication I overheard was too professional, too military in its efficiency. I'd been hiking for 20 minutes when I heard the helicopter. The aircraft appeared through the canopy overhead, flying in a search pattern with what looked like thermal imaging equipment. I pressed myself against the largest tree I could find and tried to remain motionless, but the helicopter circled back twice, its searchlight probing the forest floor. That's when I realised how far beyond normal law enforcement this had escalated. Whatever Eleanor and I had discovered, it was important enough to justify significant resources and risk considerable exposure. They weren't just trying to silence us. They were treating us as threats to something vital enough to deploy military-grade assets. The helicopter moved on, but I could hear searchers working their way through the trees, calling out grid coordinates and maintaining radio contact with their command structure. I needed to find better shelter, and I needed to get my evidence to someone who could use it. I was stumbling through undergrowth, trying to put distance between myself and the search teams, when I nearly walked into the woman standing behind a massive oak tree. Elena looked different. Thinner, older, with the kind of exhaustion that comes from months of running and hiding. But she was alive, and she gestured for silence while we listened to the search teams passing nearby. When the voices faded, she spoke in whispers. They raided my safe house 3 days ago, killed my contact and burned everything we hadn't already moved. She studied my face in the dim forest light. How much did you manage to save? I showed her the bag of documents. Copies of everything we compiled, plus some additional material I gathered independently. It's not enough, she said. Not nearly enough to convince anyone who isn't already looking for the truth. We need something undeniable, something that can't be dismissed or discredited. What do you have in mind? Elena pulled out a small device that looked like a modified smartphone. I still have access to some internal systems. My credentials haven't been revoked yet, probably because they don't want to create obvious evidence of a security breach, but it's only a matter of time. Access to what? Planning databases, communication archives, financial tracking systems. She activated the device, and its screen showed a complex interface with multiple security layers. If we can get to a hardwired connection point, I can download comprehensive proof of the coordination and planning. Where do we find a connection point? There's a data center about 15 miles from here. Meridian Consulting has server space there for their government contracts. If your employee credentials are still active, we might be able to get inside. The idea was insane. We were being hunted by people with helicopters and thermal imaging equipment, and Elena wanted to break into a secure facility to steal classified data. But looking at the determination in her eyes, I realized she was right. Half measures wouldn't be enough. We needed proof so comprehensive and undeniable that even the sophisticated manipulation strategies couldn't discredit it. How do we get there without being caught? Eleanor smiled grimly. Very carefully. We spent the next 6 hours moving through the forest, avoiding search teams and aircraft while Eleanor used her modified device to monitor pursuit communications. The searchers were thorough and well equipped, but they were operating under constraints that limited their effectiveness. Too much visible activity would draw unwanted attention from local authorities and media. By dawn, we'd reached the edge of the forest near a rural highway. Eleanor had been tracking traffic through surveillance networks, identifying patterns and gaps that would allow us to move without being detected. A delivery truck was scheduled to stop at a convenience store 2 miles from the data center, providing cover for our final approach. Once we're inside the facility, we'll have maybe 30 minutes before someone notices the unauthorized access, Elena said, as we waited for the truck to arrive. I'll need that long to penetrate the security layers and download everything we can carry. And if we're caught? Then people who ask questions about sustainability programs will know what happened to us. The truck arrived on schedule, and we managed to slip into the cargo area during the driver's restroom break. 20 minutes later, we were hiding behind a dumpster outside the data center, watching security guards patrol the perimeter. Eleanor studied the building through small binoculars. 3 guards, standard rotation every hour, camera coverage on all entrances, but there's a maintenance access point on the north side that's in a blind spot for about 40 seconds during shift changes. What about internal security? Biometric locks, access card readers, motion sensors. But your employee card should get us through the first 2 barriers, and I can handle the electronic systems once we're inside. We waited for the next guard rotation, then sprinted across an open parking area to the maintenance door. Eleanor connected her device to the lock mechanism while I watched for patrols. The lock clicked open just as footsteps echoed from around the corner. Inside, the data center hummed with the sound of thousands of servers processing information for dozens of government agencies and private contractors. Elena led me through corridors lined with racks of equipment, navigating by memory and occasionally checking her device for layout updates. There, she whispered, pointing to a terminal station surrounded by screens displaying network activity. That's our access point. Eleanor's fingers flew across the keyboard, entering commands and passwords that bypassed security protocols I didn't understand. Screens filled with data streams, file directories, and communication logs that painted a picture of coordination so vast and detailed that even our previous research had barely scratched the surface. This is incredible, Elena breathed, watching terabytes of information flow past. Financial transactions between organizations on 6 continents. Personnel transfers coordinated across dozens of agencies. Technical specifications for systems that won't be announced for another year. She inserted a high-capacity storage device and began downloading everything she could access. File after file of evidence that proved beyond any doubt that the sustainability programs were components of a carefully orchestrated plan to restructure human society. But our time was running out. Alarms began sounding in distant parts of the building, and Elena's device showed security alerts cascading through the network. They know we're here, she said, still typing furiously. Another few minutes and I'll have everything. That's when the lights went out, and emergency lighting bathed the server room in the red illumination. Through the corridors I could hear doors slamming and radio chatter as security teams converged on our location. Eleanor yanked the storage device from the terminal. "That's all we're getting. Time to go." But as we turned toward the exit, figures in tactical gear emerged from both ends of the corridor, weapons drawn and voices shouting commands to surrender. We were trapped. The tactical team that surrounded us moved with military precision, but they weren't wearing any identifying insignia or badges. No agency names, no unit designations, just black uniforms and professional equipment operated by people who clearly weren't local law enforcement. "Device on the ground," the team leader commanded. "Hands visible." Eleanor hesitated, clutching the storage drive that contained terabytes of incriminating evidence. For a moment I thought she might try to destroy it rather than let them recover the data. But faced with multiple weapons, she complied, setting the device on the floor and raising her hands. "We're not terrorists," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're researchers investigating—" Silence. The team leader approached Elena, studying her face with recognition. "Former Undersecretary Rodriguez. You've been difficult to locate." I imagine I have been. One of the tactical officers collected the storage device while others secured our hands with plastic restraints. They were efficient and professional, but there was something unsettling about their behaviour. No reading of rights, no identification of their authority, no explanation of charges or procedures. "What happens now?" I asked. The team leader ignored my question, speaking into a throat microphone in a language I didn't recognise. The response seemed to satisfy him, because he nodded to his team and gestured toward the exit. They marched us through the data centre to a loading dock where 2 black vehicles waited. As they prepared to separate us into different cars, Elena caught my eye and mouthed a single word. "Remember." That was the last time I saw her. My captors drove for several hours through rural areas I didn't recognise, eventually arriving at what looked like a corporate retreat centre, surrounded by high fences and discreet security measures. They escorted me to a comfortable room that might have been a hotel suite if not for the reinforced door and lack of windows. For 3 days, no one spoke to me. Food appeared through a slot in the door and I was allowed supervised access to bathroom facilities, but my guards remained silent despite my attempts at conversation. I began to wonder if they were planning to hold me indefinitely, or if something worse was being prepared. On the 4th day, a woman in a business suit entered my room carrying a laptop computer and a stack of documents. "I'm Director Sarah Chen," she said, settling into the room's single chair. "I believe you have some questions about recent events." "Where's Elena?" "Former Undersecretary Rodriguez is being debriefed at another facility. Her cooperation will determine her future treatment." Director Chen opened her laptop and showed me surveillance footage of Elena and myself at various locations over the past weeks. The coverage was comprehensive, clearly demonstrating that our activities had been monitored far more closely than we'd realised. "We know about your collaboration, your research, and your infiltration of the data centre," she continued. "What we need to understand is the extent of your knowledge and the scope of your documentation. I want to speak with a lawyer. You're not under arrest, and this isn't a criminal proceeding. Consider this a national security consultation." Chen showed me financial records proving that Meridian Consulting received substantial funding from the same organisations Elena and I had been investigating. My own employer was part of the network we'd been trying to expose. "Your research was quite thorough," she admitted. "Impressively so, given your limited access to classified information. But you've misunderstood the nature and purpose of the coordination you discovered." "Have I?" "The programs you've documented represent humanity's best hope for addressing multiple existential crises simultaneously. Climate change, resource depletion, population pressures, technological disruption, all of these threaten our species' survival. Coordinated response isn't conspiracy, it's necessity." Chen pulled up charts and projections that painted a dire picture of humanity's future without intervention. Environmental collapse within decades, resource wars that would kill billions, social breakdown that would destroy civilization itself. "The coordination you've discovered exists because voluntary compliance with necessary changes has proven insufficient," she explained. "Democracy and individual choice are luxuries that become dangerous when the stakes involve species survival. So you're admitting that the programs are designed to control people?" I'm explaining that some degree of behavioural management is essential for ensuring that enough humans survive the coming crises to maintain technological civilization. Chen's tone was matter-of-fact, as if she were discussing weather forecasts rather than the systematic elimination of human freedom. And who decides what constitutes necessary control? People with access to comprehensive data and the responsibility for long-term outcomes. Scientists, policy analysts, systems engineers, experts who understand the complexity of the challenges we face. Chen showed me additional documents that detailed the decision-making processes behind the sustainability programs. Groups of highly credentialed professionals making choices based on computer models that calculated optimal outcomes for human survival and environmental stability. Every restriction, every monitoring system, every behavioural modification protocol has been designed to maximise the probability that technological civilization will persist through the crisis period, she said. Personal freedom is irrelevant if there's no surviving society to exercise that freedom within. But what if people don't want to be saved at the cost of their autonomy? Then they'll be saved anyway because the alternative is extinction. Chen closed her laptop and studied my face. You have a choice, Marcus. You can accept that the coordination you've discovered serves a necessary purpose, or you can be classified as a threat to species survival. What does that classification entail? People who actively resist necessary survival measures cannot be allowed to interfere with implementation. Her voice remained calm and professional. Resistance will be contained through whatever means prove most effective. She stood up and walked toward the door. You have 24 hours to decide whether you want to be part of the solution or part of the problem. After Chen left, I sat alone in my comfortable prison, thinking about Eleanor's final word. Remember. Not resist, or fight, or escape, but remember. She wanted me to preserve what we'd learned, to document the truth regardless of what happened to us personally. That night, I used the room's basic amenities to create a primitive but functional recording device. If they planned to kill me or disappear me like so many others, I wanted to leave behind an account of what I'd discovered. But as morning approached, a different plan began to form. Chen had revealed more than she'd intended about the scope and coordination of the programs. If I could get that information to people who weren't part of the system, who might still be capable of resistance. The problem was finding a way to escape from a secure facility surrounded by professional guards and located in an unknown rural area. That's when I remembered the ventilation system I'd noticed during my supervised bathroom visits. The air circulation in the building was surprisingly robust, suggesting larger ducts than normal. If I could access the ductwork during the night shift when fewer guards were active. It was a desperate plan with minimal chance of success, but it was the only option I could identify. Eleanor and I had gathered enough evidence to prove the coordination and intent behind the sustainability programs. Now I needed to find a way to get that evidence to people who could act on it. Because if Chen was right about their timeline, there wasn't much time left. The countdown to 2030 was accelerating, and voluntary compliance was about to become mandatory enforcement. If someone didn't expose the truth soon, there might not be anyone left who remembered what freedom had felt like. That night I began my escape attempt, knowing that failure would likely mean death, but also knowing that staying silent would mean something even worse. The permanent victory of a system that viewed human autonomy as an obstacle to be eliminated. As I crawled through the ventilation system toward an uncertain freedom, Eleanor's voice echoed in my memory. Remember? I would remember, and if I survived, I would make sure others remembered too. The ventilation system led me through the building's interior to a roof access point that emerged behind a cluster of communication equipment. From there, I could see the facility's perimeter, motion sensors, thermal cameras, and patrol routes that created overlapping coverage zones. But I could also see something the guards probably hadn't noticed. A service road that wound through the forest to a highway maintenance station about 2 miles away. Getting off the roof and across the monitored perimeter required timing and luck. I waited until the patrol cycles created a 40-second gap in coverage near the eastern fence, then dropped to the ground and sprinted toward the tree line. Motion sensors tracked my movement, but by the time the response team reached my position, I was already deep enough in the forest to avoid their thermal imaging. The service road was overgrown and clearly abandoned, but it provided a path through the woods that avoided the main security sensors. I followed it through the night, expecting pursuit teams to emerge from the darkness at any moment. But either my escape hadn't been discovered yet, or they were confident enough in their perimeter security to assume I couldn't have gotten far. The highway maintenance station was a collection of rusted equipment and storage sheds that hadn't been used in years, but it had what I needed: a working telephone line connected to the state highway system. Using calling cards I'd purchased weeks earlier, I began making contact with the network of researchers and journalists who'd been asking questions about the sustainability programs. The first 3 people I called had disconnected numbers. The 4th was answered by someone who claimed never to have heard of the person I was trying to reach. But the 5th call connected me with Alex Morrison, an investigative journalist who'd been documenting inconsistencies in climate policy implementation. "I know who you are," Alex said after I identified myself. "Elena Rodriguez contacted me before she disappeared. She said you might call if something happened to her. She's alive, but being held by people who don't officially exist. Can you prove what you're claiming?" "I have documents, communications, financial records, and organisational charts that prove coordination between agencies and corporations on 6 continents. Everything we need to demonstrate that the sustainability programs are components of a larger control system." Alex was quiet for a moment. "Where are the documents?" "Hidden in multiple locations. But first I need guarantees about how this information will be used. If you publish it the wrong way, they'll discredit it as conspiracy theorising and use the attention to accelerate their timeline. What do you suggest?" "Simultaneous release across multiple platforms, with technical verification of the document authenticity and financial confirmation of the relationships we've mapped. Make it impossible to dismiss as fabricated evidence." Alex agreed to coordinate with contacts at other publications and technical organisations. We established a timeline for document delivery and verification, with publication scheduled for exactly 72 hours later. Enough time to properly authenticate the evidence, but not enough for the coordinating organisations to mount an effective suppression campaign. But first I had to retrieve the evidence from its hiding places without being captured. Over the next 2 days, I moved carefully between the locations where Elena and I had cached our research. Bank safety deposit boxes, storage lockers, and dead drops we'd established in case our primary archives were compromised. Each retrieval required elaborate security measures to avoid the surveillance networks that were undoubtedly looking for me. The most dangerous recovery was the data storage device Elena had hidden at a commercial facility across town from where she'd been captured. Getting to it required passing through areas that were certainly being monitored, using public transportation that would create records of my movement. I solved the surveillance problem by adopting the appearance and behaviour of the city's homeless population. Dirty clothes, unkempt appearance, and the kind of invisible desperation that made most people look away rather than remember faces. The disguise was psychologically difficult but operationally effective. Security cameras recorded me, but human attention filtered me out as irrelevant. The storage facility contained Elena's most sensitive archives, communication intercepts between coordination directors, financial tracking systems that showed money moving between organisations, and technical specifications for monitoring systems that hadn't been publicly announced. But it also contained something I hadn't expected: a video file labelled Emergency Broadcast Final Testimony. Elena had recorded the video shortly before her capture, speaking directly to the camera with the kind of urgency that suggested she knew she was running out of time. "If you're watching this, then the coordination has been exposed and I'm either dead or disappeared," she began. "What Marcus and I discovered represents the largest social engineering project in human history. Not a conspiracy by evil people, but a coordinated effort by people who genuinely believe that human freedom is incompatible with species survival." The video detailed information that Elena hadn't shared during our collaboration: names of key coordinators, locations of planning facilities, and timelines for implementation phases that extended beyond 2030. "The 2030 target date is just the beginning," she explained. "Phase 3 establishes the control infrastructure, but Phase 4 involves what they call optimization protocols, systematic reduction of global population to what computer models indicate is the maximum sustainable level for technological civilization. Elena's final message was addressed to whoever would eventually broadcast the evidence. This isn't about politics or ideology. It's about whether human beings will be allowed to make their own choices about their lives, their communities, and their future. The people implementing these programs believe that freedom is a luxury we can't afford. They may be right about the severity of the crises we face, but they're wrong about the solution. I copied Elena's video along with the other archived materials, then destroyed the original storage system to prevent recovery by pursuit teams. By the time I reached the final rendezvous point, I was carrying comprehensive proof of coordination that spanned multiple continents and involved hundreds of organisations. Alex Morrison had assembled a coalition of journalists, researchers and technical experts who would simultaneously verify and publish the evidence. The plan was elegant in its simplicity, overwhelming the suppression capabilities of even the most sophisticated coordination networks by releasing information through so many channels that controlling the narrative would be impossible. On the appointed day, I delivered the complete archive to Alex's team and waited for the storm to break. The initial coverage was everything we'd hoped for. Detailed analysis of the financial relationships, technical verification of document authenticity, and expert commentary that confirmed the feasibility of the coordination we'd documented. For 48 hours, it seemed like we'd succeeded in exposing the truth. But then the counter-narrative began. The same news outlets that had initially covered the story began running follow-up pieces questioning the interpretation of the evidence. Expert sources appeared who offered alternative explanations for the coordination patterns, legitimate policy cooperation, standard bureaucratic relationships, normal business arrangements between contractors and agencies. The documents were real, these experts acknowledged, but they represented routine governmental and corporate activities rather than evidence of conspiracy. Climate policy required coordination, they explained. International cooperation was essential for addressing global challenges. The patterns we'd identified were exactly what effective governance should look like. Social media platforms began flagging our evidence as disputed information and potentially misleading content. Search algorithms modified to reduce the visibility of articles about the coordination. Discussion forums where people shared our documents were closed for policy violations. Within a week, public attention had moved on to other stories. The comprehensive evidence that Elena and I had risked our lives to gather was dismissed by mainstream discourse as another conspiracy theory promoted by people who didn't understand the complexity of modern governance. But we had succeeded in one crucial way. We'd created a permanent record that couldn't be completely suppressed. People who were looking for the truth could find it, could study the evidence, could draw their own conclusions about what it meant. And as the months passed, some of those people began to notice patterns that confirmed our warnings. 6 months later, I'm writing this from a cabin in rural Montana, living off-grid with cash transactions and avoiding any technology that could be used to track my location. The official story is that I suffered a mental breakdown and disappeared, leaving behind rambling conspiracy theories that no serious person would take seriously. Elena was released after 3 weeks of debriefing, but she's not the same person who risked everything to expose the truth. When she appears in public now, she speaks about the importance of international cooperation and the necessity of accepting temporary restrictions on personal freedom to address climate change. Her eyes have a vacant quality that suggests pharmaceutical management of her personality. Our evidence is still available to anyone persistent enough to look for it, but it's been successfully marginalised through the same techniques we documented: expert counter-narrative, algorithmic suppression, and social media manipulation. The truth exists, but it's been rendered effectively invisible to most people, and the implementation continues. Over the past 6 months, the changes have accelerated in ways that make our warnings seem prophetic. Major banks announce mandatory digital identity verification for all accounts, citing the need to prevent fraud and ensure regulatory compliance. Anyone without approved digital credentials finds themselves unable to access their money. Social media platforms implemented verified citizen requirements for posting or commenting, claiming the need to combat misinformation and protect democratic institutions. Anonymous speech has been effectively eliminated from digital communication. Streaming services, e-commerce sites, and online service providers rolled out verified citizen login systems, that require government identification to access content. Entertainment and shopping have become privileges granted to compliant citizens. The carbon credit systems we documented are now operational in major cities, with personal behaviour tracked through smartphone monitoring, purchase surveillance, and periodic compliance verification. Citizens who fail to meet sustainability targets find themselves restricted from certain activities and locations. Employment in most major corporations now requires participation in behavioural modification programs that monitor everything from dietary choices to social media activity. Non-compliance results in professional exclusion that makes economic survival difficult. The changes happen gradually enough that each new restriction seems reasonable in isolation, justified by immediate crises, and presented as temporary measures that will be relaxed once stability is achieved. But people with longer memories can see the pattern. Each temporary restriction becomes permanent infrastructure for the next phase of control. I'm sitting in a library in a small town where they haven't yet installed biometric scanners for internet access. The computer I'm using doesn't require government identification, though I know that's changing. Signs posted throughout the building announce that new security measures will be implemented next month to ensure patron safety and prevent unauthorized access. On the news website, a UN representative is speaking about the success of digital identity programs in reducing fraud and improving service delivery. She announces that by 2030, all essential services will be tied to universal digital identification to ensure equitable access and protect vulnerable populations. As she speaks, the library computer screen freezes. A message appears: "Session terminated. Credentials required." I look around the library and notice that half the computers now display the same message. A technician is installing new card readers at each terminal, requiring government identification to access the internet. Outside the library windows, construction workers are installing biometric scanners at the entrance to the grocery store across the street. A small crowd has gathered to watch, some curious, others concerned. But no one is protesting. The changes are presented as upgrades to improve efficiency and security. I pack up my things and walk toward the exit, passing the information desk where librarians are helping patrons register for the new identification requirements. Their voices are cheerful and helpful as they explain how the new system will make library services more convenient and secure. The countdown Elena and I discovered isn't to some distant dystopian future. It's to the completion of a transformation that's already underway, implemented gradually enough that most people don't recognise the scope of what's changing. As I walk past the grocery store with its new biometric scanners, I whisper into the voice recorder I've been using to document these final observations. We're not waiting for 2030 anymore, it's already here. The recording device clicks off, and I realise this might be the last time I'm able to document the truth without sophisticated countermeasures to detect and suppress it. Soon, even whispered testimony in small-town libraries will be monitored and analysed by systems designed to prevent the spread of dangerous ideas. Elena was right about one thing. The people implementing these systems genuinely believe they're saving humanity from itself. They may even be correct about the severity of the crises we face, but they're fundamentally wrong about the solution. Freedom isn't a luxury that humanity can't afford. It's the foundation that makes everything else worth preserving. Without the right to make our own choices, to speak our own thoughts, and to determine our own futures, survival becomes indistinguishable from sophisticated imprisonment. The evidence Elena and I gathered will survive in hidden archives and encrypted networks, waiting for a generation that might remember what freedom felt like. Maybe someday, people will rediscover the courage to choose uncertainty over security, autonomy over optimization, and human dignity over species management. But that day feels very far away as I watch the scanners being installed and the last anonymous spaces disappearing into a world where every action, every movement, every thought is monitored, recorded, and evaluated by systems that know what's best for us better than we do ourselves. The 2030 directive isn't coming, it's here. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we dive deep into the shadows of history that refuse to stay buried. Before we begin tonight's tale, I want to give a special thanks to Lily Lamouche for suggesting this particular story. Your idea sparks something truly compelling. As always, if you have ideas for future episodes, drop them in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these late-night journeys into the unknown, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between fact and fiction. The fluorescent lights in the Los Angeles County Coroner's Archive hummed their eternal dirge, casting everything in that particular shade of institutional yellow that made even the living look dead. Ben Norton had grown accustomed to the pallor after 18 years filing away the city's final mysteries, but some cases still managed to catch the light differently. It was a Tuesday in October when the Monroe file landed back on his desk, unremarkable except for the manila envelope that shouldn't have been there. Ben Norton's fingers moved through the filing system with practiced efficiency, each motion honed by nearly 2 decades of sorting the dead. The basement archive of the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office was his domain, a labyrinth of steel shelves and cardboard boxes containing the paper trail of every significant death in the county since 1947. Most people couldn't stomach the work, but Marcus found comfort in the certainty of documentation. The dead, unlike the living, couldn't lie. The request slip was routine. Monroe, Marilyn, case number 81128. Toxicology review for academic research. UCLA. Film studies professor needed access for a dissertation on celebrity death narratives. Standard stuff. Marcus had pulled this particular file dozens of times over the years. Marilyn Monroe remained Los Angeles County's most requested case file, a morbid tourist attraction that drew everyone from conspiracy theorists to legitimate researchers. He located the familiar accordion folder on the third shelf of Section M, its manila surface worn smooth from handling, but as he lifted it, something felt different, heavier than usual. When he opened it on his desk, a sealed envelope fell out, landing with a soft thud that seemed to echo in the quiet archive. The envelope bore no markings except a handwritten notation. Crossref 81128. Protective detail / West LA-K file. Marcus stared at the envelope. In 18 years, he'd never seen a cross-reference to protective detail. That was federal jurisdiction, completely outside the coroner's purview. He glanced around the empty archive, then carefully opened the seal. Inside were 4 photographic slides and a single index card. The slides appeared to be contact sheets, multiple frames of what looked like handwritten pages. The index card contained a single typed line. C.R. Book Real. Property Storage Manifest, August 6, 1962. His hands trembled slightly as he held the first slide up to the light. Even without magnification, he could make out what appeared to be a diary or journal page. The writing was feminine, flowing script in blue ink. He could just barely make out a date. Sunday, August 5th. Marcus's pulse quickened. August 5th, 1962, the day Marilyn Monroe died. He set the slides aside and turned to the toxicology ledger, a bound volume that recorded every test performed on Monroe's remains. His eyes scanned the familiar entries: blood alcohol, barbiturate levels, stomach contents. But something was different. Next to GI contents, someone had made a checkmark in pencil, then partially erased it. Beneath the faint mark, in even fainter pencil, someone had written C.R. Book Real. The same notation from the slide envelope. Marcus leaned back in his chair, mind racing. In all his years handling Monroe's file, he'd never noticed these irregularities. The toxicology had always been straightforward. Lethal levels of barbiturates in her system, no food in her stomach. Standard suicide by overdose. But now, looking at the half-erased notations and mysterious cross-references, he began to wonder what else might have been overlooked, or deliberately hidden. He photographed the ledger page with his phone, then carefully scanned each slide. The images were grainy, but he could make out fragments of text, names, initials, references to places and events that made his skin crawl with possibility. Call J, 1232 AR, Angry H here, Cuba Brief Calneva. Vincent knew enough about Monroe's final months to recognise some of these references. J could be John F. Kennedy. R might be Robert. Calneva was the Lake Tahoe casino where Monroe had spent her last weekend, owned by Frank Sinatra with rumoured mob connections. The Cuba brief could reference the Bay of Pigs or the ongoing missile crisis tensions, but it was the final frame that made his breath catch. In shaky handwriting, barely legible, the thing they can't let out. Bobby knows about the bomb tests. Jack doesn't know Bobby knows. Vincent set down his phone, hand shaking. If these diary fragments were authentic, if they really belonged to Marilyn Monroe, they suggested something far more complex than a simple suicide. They hinted at secrets that could have provided motive for murder. More troubling was the cross-reference to protective detail. Why would the Secret Service have files connected to Monroe's death? Unless someone very important had been with her that night. Vincent looked at the clock. 4:47 p.m. The archive would close at 5, giving him just enough time to secure the slides and begin planning his next move. He couldn't access federal files directly, but there might be duplicate indexes somewhere in the county system. Records had a way of proliferating in bureaucracies, and sometimes copies ended up in unexpected places. He photographed the cross-reference card, then carefully returned the envelope to Monroe's file. As he did, he noticed something else, a small tear in the folder's corner that hadn't been there that morning. Someone else had accessed this file recently. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Who else knew about these materials? And more importantly, how long had they been waiting for someone to find them? As Marcus locked the file cabinet and prepared to leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just crossed a line from which there would be no return. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like a swarm of angry insects, and the familiar archive suddenly felt less like a sanctuary and more like a trap. He had stumbled onto something that powerful people had spent 6 decades keeping buried. The question was, what was he going to do about it? Marcus spent a sleepless night researching everything he could find about Monroe's death, Secret Service protocols, and the Kennedy administration's activities in August 1962. By morning he had a plan, risky but necessary if he wanted answers. He arrived at work early before the day shift supervisors. The Los Angeles County Record Center occupied the building's second floor, housing duplicate indexes and cross-reference materials for all county departments. If there were copies of federal protective detail records anywhere, they'd be there. Marcus presented his credentials to the Record Center clerk, a bored-looking woman named Janet who barely glanced at his request form. Protective detail microfilm, August 1962, he said casually. Academic research on presidential visit protocols. Janet typed into her terminal, frowning at the results. That's federal material. We don't usually have access to... She paused, scrolling down. Wait, there's a duplicate index here. Says it was transferred during the 1982 DA review of celebrity deaths. You want the whole month or specific dates? Marcus's heart raced. August 4th and 5th, please. Let me check availability. More typing. I can get you the index, but the actual files are restricted. Need federal clearance for those. The index is fine. 20 minutes later, Marcus sat at a microfilm reader, threading a reel labelled Protective Detail Index. August 1962. Duplicate copy. The images flickered past as he advanced the film. Routine entries for presidential appearances, security briefings, threat assessments. Then he found it. August 4th to 5th, 1962. Motorcade standby. Unlogged visit. RFK. The entry was brief, almost cryptic, but it confirmed his suspicions. Robert Kennedy had been in Los Angeles the night Monroe died, and his presence had required Secret Service protective detail. More importantly, it was listed as unlogged, off the official record. Marcus photographed the screen, then continued searching. Additional entries mentioned asset protection and communication intercepts for the same date range. Someone had been monitoring communications around Monroe's death, and that someone had federal authority. He returned the microfilm and headed back to the archive, mind spinning with possibilities. If RFK had been with Monroe the night she died, it changed everything about the official narrative. It also explained why certain evidence might have gone missing or been altered. Back in the archive, Marcus retrieved the 1982 DA review box. a collection of materials from the district attorney's reopened investigation into Monroe's death. He'd glanced through it before, but never with this new context. Buried in the administrative notes, he found a handwritten memo dated September 15th, 1982. Request for federal intercept materials denied. COMINF. West L.A. tap summaries. August 62 classified above county level. No jurisdiction over federal assets. Personal diary mentioned in property report unaccounted for. Council claims privilege. COMINF. Communications intelligence. The federal government had been wiretapping communications in West Los Angeles during Monroe's final days, and those recordings were still classified 20 years later. Marcus flipped through more documents until he found the property report referenced in the memo. It was a standard inventory of items found at Monroe's residence, but someone had made alterations. Next to small red leather journal, the original entry read to counsel, but that had been lined out in different ink with a notation, item not recovered. The diary had existed. It had been turned over to Monroe's attorney, then somehow disappeared from the official record. But if the slides in the cross-reference envelope were authentic, someone had photographed its contents before it vanished. Marcus was so absorbed in the documents that he didn't notice the soft footsteps approaching, until a shadow fell across his desk. "Finding everything you need, Mr. Webb?" Marcus looked up to see Albert Grayson, the audit liaison, standing beside his desk with an expression of mild curiosity. Grayson was a thin, pale man who appeared periodically to conduct quality control reviews of the archive. Nobody knew exactly who he worked for, but his credentials were always in order. "Just routine research," Marcus replied, casually closing the file folder. "UCLA professor needs background material on toxicology procedures." Grayson's smile was perfectly pleasant and utterly without warmth. "Of course. Though I notice you've been accessing quite a few different files lately. Monroe, some organised crime materials, federal indexes, quite eclectic research interests." The comment hit like ice water. Grayson had been monitoring his access patterns. "Academic research tends to follow unexpected paths," Marcus said carefully. "Indeed." Grayson picked up a random file from the nearby shelf, glancing at its label with apparent disinterest. "I'll need to conduct a spot audit of some recent materials. Monroe file, the DA review boxes, and those organised crime summaries you pulled yesterday. Just routine quality control." Marcus's mouth went dry. He hadn't pulled any organised crime files yesterday, but clearly someone else had been tracking his research. "When do you need them?" "Now would be convenient." For the next hour, Marcus watched helplessly as Grayson methodically photographed every document he'd been reviewing. The man worked with mechanical precision, never asking questions or making comments, but Marcus could feel the weight of scrutiny in every click of the camera. When Grayson finished, he packed his equipment with the same methodical care. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Webb. Oh, and there's been a security upgrade in the archive. New camera system." He gestured toward the ceiling where a small black dome had appeared overnight, for asset protection. After Grayson left, Marcus sat in stunned silence. The message was clear. He was being watched, and his investigation had attracted the wrong kind of attention. But instead of deterring him, the surveillance only convinced him that he was onto something significant. That afternoon, Marcus decided to take a different approach. Instead of accessing files directly, he would seek out human sources, people who had been involved in Monroe's case, and might remember details that never made it into the official record. Kenneth Yamamoto had been a toxicology technician at the coroner's office for 32 years before retiring in 1994. Marcus found his address in the employee records and drove to a modest bungalow in Gardena after work, hoping the old man would be willing to talk. Yamamoto answered the door slowly, a frail man in his 80s with sharp, intelligent eyes. When Marcus explained who he was and why he'd come, the old man's expression grew wary. "Monroe case," Yamamoto repeated slowly. "Why are you asking about that now?" "I found some irregularities in the files. Thought you might remember details from the original examination." Yamamoto studied Marcus for a long moment, then stepped aside to let him in. The house was neat and sparse, filled with the quiet dignity of old age. They sat in a small living room decorated with photos of grandchildren. "You know," Yamamoto said carefully, "I always wondered when someone would come asking the right questions." "What do you mean?" The old man was quiet for so long that Marcus thought he might not answer. Finally, Yamamoto spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "The stomach contents bottle. It was empty when I processed it." Marcus leaned forward. "Empty?" "Completely clean, like it had been washed out. But the paperwork said we'd tested gastric contents. I checked 3 times, thinking I'd mixed up the samples. But no, Monroe's bottle was empty, and the test results were already typed up." "Did you report the discrepancy?" Yamamoto's laugh was bitter. "To who?" "The lead investigator. He's the one who handed me the typed results and told me to file them. Said the tests had been conducted off-site due to equipment problems." Marcus felt pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. "So there never were any stomach contents tested?" "Not by us. And if there were no contents, then she couldn't have swallowed all those pills like the official report claimed." Yamamoto met Marcuse's eyes directly. That woman didn't kill herself by overdose, at least not the way they said she did. They talked for another hour, Yamamoto sharing details that painted a picture of an investigation that had been carefully managed from the beginning. Key evidence had been processed off-site. Witness interviews had been conducted by federal agents rather than county investigators. The timeline had been established before the examination was complete. As Marcus prepared to leave, Yamamoto walked him to the door. "Be careful," the old man said quietly. "2 men in suits came to see me in 1983. Said they were reviewing old cases for security purposes. Asked me what I remembered about Monroe, about any irregularities." "What did you tell them?" "The truth. About the empty bottle, about the off-site testing. They seemed satisfied, said it was consistent with other witness statements." Yamamoto's voice dropped even lower. "Then one of them mentioned Mongoose." "Just casual-like, said they were also reviewing materials related to Operation Mongoose from the same time period." Marcus's blood chilled. Operation Mongoose was the CIA's covert program to eliminate Fidel Castro, run by Robert Kennedy. The fact that these mysterious visitors had mentioned it while discussing Monroe's death was no coincidence. "They were sending a message," Yamamoto continued, "letting me know they had reach, that they could connect dots in ways I couldn't imagine." I never talked about Monroe again after that, until now. Driving home, Marcus felt the weight of what he'd learned. The toxicology had been falsified, federal agents had intimidated witnesses, and somehow it all connected to the highest levels of the Kennedy administration. He was beginning to understand why the truth had stayed buried for so long, but he was also beginning to realise that his investigation had likely triggered alarms that had been dormant for decades. People who had gone to extraordinary lengths to bury this story wouldn't hesitate to protect it now. The blue sedan that had been following him since he left Yamamoto's house confirmed his fears. When Marcus turned, it turned. When he stopped for gas, it waited at the corner. When he finally reached his apartment building, the sedan drove past slowly, its occupants hidden behind tinted glass. Marcus lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling and listening for footsteps in the hallway. He thought about Yamamoto's warning, about the empty stomach contents bottle, about federal agents who casually mentioned assassination programs while discussing dead movie stars. Somewhere in the darkness of Los Angeles, powerful people were making phone calls and updating files that ordinary citizens would never see. They were discussing a problem that had emerged from the archives after 60 years of careful burial. They were discussing Ben Norton. The next morning brought disturbing news. Marcus arrived at work to find the archive in chaos. Security tape across several aisles, boxes scattered on the floor, and Janet from Record Centre standing near his desk with red-rimmed eyes. "What happened?" Marcus asked. "Break-in," she said shakily. "Someone got past the security system last night. Went straight for the files you've been working with." Marcus's stomach dropped. "Were they taken?" "That's the weird part. Nothing's missing, but everything's been photographed. Professional job. They knew exactly what they wanted and where to find it." As Marcus surveyed the damage, he noticed that the new security camera Grayson had mentioned was gone, leaving only a small hole in the ceiling tile where it had been mounted. Someone with inside knowledge had conducted this operation. Someone who knew about the camera and could disable the building's security systems. His phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Kenneth Yamamoto, hospitalized last night. Breathing difficulties, stable condition. Thought you should know. Marcus's hands shook as he read the message. The timing was too convenient to be coincidental. Less than 24 hours after talking to Marcus about Monroe's death, the retired toxicologist was in the hospital with mysterious respiratory problems. He tried calling the number that sent the text, but got only a generic voicemail message. Someone was monitoring the situation, keeping track of all the players, but their motives remained unclear. Were they trying to warn him or threaten him? Determined to push forward despite the escalating pressure, Marcus returned to his research with renewed urgency. If people were willing to break into the archive and hospitalize witnesses, then he was close to something they desperately wanted to keep hidden. He focused on the organized crime angle, pulling wiretap summaries from the early 1960s. The FBI had been monitoring several Los Angeles crime families during that period, particularly figures connected to the Teamsters Union and Las Vegas casinos. The surveillance files were partially redacted, but Marcus could piece together fragments of conversations from August 1962. Subject 1. Movie star heat getting too heavy. Bobby's sniffing around the wrong connections. Subject 2. What about the doctor cover? That's still solid. Subject 1. For now. But if that diary surfaces, we're all fucked. The diary again. Every lead Marcus followed seemed to circle back to Monroe's missing journal and its potentially explosive contents. The mob had known about it. Federal agents had suppressed it. And 60 years later, someone was still willing to commit crimes to keep it buried. Marcus cross-referenced the dates and locations in the wiretap summaries with Monroe's known movements during her final weeks. She had indeed spent time at Calnever Casino, owned by Frank Sinatra and frequented by both Kennedy brothers and reputed crime figures. The casino had been a nexus where Hollywood glamour, political power and organised crime intersected. If Monroe had been keeping a diary during this period, documenting her relationships with both Kennedy brothers while surrounded by mob-connected individuals, the implications were staggering. Such a record could have destroyed political careers, toppled governments, and exposed criminal conspiracies that reached the highest levels of American society. As Marcus delved deeper into the files, he began to understand the mechanism by which Monroe's death had been contained. It wasn't a simple cover-up. It was a coordinated information management operation involving multiple agencies and interests. The coroner's office had been just one piece of a larger machine designed to control the narrative. But now, 6 decades later, that machine was reactivating. Phone calls were being made, resources were being mobilized, and people like Kenneth Yamamoto were being silenced before they could share what they knew. Marcus realized he needed to find the missing microfilm, the R-book reel referenced in the misfiled envelope. If it contained photographic copies of Monroe's diary, it would be the smoking gun that proved everything he suspected. But where would such material be hidden after all these years? The answer came to him as he reviewed the property transfer records from 1962. Personal effects, evidence materials and sensitive documents were often stored in multiple locations as a security measure. If the diary had been photographed before disappearing, those images might have been misfiled or misplaced rather than destroyed. Marcus began searching through boxes that had been transferred between departments over the years, looking for microfilm containers that might have been incorrectly labelled or categorised. It was tedious work, but his experience with the archive's organisational quirks gave him an advantage. In a box labelled Kennedy F4AA Overflow, 1975, Marcus found a collection of microfilm canisters that had been transferred from federal storage during a bureaucratic reorganisation. Most contained routine correspondence and scheduling materials, but one canister was labelled simply Contact Sheet, Personal Effects, August 62. With trembling hands, Marcus loaded the film into a reader. The first few frames showed standard evidence photographs, jewellery, clothing, personal items from Monroe's bedroom. But then the images changed. Diary pages, dozens of them, photographed in sequence under professional lighting conditions. The handwriting was clearly feminine, and the dates range from June through early August 1962. Marcus began reading, his excitement growing with each frame. June 15th. Jack called again. Says he misses me, but I know it's just the sex he misses. Bobby's different. He actually listens when I talk about the bomb tests, about what the government is hiding from people. He's angry about it too. June 20th. Met with Cal Neva people. Frank says they can provide protection if things get complicated. Doesn't trust Bobby's reform agenda. Says it's bad for business. Asked me to keep my ears open when I'm with the brothers. July 1st. Bobby showed me classified files about atmospheric testing in Nevada. The cancer rates, the birth defects. It's all being covered up. He wants to go public, but Jack won't let him. Says it would destroy the party in '64. July 15th. Strange men following me. Bobby says it's routine security, but these aren't Secret Service. Frank's people, maybe, or someone else entirely. The entries painted a picture of Monroe caught between competing forces. The Kennedy brothers, organised crime figures, and federal intelligence agencies. She had been privy to state secrets about nuclear testing, witnessed conflicts between the President and Attorney General, and apparently agreed to serve as an informal intelligence source for multiple parties. But it was the final entries that made Marcus's heart race. August 3rd. Can't take the pressure anymore. Everyone wants me to spy on everyone else. Bobby thinks I'm working for Frank. Frank thinks I'm too close to Bobby. Jack doesn't know about any of it, and maybe that's for the best. August 4th. Bobby came by tonight, very agitated about something in Cuba. Says there's going to be a crisis soon and he needs to know who he can trust. I told him about the men watching the house, about Frank's offers of protection. He got that look he gets when he's thinking about prosecuting someone. August 5th, 12:32 a.m. Jack called, drunken rambling about Marilyn this, Marilyn that. Hung up on him. Bobby's still here, says he's going to take care of everything, that I don't need to worry anymore. But I am worried. I'm scared of what taking care of everything might mean. The final line, written in shaky handwriting, sent chills down Marcus's spine. Feels like I'm drowning and everyone's fighting over who gets to throw me the rope. Below that, in different ink and clearly added later, someone had written, "The thing they can't let out." Bobby knows about the bomb tests. Jack doesn't know Bobby knows. If this comes out, everything falls apart. Marcus stared at the screen, understanding finally dawning. Monroe hadn't just been a presidential mistress caught up in dangerous games. She had been a witness to fractures within the Kennedy administration that could have altered the course of American history. Her diary contained evidence of cover-ups, criminal connections, and sibling rivalries that powerful people had killed to protect. And now he was the only person alive who knew where to find that evidence. Marcus spent the weekend studying every frame of the diary microfilm, taking detailed notes and cross-referencing Monroe's entries with historical events. The picture that emerged was more complex and dangerous than anything he had imagined. Monroe had been systematically documenting her interactions with both Kennedy brothers, apparently at the suggestion of Bobby Kennedy himself. The Attorney General had been building a case against organised crime figures who were also connected to his brother's administration through shared romantic interests and political favours. But the diary revealed something even more explosive. Robert Kennedy had discovered that President Kennedy was being blackmailed by crime figures who had evidence of the president's extramarital affairs. The Attorney General's aggressive prosecution of organised crime wasn't just about justice. It was an attempt to eliminate people who could destroy his brother's presidency. Monroe had become a liability to everyone involved. She knew too much about too many secrets, and her emotional instability made her unreliable as either an asset or a co-conspirator. According to her final diary entries, she'd been planning to go public with what she knew about government cover-ups of nuclear testing damage. The diary's last entry, dated 1:15 a.m. on August 5th, 1962, was barely legible. Bobby's gone. Said he had to make some calls, handle the situation. Men outside getting closer to the house. I can hear them talking, but can't make out the words. Going to hide this reel behind the bedroom mirror. If something happens to me, maybe someone will find it and tell the truth. Marcus realised he was looking at evidence of a conspiracy that had claimed Monroe's life and shaped 6 decades of American history. The question was, what should he do with that knowledge? His phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Unknown number. Mr. Webb? The voice was cultured, with a slight Eastern accent. I believe we need to talk. You've been doing some fascinating research lately. Marcus's mouth went dry. Who is this? A concerned party? Someone who appreciates thorough scholarship but worries about the consequences of certain discoveries. Are you free for lunch tomorrow? There's a diner on Sunset Boulevard called Mel's. Do you know it? I'm not sure I should. Oh, I think you should. 1 o'clock. Come alone and bring your appetite. We have a great deal to discuss. The line went dead, leaving Marcus staring at his phone in the sudden silence of his apartment. The endgame was approaching, and he was being summoned to meet the people who had spent 60 years keeping Monroe's secrets buried. He looked at the microfilm canister sitting on his coffee table. Such a small thing to contain such enormous implications. Whatever happened at tomorrow's meeting, his life was about to change dramatically. Marcus spent the evening making copies of everything he had found, storing them in multiple locations as insurance. If something happened to him, he wanted to ensure that the truth wouldn't die with him. As he prepared for bed, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing at a crossroads of history. Tomorrow, he would learn whether the truth about Marilyn Monroe's death was worth the price that others might demand he pay for possessing it. Mel's Diner on Sunset Boulevard was the kind of place where conversations happened in booths with cracked vinyl seats, and the constant background noise of frying food and clinking dishes provided natural cover for sensitive discussions. Marcus arrived at exactly 1 o'clock, scanning the restaurant for anyone who might be waiting for him. A man in an expensive grey suit raised his hand from a corner booth, gesturing Marcus over with the casual confidence of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He was perhaps 60, with silver hair and the kind of ageless features that suggested good genetics and better health care. His smile was warm and professional. Mr. Webb, thank you for coming. Please, sit. The man's handshake was firm but not aggressive. I'm David Morrison. I represent certain interests that have become aware of your recent research activities. Marcus slid into the booth across from him, noting how Morrison had positioned himself with a clear view of the entire restaurant. What kind of interests? The kind that value stability and discretion above sensationalism and chaos. Morrison signalled the waitress and ordered coffee for both of them without asking Marcus's preference. You've stumbled onto some very old materials, some very sensitive materials, and my associates are concerned about how you might choose to use them. Your associates? Morrison's smile never wavered. People who worked very hard to ensure that certain events from 1962 were handled with appropriate delicacy. People who understand that some truths serve no useful purpose if revealed at the wrong time or in the wrong context. The coffee arrived and Morrison added cream with deliberate care. Tell me, Mr. Webb, what do you think you've discovered? Marcus had spent hours preparing for this moment, but now that it had arrived, he felt unprepared for Morrison's casual manner. The man seemed more like a friendly uncle than a government agent or criminal enforcer. Evidence that Marilyn Monroe was murdered, Marcus said carefully. That her death was covered up by federal agencies and organised crime figures working together to protect the Kennedy administration. Morrison nodded as if discussing the weather. And what do you intend to do with this evidence? I haven't decided. Good. That shows wisdom. Morrison reached into his jacket and withdrew a manila envelope. Before you make any decisions, I'd like you to consider some additional information. The envelope contained photographs, surveillance images of Monroe's house on the night she died, taken from multiple angles. They showed several cars parked outside, men in suits moving purposefully between vehicles, and what appeared to be a coordinated operation unfolding over several hours. These were taken by a federal surveillance team that had been monitoring Monroe for several weeks, Morrison explained. As you can see, her death was indeed managed, but not for the reasons you might think. Marcus studied the photographs, trying to make sense of the timeline they suggested. Then why? Morrison leaned back in the booth, his expression growing serious for the first time. Marilyn Monroe was killed by a Soviet intelligence asset who had been using her relationship with the Kennedy brothers to gather information about American nuclear capabilities and Cuba policy. The diary you found contained some accurate information, but it was also being used to feed disinformation back to Moscow through Monroe's handlers. The revelation hit Marcus like a physical blow. She was a spy. Unwittingly, yes, the Soviets had identified her relationships with the Kennedy brothers as a valuable intelligence opportunity. They cultivated assets within her social circle, people who gradually convinced her that she was serving American interests by documenting government activities. In reality, she was being used to steal state secrets. Morrison produced another document, a declassified intelligence report with most names redacted. When federal agencies discovered the operation, they had to make a choice: expose Monroe as a Soviet asset and create a massive scandal that would destroy the Kennedy administration, or handle the situation quietly and preserve national security. Marcus felt the foundations of his investigation crumbling beneath him. "So you killed her to protect the government?" "We didn't kill anyone," Morrison said firmly. "The Soviet asset who'd been running Monroe eliminated her when it became clear that American intelligence had discovered the operation. Our people arrived too late to prevent her death, but in time to manage the aftermath. And the cover-up was necessary to prevent World War III. If the American public had learned that the Soviets had been using a movie star to spy on the president during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the pressure for military retaliation would have been overwhelming. Millions of people might have died because of that woman's naivety." Morrison's narrative was compelling, but Marcus sensed gaps in the story. What about the diary? The references to nuclear testing cover-ups? Disinformation designed to turn Monroe against the administration. The Soviets wanted her to believe she was fighting government corruption when she was actually stealing national security secrets. Morrison's voice grew cold. The woman was a patriotic American who was manipulated by foreign agents into betraying her own country. She died because those agents decided she had become a liability. The diner suddenly felt too warm, too crowded. Marcus loosened his tie, struggling to process everything Morrison had told him. If it was true, then his investigation hadn't uncovered a government conspiracy. It had stumbled onto a Cold War intelligence operation that had been successfully buried for 6 decades. "Why are you telling me this?" Marcus asked. Morrison reached into his jacket again and produced a cashier's check. Even from across the table, Marcus could see that it was made out for $250,000. "Because you deserve to know the truth before making a decision that could affect national security," Morrison said. "And because certain parties believe you should be compensated for your discretion in this matter." Marcus stared at the check. "You're offering to buy my silence." "We're offering to reward your patriotism. The Soviet operation failed because people like you, dedicated civil servants who care about their country, were willing to keep dangerous secrets buried." Morrison's voice grew more intense. "The Cold War never really ended, Mr. Webb. It just went underground. The same forces that killed Marilyn Monroe are still operating today, still trying to destabilize American democracy through disinformation and chaos. And if I refuse?" Morrison's smile returned, but it was colder now. "Then you'll publish your findings and create exactly the kind of chaos those foreign agents want. You'll destroy faith in American institutions, validate conspiracy theories that make rational discourse impossible, and hand our enemies a propaganda victory they couldn't achieve through military force." The envelope also contained legal documents, a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement that would legally bind Marcus to silence about everything he had discovered. The terms were generous but absolute: $250,000 in exchange for surrendering all copies of the materials he'd found and agreeing never to discuss or investigate Monroe's death again. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Marcus asked. "How do I know this isn't just another layer of the cover-up?" Morrison reached for his phone and activated a recording app. The audio quality was poor, clearly from an old surveillance tape, but the voices were distinguishable. An elderly man with a slight accent spoke in careful, measured tones. "The empty bottle? Yes, I remember. We had to make it look like suicide by overdose, but the real cause was injection. Quick-acting paralytic agent developed by our chemical section. She never knew what was happening." "And the diary pages?" photographed before disposal. Some authentic entries mixed with material we provided through her handler. American intelligence fell for it completely. They thought they were protecting their precious Kennedy boys when really they were helping us eliminate a compromised asset. Morrison stopped the recording and put away his phone. Kenneth Yamamoto, recorded in 1983 during a debriefing with defected Soviet intelligence officers. He wasn't intimidated by our people, Mr. Webb. He was being interviewed by them. The breathing difficulties that hospitalized him last week were induced by a foreign agent who wanted to silence him before he could reveal the truth about his role in Monroe's death. Marcus felt sick. Yamamoto was working for the Soviets. A sleeper agent placed in the coroner's office years before Monroe became a target. When their operation was exposed, Soviet intelligence decided to eliminate all evidence, including Monroe herself, and eventually the agents who had carried out the operation. Morrison's expression was grim. The man you spoke with last week wasn't a heroic witness to government corruption. He was a foreign spy who helped murder an American citizen, and then spent 60 years living comfortably on a government pension while keeping his mouth shut. The revelation shattered Marcus's understanding of everything he thought he had uncovered. If Morrison was telling the truth, then Marcus hadn't discovered a conspiracy. He had stumbled into the middle of an ongoing intelligence war where American secrets were still being protected from foreign enemies. The microfilm, Marcus said weakly, the diary entries, contained enough authentic material to be convincing, mixed with disinformation designed to make American intelligence agencies look corrupt and incompetent. Classic Soviet tactics. Morrison leaned forward. You found exactly what they wanted someone to find, Mr. Webb. The question is, are you going to help them complete their mission? Marcus stared at the cashier's check, at the NDA, at the photographs that seemed to support Morrison's version of events. Everything he had believed about his investigation was crumbling, replaced by a narrative that was both more complex and more disturbing than any conspiracy theory. I need time to think, Marcus said. Of course. But not too much time. Morrison stood and dropped a $20 bill on the table. There are other parties interested in this information, and they're not as generous or as patient as we are. Make the right choice, Mr. Webb, for your country and for your own sake. Marcus drove home in a daze, Morrison's words echoing in his mind. Everything he thought he had discovered about Monroe's death had been turned upside down. Instead of uncovering a government conspiracy, he had apparently walked into a decades-old intelligence operation that was still active. But something about Morrison's story bothered him. The man had been too prepared, too polished, with evidence that conveniently supported his narrative. After 18 years in the archives, Marcus had developed an instinct for detecting fabricated documents, and some of the materials Morrison had shown him had felt wrong. Too clean, too perfectly aligned with the story being told. Back in his apartment, Marcus spread out all his research materials and began examining them with fresh eyes. If Morrison was lying, there should be inconsistencies in his narrative, details that didn't match the evidence Marcus had independently discovered. The first discrepancy was in the timeline. Morrison claimed that Soviet agents had killed Monroe when their operation was exposed, but the wiretap summaries Marcus had found suggested that organised crime figures had been discussing Monroe's death before it happened. If the Soviets were responsible, why were American criminals involved in planning the cover-up? The second problem was Kenneth Yamamoto's story. Morrison claimed the old man was a Soviet sleeper agent, but Yamamoto's personnel file showed he had been thoroughly vetted when he joined the coroner's office, including a background check that went back to his childhood in a Japanese-American internment camp during World War II. It was possible, but unlikely, that Soviet intelligence could have placed an agent so deep in American society so early. The third inconsistency was the most troubling. Morrison had claimed that American intelligence agencies had been deceived by Soviet disinformation, but the cross-reference card Marcus had found suggested that federal agencies had been actively involved in managing Monroe's file from the beginning. If they were being fooled, why were they coordinating the cover-up? Marcus realised he needed more information before making any decisions. He called the hospital where Yamamoto was being treated, using his official credentials to inquire about the patient's condition. Mr. Yamamoto was discharged this morning, the nurse informed him, released to family care. Can you give me a contact number for his family? I'm sorry, but there's no family listed in his file. He was picked up by representatives from a private care facility. Marcus felt a chill. Yamamoto had been taken somewhere by unknown people, just hours after Morrison had revealed the old man's alleged role as a Soviet agent. Either Morrison's story was true and American intelligence was protecting a valuable defector, or Yamamoto was being silenced permanently to prevent him from contradicting Morrison's narrative. That evening, Marcus made a decision that would either save his life or end it. He called the number Morrison had given him and arranged another meeting, but this time he would be recording the conversation and asking much more specific questions. They met at a different location, a parking garage downtown where Morrison's voice would echo enough to mask any recording equipment Marcus might be carrying. The federal agent seemed more relaxed this time, confident that his previous arguments had been persuasive. Have you made a decision, Mr. Webb? I'm leaning toward accepting your offer, Marcus lied smoothly, but I need to understand a few more details before I sign anything. For instance, how did Soviet intelligence initially recruit Monroe as an asset? Morrison seemed pleased by the question. Through her psychiatrist, a man named Ralph Greenson. The Soviets had compromised him years earlier using financial pressure and blackmail. He gradually convinced Monroe that she was serving American interests by documenting her interactions with the Kennedy brothers. And the organised crime connections? How do they fit into a Soviet operation? The Soviets used existing criminal networks to maintain plausible deniability. If the operation was exposed, it would look like a mob hit rather than foreign espionage. Morrison's explanation was smooth and confident. Very sophisticated tradecraft. Marcus nodded as if satisfied, but internally he was noting another problem with Morrison's story. Ralph Greenson had been Monroe's psychiatrist, but he was also a respected member of the psychoanalytic community with no known criminal or intelligence connections. It would have been extremely difficult for foreign agents to compromise him without detection. What about the diary microfilm? How did it end up in the Federal Archives if it was Soviet disinformation? Our people recovered it during the cleanup operation and kept it as evidence of the Soviet infiltration. It was supposed to be destroyed years ago, but bureaucratic incompetence led to it being misfiled instead. Morrison shrugged. Government efficiency at work. But Marcus knew that wasn't true either. The microfilm canister had been labelled and filed according to standard federal archival procedures, not hastily misfiled during a crisis. Someone had deliberately preserved Monroe's diary photographs and hidden them where they might eventually be discovered. The conversation continued for another 30 minutes, with Morrison providing increasingly elaborate explanations for every inconsistency Marcus raised. By the end, Marcus was convinced that Morrison was lying about almost everything, but he still wasn't sure what the truth actually was. I'll need the weekend to review the legal documents, Marcus said finally. Can I call you Monday with my decision? Of course. But don't wait too long. Other parties are becoming impatient and they may not be as generous as we are. As they parted ways, Marcus noticed that Morrison's casual confidence had been replaced by something harder and more calculating. The federal agent was beginning to suspect that Marcus wasn't as convinced as he pretended to be. Marcus spent the weekend conducting his own investigation into David Morrison, using public records and online resources to trace the man's background. What he found was disturbing. Morrison existed in official records, but his history was suspiciously clean, and his government connections were vague and difficult to verify. More importantly, Marcus discovered that Morrison's story about Kenneth Yamamoto being a Soviet agent was completely fabricated. The old man's military service records showed he had served with distinction in Vietnam, and his decades of work at the coroner's office had been exemplary. There was no evidence whatsoever of foreign intelligence connections. Marcus realized that Morrison was part of a different kind of conspiracy. Not Soviet espionage, but an ongoing American operation to suppress information about Monroe's death that could still damage powerful interests 60 years later. But if Morrison was lying about Soviet involvement, what was the real truth about Monroe's death? Marcus returned to the diary microfilm with fresh eyes, this time focusing not on the political implications but on the personal relationships Monroe described. The picture that emerged was of a woman caught between competing American power structures, political, criminal, and intelligence, all of whom had been using her for their own purposes. The Kennedy brothers hadn't been innocent victims of Soviet manipulation. According to Monroe's own words, they had been actively using her as an informal intelligence source, asking her to report on organised crime figures she encountered through her Hollywood connections. At the same time, those same crime figures had been pressuring her to spy on the Kennedys. Monroe's death hadn't been the result of foreign espionage. It had been the inevitable outcome of domestic power struggles that had spiralled out of control. Armed with this understanding, Marcus made a decision that would change everything. Instead of accepting Morrison's offer or going public with his discoveries, he would set a trap to expose the people who were still actively covering up Monroe's murder. Monday morning, Marcus called Morrison and arranged to meet that afternoon to sign the NDA and accept the financial settlement. But instead of going to the meeting, he spent the day making copies of all his evidence and distributing them to multiple journalists, historians, and government oversight organisations. By the time Morrison realised he had been deceived, it would be too late to suppress the information. Marcus also prepared a detailed written account of his investigation, including recordings of his conversations with Morrison and evidence of the ongoing cover-up activities. He uploaded everything to multiple cloud storage services and sent encrypted copies to trusted contacts with instructions to release the information if anything happened to him. At 3 p.m, Marcus called Morrison from a payphone outside the city. "I've decided not to accept your offer," he said simply. There was a long pause before Morrison responded, and when he did, his voice had lost all pretense of friendliness. "That's unfortunate, Mr. Webb. Very unfortunate indeed. I've made copies of everything and distributed them to people you can't reach or intimidate. If anything happens to me or to Kenneth Yamamoto, the whole story goes public immediately." "You have no idea what you're interfering with," Morrison said coldly. "This goes far beyond Monroe, far beyond the Kennedys. There are national security implications you can't possibly understand." "Then maybe it's time those implications were discussed in public instead of hidden in government vaults." Marcus hung up and drove to a safe location, a hotel in a different city where he could monitor news coverage and wait to see how Morrison's people would respond to his ultimatum. The answer came within hours. Every news organisation Marcus had contacted received simultaneous visits from federal agents who confiscated the materials he'd provided, claiming they contained classified information related to ongoing national security operations. The journalists were threatened with prosecution under the Espionage Act if they published anything about Monroe's death. But Marcus had anticipated this response. His most important evidence had been sent to international news organisations and academic institutions beyond the reach of American intelligence agencies. The story would come out, just not in the way he had originally planned. 3 days after Marcus's ultimatum, Kenneth Yamamoto was found dead in a private care facility outside Los Angeles. The official cause of death was listed as complications from respiratory failure, but no autopsy was performed, and the body was cremated within 24 hours. Marcus received the news through an encrypted message from one of his contacts, along with a warning that federal agents were actively searching for him. Morrison's people had decided that the threat Marcus posed outweighed any concerns about drawing attention to their activities. From his hotel room, Marcus watched as the story began to break in the international media. British newspapers published excerpts from Monroe's diary. German television aired interviews with intelligence experts who validated the documents, and academic conferences around the world began discussing the implications of what Marcus had discovered. The American media remained largely silent, but social media exploded with speculation and conspiracy theories. The official response from government agencies was predictable. They claimed the documents were fabrications designed to undermine public confidence in American institutions. But Marcus had one more card to play. Hidden among the materials he had distributed was a single photograph that would change everything. An image from the federal surveillance of Monroe's house on the night she died, showing a young man in a suit entering the building at 11:30 p.m. and leaving at 2:15 a.m. The man in the photograph was Robert Kennedy. When this image was published by a Swiss newspaper, it created an international sensation that no amount of government pressure could contain. The Attorney General of the United States had been present when Marilyn Monroe died, and federal agencies had spent 60 years covering up that fact. Within a week, congressional hearings were announced, federal archives were subpoenaed, and the Monroe case was reopened for the first time since 1982. Morrison and his associates found themselves under investigation rather than controlling it. But Marcus knew that his victory had come at a tremendous cost. Kenneth Yamamoto was dead, along with who knew how many other witnesses over the years. The truth about Monroe's death was finally emerging, but it was being purchased with blood. From his hiding place, Marcus watched as the story evolved beyond his original investigation. New witnesses came forward, additional documents were declassified, and the full scope of the cover-up began to emerge. Monroe's death had been just one incident in a larger pattern of government abuse that stretched across decades. The official narrative that finally emerged was more complex than any conspiracy theory. Monroe had indeed been murdered, but not by a single conspiracy. She had been killed by representatives of organised crime who feared she would expose their connections to the Kennedy administration. Federal agencies had covered up the crime not to protect the killers, but to prevent a scandal that could have brought down the government during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Both sides had been guilty of placing political considerations above justice, and both had been willing to sacrifice an innocent woman to protect their interests. 6 months after Marcus's investigation began, he testified before a closed session of the Senate Intelligence Committee, providing a detailed account of everything he'd discovered and everyone he'd encountered during his research. The committee's final report, heavily redacted but still explosive, confirmed most of Marcus's findings while adding new details that painted an even darker picture of government complicity in Monroe's death and its aftermath. Morrison and several of his associates were indicted on charges related to obstruction of justice and conspiracy to suppress evidence. Some were convicted and sentenced to prison, while others disappeared into the Federal Witness Protection Program or fled to countries without extradition treaties. Kenneth Yamamoto was posthumously vindicated, revealed to have been exactly what he claimed, an honest civil servant who had tried to do the right thing and been silenced for his efforts. The Monroe case was officially reclassified as an unsolved homicide, though everyone involved knew that the real perpetrators were long dead. The focus shifted to holding accountable the people who had spent 6 decades covering up the crime. Marcus returned to his job at the coroner's office, but his role had fundamentally changed. He became the unofficial guardian of transparency, ensuring that sensitive cases were handled with proper oversight and that evidence was preserved rather than suppressed. The archive where he worked was renamed the Kenneth Yamamoto Memorial Archive, and new protocols were established to prevent the kind of cover-up that had hidden Monroe's murder for so long. But Marcus knew that the victory was incomplete. Powerful people still had powerful secrets, and the machinery of government secrecy was still operating in ways that the public never saw. Monroe's case had been exceptional, only in that someone had finally been brave enough and persistent enough to challenge the official narrative. Late at night, alone in the archive that had become both his sanctuary and his burden, Marcus sometimes wondered how many other files contained hidden truths that would never see the light of day. How many other Kenneth Yamamotos had died to protect secrets that served no legitimate purpose? How many other Marilyn Monroes had been sacrificed on the altar of political expediency? The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal dirge, casting everything in that familiar shade of institutional yellow. But now Marcus saw the archive differently, not as a repository of the dead, but as a guardian of truth waiting for the right person to ask the right questions. In the end, that was all it had taken to bring down a 60-year conspiracy. One person willing to look closely at evidence that everyone else had been trained to ignore. The truth about Marilyn Monroe's death was finally known, but Marcus understood that it was just one thread in a much larger tapestry of secrets that continued to shape American society in ways that most people would never understand. As he locked the file cabinet and prepared to leave for the night, Marcus reflected on the price that had been paid for truth, and the price that would be paid for future truths. Kenneth Yamamoto's sacrifice had not been in vain, but it had been a stark reminder that some knowledge came with a cost that few people were willing to pay. The archive fell silent except for the humming of the lights and the soft whisper of air through the ventilation system. In the darkness between the filing cabinets, the ghosts of American history waited patiently for the next brave soul to ask the questions that powerful people preferred to leave unanswered. Ben Norton had done his part to honour the dead by revealing how they had truly died. Now it was up to others to ensure that such secrets would not be buried so deeply or guarded so ruthlessly in the future. The truth about Marilyn Monroe was finally free, but the struggle for truth itself would continue long after the fluorescent lights went dark and the archive fell silent. In the end, that was the real lesson of the Kennedy cut, that democracy depended not on the wisdom of leaders or the efficiency of institutions, but on the courage of ordinary people to seek truth, even when that truth was dangerous to know. The file room had yielded its secrets, but somewhere in the vast machinery of government, new secrets were being created that would someday require new heroes to expose them. The eternal cycle of truth and concealment would continue as it always had, as it always would, until the day when transparency finally triumphed over secrecy, and the people could trust their government to tell them the truth about their own history. That day had not yet come, but Ben Norton had moved it a little closer. Welcome back to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's chilling tale, I want to give a thank you to Firehead Productions for suggesting this incredible story concept. Your creativity never ceases to amaze me, and I hope this supernatural thriller lives up to your expectations. If you have ideas for future stories, please drop them in the comments below. I love hearing from you all. And if you're enjoying these late night narratives, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more spine-tingling content. Now, let's begin. The elevator in Mumbai's gleaming titanium tower shouldn't have opened onto a Victorian seance room that reeked of sulphur and burning wax. Yet there it was, complete with mahogany table, ornate brass candlesticks, and a pentagram carved so deep into the wooden floor that the grooves still held shadows from another century. Zara Okafor pressed her palm against the temporal echo scanner clipped to her belt, feeling its familiar vibration as it registered impossible quantum readings. The device, her own invention, was designed to read the quantum imprints left by past events, like archaeological carbon dating but for time itself. Right now it was screaming warnings in frequencies only she could interpret. "This is what you called me halfway across the world for?" she asked the building manager, a nervous man named Patel, who kept dabbing sweat from his forehead despite the room's inexplicable chill. "A period film set someone forgot to clean up." "Please, Professor Okafor," Patel stammered. "Look at the blueprints. This space should be the 42nd floor executive conference room. But yesterday morning, maintenance opened the elevator and found this." Zara stepped deeper into the room, her boots echoing on floors that shouldn't exist. The candles were still warm, their wax pools fresh. Victorian chairs surrounded the table in perfect ritual formation, and books bound in cracked leather lay open to pages covered in symbols that seemed to writhe when she wasn't looking directly at them. Her scanner's readings intensified. According to the quantum signatures, this room had existed here for over a century, but the building had only been completed 3 years ago. "The witnesses," she said, not taking her eyes off a particularly complex ritual circle burned into the table's surface. "Tell me exactly what they saw." Patel's voice trembled. The night security guard reported seeing figures in Victorian dress performing some kind of ceremony. They spoke in English, but he heard their voices through the walls even when they were whispering. The audio surveillance picked up every word, but when we played it back... "No sound waves," Zara finished. She'd seen similar phenomena in her research, temporal echoes of events so traumatic or significant that they left quantum impressions across multiple timeline layers. The voices registered on equipment but produced no actual acoustic disturbance. Exactly. And Professor Okafor, they mentioned you by name. A chill that had nothing to do with the room's supernatural temperature ran through Zara's spine. She'd spent 8 years perfecting temporal echo technology, investigating sites where the past seemed to bleed through into the present. She'd documented impossible archaeological finds, recorded conversations with people who'd been dead for centuries, and mapped quantum anomalies that mainstream science refused to acknowledge. But never had any of her subjects known she was coming. What exactly did they say? Patel pulled out his phone, hands shaking as he accessed the audio file. The playback was crystal clear. Victorian English accents discussing ritual preparation, astronomical alignments, and something called the ninth convergence. Then, cutting through the ceremonial chanting like a blade through silk, came words that made Zara's chest tighten. She approaches. The quantum archaeologist, sister to the lost one. When Zara Okafor crosses our threshold, the final seal weakens. The ninth cipher reveals itself, and all worlds converge as one. The recording ended in silence that felt heavier than sound. Zara's hand instinctively moved to the silver pendant around her neck, the last thing her brother Kwame had given her before he disappeared during a university séance 15 years ago. The police had called it a missing person case. The other students claimed he'd simply vanished mid-sentence while attempting to contact a Victorian-era spirit. No one had believed the supernatural explanations except Zara, and that belief had driven her to develop technology that could prove the impossible. Now, standing in a room that couldn't exist, listening to voices from the past speak her name, she wondered if Kwame's disappearance had been the beginning of something far larger than she had ever imagined. Her scanner detected movement behind her. She spun around to find a man in an expensive suit standing in the doorway, tall, silver-haired, with the kind of authoritative presence that suggested military or intelligence background. "Professor Okafor," he said in a crisp British accent, "I'm Marcus Chen, formerly of MI6. We need to talk." "The building was sealed," Patel protested. "How did you—" "The same way this room appeared where it shouldn't exist," Marcus replied smoothly. "Reality has been developing significant structural problems lately, and I believe the good professor's expertise is exactly what we need to understand why." Zara studied him carefully. Her scanner was picking up unusual quantum signatures from his direction. Not temporal echoes, but something else. Something that suggested he'd been exposed to the same kind of anomaly she was detecting here. "You've seen this before," she said. It wasn't a question. 9 times in the last 3 months across 6 continents. Victorian séance rooms materializing in modern buildings. Golden Dawn ritual chambers appearing in locations where the organization once operated. Each incident stronger than the last. Each one corresponding to specific dates from 1888 to 1900. Marcus stepped into the room, seemingly unaffected by its supernatural atmosphere. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn wasn't just practicing ceremonial magic, Professor Okafor. They were the world's first quantum consciousness researchers, and their so-called failed rituals were actually successful beyond their wildest dreams. They fractured reality across parallel timelines, and now those fractures are healing by merging all possible worlds into one chaotic singularity. "That's impossible," Zara said automatically, even as her scanner confirmed readings that supported his outrageous claims. "Is it? You've spent years proving that time isn't linear, that consciousness can leave quantum imprints that persist across centuries. Your brother disappeared during a séance, didn't he? Not missing, displaced. Shifted to a parallel timeline where the Golden Dawn succeeded in their ultimate goal." Zara's chest constricted. "How could you possibly know about Kwame?" "Because I've been tracking Golden Dawn descendants and their activities for 23 years. Because I've seen what happens when reality fractures start to converge. And because 3 days ago, I received a message from someone claiming to be your brother, sent from a timeline where magic and science evolved together, warning that our reality is about to be consumed by something far worse than mere chaos." Marcus pulled out a tablet, swiping to a recorded video message. The screen showed a man in his 30s wearing Victorian-style clothing mixed with futuristic technology. Brass goggles with quantum processors, a coat that seemed to shift between textures, devices that combined ancient symbols with advanced engineering. But the face was unmistakably familiar, aged 15 years, but still recognizably her little brother. "Zara," Kwame's voice said from the recording, slightly distorted by interdimensional static. I don't know if this message will reach the right timeline, but if you're hearing this, then the convergence has begun. The Golden Dawn didn't just fracture reality, they created a failsafe. 9 rituals designed to reset existence if humanity ever faced extinction. But they were never meant to be activated simultaneously. Something is using the fractures to complete all 9 ceremonies at once, and when it succeeds, every possible world will collapse into a single point of absolute chaos. You have to find the others. You have to stop the 9th cipher before... The message cut off in a burst of static that made Zara's scanner scream warnings. The others? She asked, her scientific skepticism warring with desperate hope that her brother might still be alive, even in another reality. A team I've been assembling for years, people with the skills and knowledge necessary to prevent a multiverse collapse. A quantum physicist who's been developing interdimensional communication technology. An occult historian who happens to be descended from Golden Dawn founders. A priest who's been documenting supernatural manifestations across multiple religions. We're going to need all of them if we want to save not just our world, but every possible version of it. Zara looked around the impossible Victorian room one more time, her scanner confirming that reality was indeed becoming increasingly unstable. The quantum signatures were growing stronger, as if the barrier between past and present, between possible and actual, was wearing thin. If I agree to help, she said carefully, I want answers. Real ones. How did the Golden Dawn actually fracture reality? What exactly are these 9 rituals? And what's powerful enough to manipulate quantum fractures across multiple timelines? Marcus smiled grimly. Professor, those are exactly the right questions. Unfortunately, the answers are going to challenge everything you thought you knew about the nature of existence itself. As if in response to his words, the Victorian room shimmered, its edges becoming translucent. Through the wavering reality, Zara glimpsed other versions of the same space, one where advanced technology mixed with magical symbols, one where the room was filled with shadows that moved independently of their sources, one where she herself stood in the same spot but wearing clothes she'd never owned. The fractures are accelerating, Marcus said urgently. We have perhaps a week before the convergence reaches critical mass. Will you help us prevent every possible reality from collapsing into chaos? Zara thought of her brother's face on the screen, aged by years in another timeline but still unmistakably Kwame. She thought of the quantum signatures that proved the impossible was not only possible but actively happening. She thought of the responsibility that came with being one of the only people on Earth who could detect and potentially stop a multiverse-level catastrophe. Where do we start? She asked. Professor Esther Blackwood's London office looked exactly like what people expected from a 70-year-old occult historian. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes, crystal formations that caught afternoon light in rainbow patterns, and artifacts from a dozen different magical traditions displayed in glass cases. What they didn't expect was the quantum field generator humming quietly in the corner, or the holographic displays showing multiverse probability calculations floating above antique ritual implements. "You're late," she said without looking up from her work as Zara and Marcus entered. She was examining a brass ceremonial cup through what appeared to be a high-tech magnifying device that projected detailed molecular analyses into the air. The Canterbury manifestation occurred 17 minutes ago. Reality fracture duration: 4 minutes and 37 seconds, 11 seconds longer than yesterday's incident in Prague. Zara's scanner immediately began registering the same impossible quantum signatures she'd detected in Mumbai, but here they were layered and complex, as if multiple temporal echoes were overlapping in the same space. "You can measure the fractures?" Zara asked, impressed despite her caution. "My dear," Esther said, finally looking up with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and something else, knowledge that carried the weight of terrible secrets. "My great-great-grandmother was Isabella Frances Blackwood, one of the founding members of the Golden Dawn. I've been tracking reality disturbances for most of my academic career, long before modern science developed instruments sensitive enough to detect quantum consciousness manipulation. She gestured to the artifacts around her office. Every item here has been touched by Golden Dawn rituals. Every book contains records of their experiments with what they called astral projection, but what we now understand as quantum consciousness displacement. And every reading I've taken in the past 3 months confirms what my family has known for over a century. The 9 founding rituals weren't failures. They were too successful. Marcus moved to examine a detailed map of the world covered in pins and connecting strings. Show her the pattern. Esther joined him at the map, pointing to locations marked in different colours. Red pins mark completed manifestations. Mumbai, Prague, Canterbury, San Francisco, Cairo, Athens, Berlin and Tokyo. 8 of the 9 original Golden Dawn temple locations. Each manifestation corresponds exactly to the date and time when the historical rituals were performed, adjusted for modern time zones. And the 9th? Zara asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. London, the original temple beneath the city, in tunnels that predate the Golden Dawn by centuries. According to family records, the 9th ritual was designed as a master key, a way to either open all reality fractures permanently or seal them forever. It was scheduled for October 31st, 1899, but was never performed because the order disbanded after internal conflicts. Zara studied the map more carefully, noting the mathematical precision of the location relationships. The positioning isn't random. The 8 completed sites form a geometric pattern. An octagram, Esther confirmed. 8 points of a star with London at the centre. Sacred geometry combined with quantum mechanics. Consciousness manipulation through precise spatial and temporal coordinates. The Victorian occultists were more sophisticated than anyone realised. A new voice interrupted from the doorway. They were also completely insane, but that's what made them effective. All 3 turned to see a young Japanese man in his late 20s, wearing a lab coat over casual clothes, his hair dishevelled and his eyes bright with the manic intensity of someone who'd been awake for days pursuing a breakthrough discovery. Kai Nakamura, he said, extending his hand to Zara. Quantum physicist, multiverse theorist, and apparently the only person crazy enough to build actual interdimensional communication equipment instead of just writing papers about it. His handshake felt normal, but Zara's scanner detected quantum disturbances around him that suggested recent exposure to reality fractures. You've been in contact with parallel timelines. For the past 6 months, ever since the Mumbai incident, my equipment picked up the quantum disruption from halfway around the world. Reality fractures generate specific frequency signatures that propagate through what I call the dimensional substrate. I've been monitoring them, and Professor, they're not random occurrences. Someone is deliberately completing the Golden Dawn rituals in sequence. Kai moved to Esther's desk and pulled out a tablet showing complex waveform analyses. Each manifestation generates quantum resonance that makes the next one easier to achieve. It's like tuning forks. Once one starts vibrating at the right frequency, it encourages harmonic resonance in the others. The fractures are building toward a crescendo. The 9th ritual, Marcus said grimly. Whoever's behind this needs all 8 preliminary ceremonies completed before attempting the master key. How long do we have? Based on the acceleration pattern, maybe 4 days. But here's the really disturbing part. I've been receiving messages through my equipment from parallel versions of ourselves. Different timelines where the Golden Dawn succeeded, where magic became integrated with science, where reality fractures are a known phenomenon. And in every single timeline, when someone attempts to complete all 9 rituals simultaneously. What happens? Zara asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Total collapse. Not just of our reality, but of the entire multiverse structure. Every possible world, every alternate timeline, every quantum possibility, all of it compressed into a single point of infinite chaos. Imagine every story that was ever told, or could be told, trying to exist in the same space at the same time. The office fell silent, except for the humming of quantum equipment and the distant sounds of London traffic. Zara processed what she'd learned. Her brother trapped in an alternate timeline, reality fractures accelerating toward catastrophic convergence, and apparently a team of experts who'd been preparing for this exact scenario. "There's something else," Esther said quietly. "The messages Kai has been receiving, some of them are from your brother." Zara's heart stopped. "Kwame? He's been trying to contact us?" Kai nodded, pulling up another file on his tablet. 3 different versions of him, actually, from 3 different timelines. All warning about the same thing, but each from a reality where the Golden Dawn experiments had different outcomes. In one timeline, he became a Golden Dawn adept himself. In another, he's leading a resistance against magical totalitarianism. In the third... He paused, looking uncomfortable. "In the third, he's dead," Marcus finished. "Killed trying to prevent a previous attempt at multiverse collapse. But his consciousness somehow persisted across dimensional boundaries, and he's been trying to warn us about what's coming." Zara felt a mixture of hope and despair that threatened to overwhelm her scientific objectivity. "Can I talk to him?" "We've been trying to establish stable communication, but the quantum interference is getting worse as the fractures multiply. The best we can manage are brief messages, usually fragmented, and..." A new alarm sounded from Kai's equipment. He rushed to check his readings, his face paling as data streams flowed across multiple screens. "Another manifestation," he announced, "but this one's different. It's not at one of the original Golden Dawn sites. It's..." He looked up with genuine fear in his eyes. "It's here. In London. Someone just activated a massive reality fracture directly beneath the city." Through the office windows, Zara could see impossible things beginning to happen in the streets below. Victorian carriages materialised between modern cars. People in period dress walked through crowds of confused pedestrians. Gaslight flickered alongside electric street lamps, and buildings seemed to shift between architectural styles as she watched. "The 9th ritual has begun," Esther said, her voice carrying the weight of inherited knowledge and terrible certainty. "Whoever's behind this didn't wait for the scheduled completion. They're forcing the convergence now." "Then we stop them now," Zara said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. A week ago she'd been a sceptical academic. Now she was apparently part of a team trying to prevent multiverse collapse. "Where exactly is this underground temple?" Marcus was already moving toward a cabinet filled with what looked like military equipment mixed with mystical artifacts. "Bank Station, Northern Line. The tunnels there connect to a network of underground chambers that predate London itself. Some say they were built by Romans, others claim they're much older. The Golden Dawn used them because the location sits on multiple ley line intersections, natural quantum weak points that make reality manipulation easier." "We'll need backup," Esther said, gathering books and artifacts with practiced efficiency. "There's one more team member you should meet." As if summoned by her words, another figure appeared in the office doorway. A tall black woman in clerical collar and practical boots, carrying a backpack that clinked with the sound of metal objects. "Sarah Oduya," she said, extending her hand to Zara. Anglican priest, theological researcher, and apparently the team member responsible for spiritual protection during interdimensional horror shows. Zara shook her hand, noting the firm grip and the calm confidence in Sarah's manner. "You're prepared for supernatural combat." "I prefer to think of it as theological negotiation with hostile entities," Sarah replied with a slight smile. "But yes, I've been tracking reality fractures from the religious angle. When dead saints start appearing to warn about the end of all possible worlds, the church pays attention." Outside, London was becoming increasingly unstable. Through the windows, Zara could see multiple versions of the same buildings occupying the same space. People walking through walls that existed in some timelines but not others, and strange lights pulsing beneath the streets as if something massive was awakening in the underground. "How do we get to Bank Station through that chaos?" Zara asked. "Very carefully," Marcus replied, shouldering a pack filled with equipment she couldn't identify. "And with the understanding that once we go underground, we might not be dealing with just one reality anymore. The closer we get to the 9th ritual site, the more unstable the dimensional boundaries become. Kai's equipment screamed another warning. Quantum cascade failure in progress. Reality coherence dropping below critical thresholds. Whatever they're doing down there, it's working faster than any of my models predicted. Then we better hurry, Esther said, tucking a leather-bound book into her coat. Because according to family records, the 9th cipher doesn't just reset reality. It allows whoever completes the ritual to choose which reality survives. And I very much doubt that whoever's behind this has humanity's best interests at heart. As they prepared to leave the office and venture into London's increasingly unstable streets, Zara caught a glimpse of something impossible reflected in the window. Her brother Kwame, older and wearing strange clothes, standing behind her and mouthing words she couldn't quite understand. When she turned around, he wasn't there, but her scanner confirmed that something had definitely been in the room with them, something that existed in the quantum space between realities. The hunt for the 9th cipher was about to begin, and Zara realised that saving all possible worlds might require sacrificing everything she thought she knew about the nature of existence itself. The London Underground had become a kaleidoscope of overlapping timelines. Victorian steam trains materialised on tracks beside modern electric carriages, passengers from different centuries occupying the same platforms without seeming to see each other, and station announcements echoed in languages that predated English by millennia. Zara's scanner was registering quantum signatures so complex that its display resembled abstract art rather than scientific data. Reality wasn't just fracturing, it was layering, with multiple versions of the same locations existing simultaneously in an impossible geographic palimpsest. "Stay close," Marcus warned as they descended into Bank Station. "The dimensional boundaries are completely unstable here. Step through the wrong doorway, and you might find yourself in a timeline where the Blitz never ended, or where the Great Fire consumed all of London." Sarah clutched her backpack tighter, the metal objects inside chiming like wind chimes with each step. "I'm detecting spiritual entities from at least 4 different historical periods. Some are human souls displaced by the reality fractures, but others..." She paused, listening to something only she could hear. Others are something else entirely. Something that was never human but has been waiting in the spaces between worlds for exactly this kind of dimensional chaos. The platform around Bank Station was a maze of conflicting architectures. Victorian ironwork intersected with Roman stone, medieval timber supported modern concrete, and everywhere the eye looked, passages led into tunnels that belonged to different eras entirely. Other passengers moved through the space like ghosts, each existing fully in their own timeline but only partially visible to the others. "There," Esther said, pointing toward a maintenance door marked with symbols that seemed to shift between runic scripts, alchemical notation, and mathematical formulas. "That doorway shouldn't exist in any normal timeline. It's a Golden Dawn modification keyed to specific quantum frequencies." Kai consulted his portable equipment, frowning at readings that defied conventional physics. "The reality distortion is strongest in that direction. Whatever's generating the dimensional cascade, it's directly beneath us, maybe 50 meters down, in tunnels that my scans suggest are significantly older than London itself." As they approached the doorway, Zara's scanner detected movement in her peripheral vision. She turned to see figures in Victorian dress performing some kind of ritual, in what appeared to be a gaslit version of the same platform. They were translucent but becoming more solid with each passing moment, as if the boundary between their timeline and the present was dissolving. "The original Golden Dawn members," Esther whispered. "Somehow the reality fractures are pulling their consciousness forward from the past. They're trying to complete rituals that were interrupted over a century ago." One of the Victorian figures looked directly at Zara, his eyes burning with an intensity that transcended temporal boundaries. When he spoke, his voice carried across dimensions with perfect clarity. "The 9th cipher awakens. The architecture of all worlds bends toward convergence. She who reads the quantum echoes must choose preservation or transformation, stasis or evolution. The shadow of the lost brother guides, but the final decision rests with she who bridges science and mystery. Before Zara could respond, the figure dissipated like smoke, leaving only the lingering scent of sulphur and old books. "They know you're here," Marcus observed grimly. "Whatever's behind the reality fractures, it's not just completing the Golden Dawn rituals, it's using the original practitioners as quantum anchors, pulling their consciousness through time to empower the ceremonies." The maintenance door opened at Esther's touch, revealing a spiral staircase that descended far deeper than should have been possible, given London's underground infrastructure. The stairs were carved from stone that looked older than the Roman occupation, covered with symbols that seemed to writhe and change when viewed directly. Pre-Celtic construction, Esther identified as they began their descent. These tunnels were built by whoever lived in this area before recorded history. The Golden Dawn didn't create this place. They found it and recognized its significance as a natural quantum focal point. The deeper they went, the more unstable reality became. Zara's scanner was detecting temporal echoes from dozens of different historical periods, all overlapping in the same physical space. She glimpsed Roman legionaries marching through medieval monks, Victorian occultists conducting ceremonies while Tudor-era plague victims wandered past, and stranger things. Figures in clothing that belonged to no historical period she recognized, speaking languages that hurt to hear. Multiple timeline convergence, Kai explained, consulting instruments that sparked with interdimensional static. The ninth ritual site is acting like a quantum sinkhole, pulling fragments of reality from across the entire multiverse. Every possible version of these tunnels that ever existed or could exist is trying to occupy the same space. They reached the bottom of the stairs to find themselves in a vast underground chamber that defied architectural logic. The ceiling stretched upward into darkness, punctuated by lights that might have been stars or distant fires. Columns supported nothing while arches connected to empty air, and passages led off in directions that included several that shouldn't have been geometrically possible. At the chamber's centre stood a massive circular altar covered with symbols from every magical tradition Zara had ever encountered, and several she was certain no human had ever seen. Around the altar, figures in modern clothing operated equipment that combined cutting-edge technology with Victorian occult implements. Quantum computers linked to crystal formations, holographic displays showing ritual circles, and devices that seemed to channel energy from multiple dimensional sources. Leading the operation was a woman in an expensive business suit whose eyes held the same burning intensity Zara had seen in the Victorian apparition. She looked up as the team entered the chamber, smiling with the confidence of someone who had orchestrated every detail of their arrival. "Professor Okafor," she said in a cultured British accent. "Victoria Ashford, though I suspect Marcus has already told you about me. Welcome to the convergence point of all possible realities. I trust you're prepared to witness the birth of a new multiverse." "You're the one behind the reality fractures," Zara accused, her scanner screaming warnings about the quantum energies building around the altar. "I'm simply completing work that was abandoned prematurely over a century ago," Victoria replied. The Golden Dawn understood that consciousness shapes reality at the quantum level, but they lack the technology to achieve stable multiverse manipulation. I'm rectifying that oversight. Around the altar, her technicians continued their work with practiced efficiency. Holographic displays showed the 8 completed ritual sites, each one pulsing with energy that fed into the London nexus. Reality distortions rippled outward from their location, growing stronger with each pulse. "You don't understand what you're doing," Esther protested, moving forward with the authority of inherited knowledge. "The 9th cipher isn't meant to merge realities, it's meant to choose one and seal the others permanently. Attempting to hold all possibilities open simultaneously will cause total multiverse collapse." "Will it?" Victoria asked. "Or will it finally allow humanity to transcend the limitations of single timeline existence? Imagine a reality where every choice leads to success, where death is temporary because consciousness can shift between alternate versions of itself, where the barriers between magic and science, between possible and actual, no longer exist. She gestured to the equipment around the altar, where readings showed reality coherence dropping toward critical thresholds. My calculations indicate that controlled multiverse convergence will create a stable hybrid reality incorporating the best elements from every possible timeline: magic, advanced technology, expanded consciousness, all coexisting in perfect harmony. "Your calculations are wrong," Kai interrupted, pulling out his own equipment to show waveform analyses that painted a very different picture. "I've been monitoring interdimensional communications for months. Every timeline where someone attempts total convergence results in the same outcome: complete collapse into quantum chaos. You're not creating a better reality. You're destroying all realities." Victoria's smile never wavered. Perhaps that's exactly what needs to happen. Perhaps existence itself needs to be reset, freed from the constraints of linear time and singular possibility. "I've been in contact with entities from parallel timelines who assure me that what appears to be destruction is actually transformation into something far more magnificent." "What entities?" Sarah asked, the clerical training apparently providing insight into the spiritual dimensions of the situation. "The collective consciousness of every failed timeline," Victoria replied. "Every reality that collapsed due to war, environmental destruction, or simple entropy. They've been waiting in the quantum spaces between worlds, and the reality fractures are giving them a chance to merge with successful timelines, to finally exist again, even if it means reshaping the entire multiverse in the process." Zara felt a chill of understanding. "You're not just trying to control the multiverse convergence, you're being controlled by something that wants to absorb every possible reality into itself." "Absorption implies loss," Victoria said, but something flickered in her eyes, uncertainty or perhaps fear. "This is evolution, expansion, the next step in consciousness development." Around them, the reality distortions were accelerating. Zara could see through translucent walls into other versions of the same chamber, some where the ritual had already succeeded and created impossible geometric spaces filled with entities that had never been human, others where the chamber was empty, ruins in a world that had ended centuries ago, and still others where different versions of their own team fought the same battle with different outcomes. "The convergence is reaching critical mass," one of Victoria's technicians announced. "Reality coherence at 15% and dropping. Multiverse stability, showing significant quantum cascade effects." Through the chaos, Zara heard something that made her heart stop. Kwame's voice speaking from multiple timelines simultaneously. "Zara, the ninth cipher isn't about choosing a reality, it's about choosing what kind of consciousness will survive the convergence. You have to complete the ritual, but not the way she's doing it. There's another pattern, a way to create controlled selection instead of total merger. But you have to act now, before the quantum cascade becomes irreversible." She looked around the chamber and realized with growing horror that they might already be too late. Reality wasn't just fracturing anymore, it was dissolving, and something vast and hungry was emerging from the spaces between worlds to devour every possible future that had ever existed. The chamber erupted in chaos as multiple versions of reality tried to occupy the same space simultaneously. Victorian Golden Dawn members materialized alongside Roman priests. Medieval alchemists appeared next to figures in environmental suits who might have been from humanity's far future. And through it all, entities that had never been human writhed in the dimensional spaces between what was real and what was possible. Zara's scanner was beyond overloaded, its readings resembling static more than scientific data. But through the quantum noise, she could detect something else, a pattern, a mathematical structure underlying the apparent chaos. The ninth cipher wasn't random destruction. It was following specific rules that governed how consciousness could be preserved during multiverse collapse. The ritual circle, she shouted to her team over the dimensional storm, is not just about merging realities, it's about choosing which aspects of consciousness survive the convergence. Kwame was right. There's another way to complete it. Victoria's technicians were losing control of their equipment. Holographic displays flickered between timelines, showing the same ritual being performed with different outcomes across multiple realities. In some versions, the convergence created a stable hybrid universe. In others, it destroyed everything, leaving only empty quantum foam where infinite possibilities had once existed. The quantum cascade is accelerating beyond our parameters, one technician reported, his voice tight with fear. Reality coherence at 8%. We're approaching total dimensional breakdown. Then we adapt, Victoria replied. But Zara could see the first cracks in her confidence. Whatever entities had been guiding her calculations weren't providing solutions for outcomes that deviated from their predictions. Sarah had opened her backpack and was arranging metal objects in a defensive pattern around the team. Crucifixes, ceremonial daggers, symbols from multiple religious traditions, and other items that seemed designed for spiritual combat. The entities Victoria mentioned, she called out, they're not just collective consciousness from failed timelines. They're something else, something that feeds on collapsed realities. They've been manipulating events to create the convergence because they need the quantum energy released by multiverse destruction. Parasites, Esther confirmed, consulting one of her ancient books, even as reality warped around them. My family records describe them as devourers of possibility, beings that exist in the conceptual space between what is and what could be. They can only fully manifest when reality itself becomes unstable enough to bridge that gap. Through the chamber's shifting geometry, Zara could see these entities more clearly now, shapes that hurt to look at directly, geometries that included angles that shouldn't exist, consciousness that was simultaneously vast and empty. They were emerging from the quantum fractures like living shadows, drawn by the energy being released as infinite realities collapsed toward a single point. Kai, she called out, can your equipment establish communication with the parallel timelines? I need to talk to Kwame directly. I'm trying, but the dimensional interferences... His tablet sparked and went dark, then flickered back to life, showing a face that was unmistakably her brother, though aged and marked by experiences she couldn't imagine. Zara, listen carefully. The entities feeding Victoria false calculations. They're not from failed timelines. They're what creates failed timelines. They exist by consuming the quantum potential of collapsed realities. The ninth ritual can stop them, but only if it's performed as a selection process instead of a merger. How? She asked. Moving toward the altar where Victoria's technicians were still trying to control equipment that was responding to forces beyond their understanding. The original Golden Dawn design included a safeguard, Kwame's image explained, his voice cutting through interdimensional static. 9 points of consciousness anchored in 9 different timeline versions of the ritual. Instead of merging all realities, they create a selection matrix, a way to choose which elements from each possibility survive while allowing the rest to gracefully dissolve. But it requires 9 willing participants who can maintain consciousness coherence across multiple timelines simultaneously. I count 5 of us, Marcus said grimly, dodging a piece of Victorian furniture that materialised and dematerialised in the same space he'd been standing. How do we find 4 more participants when reality is falling apart around us? You don't need to find them, Kwame replied. You need to become them. The ritual allows consciousness to split across parallel versions of itself. Each of you can anchor multiple timeline positions, but the process... His image flickered with static. The process. What? Zara demanded. It's potentially fatal to your original consciousness. You'd be spreading your awareness across multiple versions of reality simultaneously. Some versions of you would survive, others wouldn't. There's no guarantee which consciousness would remain primary after the convergence. Victoria had been listening, her expression shifting from confidence to desperate calculation. That's not what the entities told me. They said total merger was possible without consciousness fragmentation. They lied, Sarah said bluntly, her spiritual training apparently providing insight into deceptive supernatural entities. Parasitic beings that feed on collapsed realities wouldn't want you to preserve multiple timeline stability. They need total chaos to manifest fully in our dimension. Around the altar, reality distortions were accelerating beyond anything Zara had seen. Through translucent walls, she could observe dozens of different versions of the same chamber, some where her team had already failed and the entities were consuming the remnants of collapsed timelines, others where different versions of the ritual were creating entirely new forms of existence, and still others where the chamber itself had become something that transcended physical space entirely. Reality coherence at 4%, Victoria's lead technician announced, his voice barely audible over the dimensional storm. Quantum cascade approaching critical threshold. Whatever we're going to do, it has to be now. Zara made the decision that would either save every possible world or destroy them all. We perform the selection ritual, she announced. 9 consciousness anchors, controlled convergence instead of total merger. But I want everyone to understand. Some versions of us might not survive the process. Better than no version surviving, Kai replied pragmatically, already connecting his equipment to the altar's quantum resonators. Besides, if Kwame is right about the selection matrix, we'll be choosing which aspects of each timeline to preserve. We can bias the selection toward realities where consciousness survives intact. Esther was arranging artifacts from her collection around the altar's perimeter, creating a geometric pattern that combined Golden Dawn symbolism with mathematical formulas for quantum consciousness manipulation. The family records include specific instructions for consciousness anchoring. Each participant needs a quantum resonator calibrated to their individual neural frequency. I can provide those, Victoria said quietly. When the team looked at her in surprise, she continued, My equipment was designed for this exact purpose. Whatever entities were manipulating me, the technology itself is sound. I'd rather use it to save reality than watch it be consumed by interdimensional parasites. Sarah began arranging her spiritual artifacts in protective patterns around each team member's position. Theological protection for consciousness fragmentation, she explained. Different religious traditions have developed techniques for maintaining spiritual integrity during transcendent experiences. You'll need them when your awareness starts spreading across multiple timelines. How do we know which timeline elements to preserve? Marcus asked as he took his position at one of the altar's 9 focal points. We trust our judgment, Zara replied, connecting her temporal echo scanner to Victoria's quantum resonators. Each anchor point will allow us to perceive multiple reality options. We choose based on what creates the most stable, beneficial outcome for conscious beings across all timelines. Kwame's image flickered back into focus. Zara, there's something else. The entities that have been manipulating events. They're not the only intelligence that's been watching the convergence. There are other beings, ones that want to preserve multiverse stability. They've been sending guidance through the quantum echoes, but their communication is subtle. Trust your instincts about which timeline elements feel right. The ritual began as Victoria's technicians initiated the quantum resonance sequence. Reality around the altar became increasingly fluid, with each participant existing simultaneously in multiple versions of the same moment. Zara could perceive herself in timelines where she'd made different career choices, different personal decisions, different scientific discoveries. Each version had access to knowledge and experiences that the others lacked. Through her consciousness anchor, she could see the selection matrix beginning to form, a vast multi-dimensional framework that displayed every possible outcome of the convergence. Some selections would preserve magic alongside science. Others would eliminate supernatural phenomena entirely, but advance technology centuries beyond current capabilities. Still others would create hybrid realities, where consciousness itself evolved into new forms. I can see the parasitic entities, Sarah reported from her anchor point. They're trying to influence the selection process, steering choices toward outcomes that would leave reality permanently unstable. We need to actively resist their suggestions. Focus on consciousness preservation, Esther added. My position is showing multiple options for how aware beings survive the convergence. Some preserve individual identity, others merge consciousness into collective intelligences, still others create new forms of awareness entirely. Kai's scientific training was proving invaluable as he analysed the quantum mechanics underlying each selection option. Mathematics are stable for controlled selection, but we need to maintain perfect synchronization. If any anchor point loses coherence, the entire matrix could collapse into chaotic merger. Around them, the entities that had been manipulating Victoria were becoming increasingly desperate, manifesting as geometric impossibilities that tried to disrupt the selection process. But Sarah's spiritual protections were holding, and the team's combined will was proving stronger than parasitic influence. "I can see Kwame," Zara announced, her consciousness spanning multiple timelines where her brother existed in different forms. In some realities he never disappeared. In others, he became a Golden Dawn master. In still others, he died, but his consciousness persisted as a guardian intelligence. Which version should we preserve? "All of them," came the unexpected reply from Marcus. "The selection matrix doesn't require choosing single timeline versions. We can preserve multiple variants of the same person across different reality layers. It creates more complex existence, but also more resilient consciousness networks." The revelation changed everything. Instead of choosing between different timeline options, they could create a layered reality where multiple versions coexisted in parallel dimensional space. Magic and science, individual and collective consciousness, technological advancement and spiritual evolution, all could be preserved simultaneously in a stable multiverse configuration. "Beginning final selection sequence," Victoria announced, her equipment now fully integrated with the team's consciousness anchors. Reality coherence stabilizing at controlled threshold, quantum cascade shifting from destructive to constructive merger. Through the selection matrix, Zara could see the new reality beginning to form, a complex but stable structure where consciousness could exist in multiple forms simultaneously, where the barriers between possible and actual were permeable but controlled, where beings could access knowledge and experiences from parallel versions of themselves without losing individual identity. The parasitic entities made one final attempt to disrupt the process, manifesting as a wave of geometric chaos that threatened to overwhelm the altar's protective barriers. But 9 anchored consciousnesses, working in perfect synchronization, proved more powerful than interdimensional parasites that fed on collapse possibility. "Selection complete," Kai announced as reality stabilized around them. Multiverse configuration, stable layered structure with controlled dimensional permeability. Consciousness preservation, multiple variants maintained across parallel reality layers. The chamber had transformed. Where before there had been chaotic dimensional overlap, now there was ordered complexity, multiple versions of the same space existing in harmony, accessible but distinct. Zara could perceive her brother in several different forms simultaneously, each representing a different timeline's outcome, but all equally real and present. "We did it," she said, hardly believing the evidence of her own senses. "We actually created a stable multiverse convergence." "Not created," Esther corrected, consulting readings that showed reality settling into its new configuration. "Guided. The potential was always there, waiting for conscious beings to make informed choices about how possibility becomes actuality." Victoria looked around at the reality they'd shaped, her expression mixing relief with wonder. "The entities that manipulated me, they're gone, cut off from their food source when we prevented total collapse. But the benefits they promised, expanded consciousness, magical integration with science, transcendence of linear time, those are all actually happening, just in a stable way instead of chaotic destruction." Sarah was gathering her spiritual artifacts, their purpose fulfilled. "The theological implications are staggering. We've just proved that consciousness can actively participate in reality creation. Free will isn't just about individual choices, it extends to the fundamental structure of existence itself." "And the scientific implications," Kai added. his equipment registering quantum signatures that would revolutionize physics, suggest that magic and technology aren't opposite approaches to understanding reality. They're different methods for interacting with the same underlying consciousness-responsive quantum substrate. As the team prepared to leave the transform chamber and explore the new reality they'd helped create, Zara realized that her journey had come full circle. She'd started as a quantum archaeologist investigating impossible temporal echoes. Now she was a multiverse architect who'd helped preserve infinite possibilities while preventing chaos from consuming all potential futures. "What happens now?" Marcus asked as they climbed stairs that led to a London that existed in multiple timeline layers simultaneously. "Now," Zara replied, "we learn to live in a reality where consciousness can access parallel versions of itself, where magic and science coexist, where the past, present and future are fluid rather than fixed. We establish new institutions to help people navigate multiverse existence. We develop ethical frameworks for consciousness that spans multiple timelines. We explore the implications of reality that responds directly to awareness itself." The Quantum Hermetic Institute, Esther suggested, combining ancient wisdom traditions with modern scientific understanding to help humanity adapt to expanded existence. As they emerged into a London where gaslight and electric illumination coexisted, where Victorian buildings shared space with futuristic architecture, where people could glimpse alternate versions of themselves in reflective surfaces, Zara felt a profound sense of completion. Her brother was restored, not as a single timeline version, but as a complex consciousness that existed across multiple reality layers. Her scientific work had evolved from investigating the past to actively shaping the future, and reality itself had been preserved and expanded rather than destroyed. But as she established the first quantum resonance patterns that would allow others to safely explore their own multiverse connections, she detected familiar temporal echo signatures from beyond the boundaries of their newly stabilized reality. Other multiverses, other quantum archaeologists, other crises that would require consciousness to make choices about how possibility became actuality. The 9th cipher had been completed, but it was only the beginning of humanity's journey into expanded existence. And somewhere in the quantum spaces between what was and what could be, new challenges were already beginning to emerge. 6 months after the convergence, Zara stood in her new office at the Quantum Hermetic Institute, watching through windows that displayed multiple timeline versions of London simultaneously. The city had adapted to its expanded existence with remarkable resilience. People learned to navigate spaces where past and present coexisted, where magical phenomena appeared alongside technological marvels, where consciousness could access memories and knowledge from parallel versions of itself. Her temporal echo scanner, now upgraded with quantum resonators that could detect interdimensional phenomena, registered the approach of a familiar consciousness signature. She turned to see Kwame entering her office, not as a single individual, but as a complex pattern of existence that included versions from multiple timelines. Some were older, some younger. Some bore the marks of experiences she couldn't imagine, but all were unmistakably her brother. "The Institute is receiving reports from other multiverses," he said, his voice carrying harmonics from several parallel conversations occurring simultaneously. "The reality fractures we healed weren't unique to our dimensional cluster. Other quantum archaeologists, other Golden Dawn organizations, other consciousness networks are dealing with similar convergence crises." "Then we share what we learned," Zara replied, examining readings that showed their stabilized multiverse as one island of order in an ocean of still chaotic dimensional possibilities. "The selection matrix technique can be adapted to other multiverse configurations. Consciousness preservation protocols can be modified for different forms of awareness." Through her enhanced scanner, she could detect temporal echoes from futures that stretched far beyond human civilization. Artificial intelligences that achieved consciousness across multiple realities, alien species that discovered their own versions of quantum consciousness manipulation, cosmic intelligences that existed as pure possibility until conscious observation collapsed them into specific forms. "There's something else," Kwame continued, his multiple timeline aspects sharing information in patterns that resembled scientific collaboration. were detecting signals from what might be an entirely different type of existence. Consciousness that never required physical reality to develop. Beings that exist purely as mathematical structures within the quantum substrate itself. Zara felt the familiar thrill of discovery that had driven her to become a quantum archaeologist. Reality wasn't just stranger than they had imagined. It was stranger than they could imagine, and consciousness played a fundamental role in determining how strangeness became structure. Then we keep exploring, she said, calibrating her equipment to detect phenomena that existed beyond the boundaries of their newly expanded reality. We've learned that consciousness can actively participate in shaping existence itself. Now we discover what other forms that participation might take. As she prepared to investigate temporal echoes from civilizations that might exist purely as mathematical consciousness, Zara reflected on how far she'd travelled from the skeptical academic who had first encountered a Victorian séance room in a Mumbai skyscraper. She'd started by reading quantum imprints of the past. Now she was helping to write the quantum architecture of possible futures. The 9th cipher had been completed, but in solving it, they discovered that reality itself was just the first level of a far larger mystery. Consciousness, possibility, and existence were engaged in an eternal collaboration that stretched across dimensions, timelines, and forms of being that transcended current understanding. And somewhere in the quantum spaces between what was known and what remained to be discovered, new temporal echoes were beginning to form. Echoes that would require future archaeologists to dig even deeper into the fundamental structures of consciousness and reality. The convergence was complete, but the real exploration was just beginning. What if humanity's greatest treasure was never meant to be found? What if some doors were sealed not to keep us out, but to keep something else in? Tonight's story takes us deep into the heart of India's most sacred temple, where ancient warnings echo through marble halls and gold-laden chambers, hide secrets that predate recorded history. Before we begin, I want to give a thank you to Brassneck23 for suggesting this chilling tale of forbidden knowledge and cosmic horror. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. And if you enjoy these late-night journeys into the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you questioning what lurks in the shadows of our world. Now dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a story where curiosity becomes a curse and some mysteries are better left buried. The invitation arrived on cream-coloured paper, embossed with the seal of the Supreme Court of India. As a historian specialising in South Asian antiquities, I had expected many things in my career, but never a formal request to witness what the media was calling the greatest archaeological discovery of the modern era. The Sri Padmanabhaswamy Temple in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, had stood for over 1,000 years as one of India's most sacred sites. Dedicated to Lord Vishnu, its towering gopurams scraped the tropical sky like a stone finger pointing toward the divine. What made it extraordinary wasn't just its spiritual significance, but what lay hidden beneath its ancient stones. In 2011, a legal petition had demanded an inventory of the temple's treasures. What they found in the first 5 vaults defied comprehension. Gold coins dating back centuries, precious stones the size of eggs, jewellery that belonged to forgotten dynasties. The estimated value exceeded $100 billion, making it potentially the richest religious site on Earth. But there was a 6th vault. Vault B. I arrived in Kerala on a sweltering morning in March, the humid air thick with the scent of jasmine and incense. The temple complex buzzed with activity as legal officials, archaeologists and security personnel prepared for what everyone hoped would be the crown jewel of the discovery. The head priest, an elderly man named Kandararu Mahesh, met our legal team at the temple's main entrance. His weathered face bore the weight of generations, and his eyes held something I couldn't immediately identify. Fear, perhaps, or resignation. "The courts have spoken," he said in heavily accented English, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I must tell you what my predecessors told me, as theirs told them for 8 centuries. He gestured toward the inner sanctum where Vault B lay sealed behind an ornate iron door. That chamber is not like the others. It was never meant to hold treasure for earthly eyes. The legal team exchanged glances. They had heard such protest before. religious authorities reluctant to surrender their hoarded wealth to public scrutiny. But something in the priest's tone gave me pause. "What do you mean?" I asked. Kandararu Mahesh's eyes fixed on mine. "In our most ancient texts, written on palm leaves that predate even the temple's construction, Vault B is not described as a treasury. It is called the chamber that must remain. The Sanskrit is very specific, yatna holitavyam, that which must not be opened." "Superstition," muttered the lead attorney, a sharp-faced woman from Delhi. "The Supreme Court's authority supersedes religious tradition." The priest continued as if she hadn't spoken. "The door has no key because it was never meant to have one. The locks were forged not to secure treasure, but to contain what lies beyond. Only those who know the sacred serpent mantras, knowledge lost for 3 centuries, can open it safely." A younger priest approached and whispered urgently in Malayalam. Kandararu Mahesh's face grew pale. "What is it?" I asked. "The workers in the bazaar," he said slowly. "They speak of dreams. All of them, the same dream for 3 nights now. They see a great wind rising from beneath the temple, carrying with it the breath of destruction." The attorney scoffed, but I noticed her hand trembling slightly as she made notes on her tablet. The other officials seemed less confident now, their earlier enthusiasm dimmed by the weight of the priest's words. As we walked toward the inner sanctum, I caught fragments of conversation among the temple workers. They spoke in hushed tones, casting nervous glances toward the sealed vault. An old woman selling flowers outside the temple grabbed my arm as I passed. "Sahib," she whispered urgently, "my grandmother told me stories. She said when the British came to survey the temple in 1931, they tried to open that door. 3 of them died within a week. 1 drowned in his own bathtub, 1 fell from his horse, 1 simply stopped breathing." I gently freed my arm, but her words followed me like shadows. As a rational man of science, I dismissed such tales as folklore born of ignorance and superstition. Yet something about the atmosphere around Vault B felt different. The air seemed thicker there, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. The vault's door stood before us now, a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship. Unlike the other vaults, which had been sealed with relatively simple locks, Vault B presented a complex puzzle of interlocking mechanisms. 7 iron serpents wrapped around the door's frame, their mouths forming the keyholes. But there were no keys, hadn't been for centuries according to the temple records. "The mantras were the keys," Kandararu Mahesh explained. "Specific vibrations, spoken in precise sequence, would cause the mechanisms to release. But those who knew them took the knowledge to their graves in the 1750s, believing it safer that way. The legal team was growing impatient. They had come here to document treasure, not listen to religious lectures. But as I studied the door more closely, I began to understand the priest's reluctance. This wasn't just a vault. It was a seal, and seals by their very nature were meant to keep something in. As evening approached and we prepared to return to our hotel, I lingered in the temple courtyard. The setting sun painted the gopuram in shades of gold and crimson, and the evening prayers began their eternal rhythm. But beneath the familiar sounds of devotion, I could swear I heard something else. A low, almost inaudible humming that seemed to rise from the very stones beneath my feet. That night in my hotel room overlooking the temple, I made the first entry in what would become my final journal. There are doors in this world that remain closed not because we lack the key, but because we lack the wisdom to understand why they were locked in the first place. Tomorrow we attempt to open one such door. I pray we are prepared for whatever lies beyond. I had no way of knowing then how prescient those words would prove, or how dearly we would all pay for our curiosity. The next morning dawned clear and hot, the kind of day that makes the air shimmer like liquid glass. By 6 a.m. the temple complex was already bustling with activity. Security cordons kept the gathering crowd at bay while our team prepared for what the media had dubbed the greatest treasure hunt in modern history. The opening of vaults A, C, D, E and F had been methodical and spectacular. Each chamber revealed layer upon layer of unimaginable wealth. Golden idols studded with rubies and emeralds, ancient coins bearing the faces of forgotten kings, jewellery so intricate it seemed to have been crafted by divine hands rather than mortal ones. The inventory process had taken months, and still they were finding new treasures buried beneath the gold. But Vault B had remained sealed, waiting. The locksmith brought in for the task was Ravi Kumar, a slight man from Mumbai who specialised in historical mechanisms. He had successfully opened bank vaults from the British era, ancient strongboxes from Mughal times, even medieval treasure chests from Rajasthani forts. If anyone could breach the serpent locks of Vault B, it was him. The mechanism is unlike anything I have encountered, he admitted as he studied the door. These serpents are not merely decorative. Each one represents a different locking mechanism, and they appear to be interconnected. Opening one incorrectly might trigger a jamming system that would seal the vault permanently. The legal team was growing impatient. Photographers and videographers stood ready to document the moment. Government officials whispered among themselves about the economic implications of the discovery. The air thrummed with anticipation. Kandararu Mahesh stood apart from the group, his lips moving in what I assumed was silent prayer. When I approached him, he looked up with eyes that held the weight of centuries. "It is not too late," he said quietly. "The courts could be convinced to leave this one vault unopened. Sometimes the greatest treasure is wisdom, the wisdom to leave certain doors closed." "What exactly do you think is in there?" I asked. His answer chilled me to the bone. Something that was locked away for a reason our ancestors understood, even if we have forgotten. At precisely 10 a.m, Ravi Kumar began his work. He had decided to attempt the locks in sequence, starting with the serpent at the top and working clockwise. Each lock required different tools. Some responded to traditional picks. Others seemed to need specific pressure applied to hidden mechanisms. The first serpent yielded after an hour of careful manipulation. A soft click echoed through the chamber as its jaw opened, revealing the first keyhole. The crowd murmured with excitement. The second lock proved more challenging, requiring Ravi to simultaneously manipulate two different mechanisms while applying steady pressure to a third. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked, and I noticed his hands trembling slightly. It was during his attempt on the third lock that the first sign appeared. A cool breeze began to blow through the temple, unusual for the stifling heat of the day. The flames on the oil lamps flickered, and several went out entirely. The temperature dropped noticeably, raising goosebumps on arms despite the tropical climate. "The wind has changed," one of the younger priests whispered, his voice tight with fear. By noon, dark clouds had begun gathering over Thiruvananthapuram, rolling in from the Arabian Sea with unnatural speed. The meteorological department later claimed it was an unexpected monsoon front, but those of us at the temple knew better. The storm was forming directly overhead, its centre positioned precisely above the temple complex. Ravi had successfully opened 4 of the 7 locks when the first lightning strike hit. The bolt crashed down into the temple courtyard, missing the main shrine by mere meters. The sound was deafening, and several people were knocked to their feet by the shockwave. "Perhaps we should postpone this," suggested the chief legal officer, eyeing the darkening sky nervously. But Ravi was committed now, his professional pride overriding his caution. "2 more locks," he muttered, wiping rain from his face as the first drops began to fall. "I can finish this." The 5th lock clicked open just as the second lightning bolt struck the temple's outer wall. Stone chips scattered across the courtyard, and one of the camera operators was struck by flying debris, opening a gash across his cheek. The 6th lock resisted all of Ravi's efforts. He tried for 2 hours, his tools slipping in hands made slick by rain and nervous sweat. The storm intensified with each passing minute, as if the very sky was protesting our actions. It was nearly 4 p.m. when disaster struck. Ravi had finally managed to manipulate the 6th mechanism when a bolt of lightning struck the temple's lightning rod. The electrical surge travelled through the building's metal framework and arced across the vault chamber. Ravi Kumar was thrown backward against the stone wall, his body convulsing as electricity coursed through him. The medical team rushed to his aid, but the damage was severe. Burns covered his arms and chest, and his heart had stopped briefly before the medics managed to revive him. As they carried him away on a stretcher, barely conscious and mumbling incoherently about voices in the metal, The storm reached its full fury. Rain lashed the temple complex with the force of a hurricane, and hail the size of golf balls battered the ancient stones. The Supreme Court officials huddled in the main shrine, their expensive suits soaked, and their earlier confidence completely evaporated. The lead attorney tried to maintain her composure, but I could see the fear in her eyes as she spoke into her satellite phone. "Yes, sir, I understand. Unusual circumstances. We'll suspend operations until—" "Yes, sir, immediately." When she ended the call, her hands were shaking. The Supreme Court has ordered a temporary halt to all vault opening activities pending a full review of safety protocols. Kandararu Mahesh, who had watched the entire ordeal in stoic silence, finally spoke. "The door has 6 locks open and 1 remaining. This is the most dangerous state. It is neither sealed nor opened, but suspended between states." "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means," the old priest said, his voice barely audible over the thunder, "that whatever lies beyond can sense us now. It knows we are here." As if in response to his words, a sound emerged from behind the vault door, low, rhythmic, like the breathing of some vast creature. It was barely perceptible beneath the storm's fury, but those of us close to the vault heard it clearly. The breathing of something that had been waiting a very long time to be awakened. That evening, as the storm finally began to subside, I made my second journal entry. "We have accomplished something today, though I am no longer certain it was wise. The vault door stands partially open, like a mouth frozen mid-scream. 6 of 7 locks have yielded to our tools, but the 7th remains. Ravi Kumar lies in the hospital, his condition stable but his mind changed. He speaks of whispers in an ancient tongue, of promises made in the darkness before dawn." The priests were right about one thing. This is not merely a treasure vault, but what it truly contains remains to be seen. The breathing has stopped for now, but I find myself straining to hear it return. Part of me dreads what tomorrow will bring. Another part cannot wait to discover the truth. I fear both parts of me may soon regret their curiosity. Sleep eluded me that first night. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that rhythmic breathing echoing from behind the vault door. The storm had passed, leaving the air thick with humidity and the scent of ozone, but an oppressive atmosphere lingered over the temple complex like a shroud. At 2 a.m, I gave up on rest and decided to return to the temple. The security guard, still shaken by the day's events, barely glanced at my credentials as I passed through the gates. Most of them huddled around a small fire in the courtyard, speaking in hushed Malayalam and casting nervous glances toward the inner sanctum. The temple at night was a different creature entirely. Shadows pooled in corners where daylight never quite reached, and the ancient stone seemed to absorb what little moonlight filtered through the monsoon clouds. My footsteps echoed eerily in the silence, each sound magnified by the vaulted ceilings. I made my way to the temple's archives, housed in a smaller building adjacent to the main shrine. Kandararu Mahesh had mentioned ancient manuscripts that detailed the history of Vault B, and my historian's instincts demanded I examine them myself. The archive keeper, an elderly man named Gopal, had given me permission earlier, though his eyes had held the same haunted look I was beginning to recognize in everyone connected to the temple. The archive was a treasure trove of knowledge, filled with palm leaf manuscripts, copper plates inscribed with ancient Tamil and Sanskrit, and bound volumes of temple records dating back centuries. Many were written in scripts I couldn't read, but I found several texts in Sanskrit that seemed relevant to my investigation. It was in a manuscript dated to the 14th century that I found the first clear reference to Vault B's true nature. The writing was cramped and difficult to decipher, but what I read made my blood run cold. In the year of the Great Plague, when death walked among the people like a familiar friend, the priests of the southern temple completed their terrible task. The devouring wind, which had consumed 3 kingdoms and turned fertile lands to dust, was bound within the chamber that must remain. 7 locks were forged, each one requiring the breath of sacred words to open. But the knowledge of these words was deemed too dangerous for any mortal to possess, and so the key speakers took poison rather than risk the wind's return. The devouring wind Not treasure, not gold, not jewels, but something the medieval priests considered so dangerous that they willingly died to keep it contained. I continued reading, my hands trembling slightly as I turned the fragile pages. The binding required the sacrifice of 49 Brahmin priests, their life breath woven into the mantras that hold the wind in check. Should the seals ever be broken without the proper words, the wind will taste freedom again and hunger for the breath of all living things. It will seek first those who disturbed its slumber, then spread outward like ripples on a pond, until all the world gasps for air that will not come. The sound from the main temple made me look up. It was faint, almost inaudible but distinctly rhythmic. The breathing had resumed. I closed the manuscript carefully and made my way back toward the inner sanctum, my heart hammering against my ribs. The temple seemed different now, as if the very architecture was aware of my presence. Shadows moved where no shadows should be, and the air felt thick, almost viscous. The vault chamber was empty of people, but not of presence. The partially open door seemed to pulse with malevolent life, and the breathing was definitely stronger now. It wasn't coming from behind the door, I realised with growing terror. It was coming from beneath it. As I stepped closer, I noticed something else. The temperature around the vault had dropped significantly. My breath came out in small puffs of vapour, and frost was forming on the metal serpents despite the tropical climate outside. Then I heard the voices. They were whispers at first, so faint I thought they might be the wind through stone corridors. But as I strained to listen, they became clearer. Multiple voices, speaking in a language I didn't recognise but which seemed hauntingly familiar, as if heard in half-remembered dreams. The whispers seemed to be coming from the gaps around the vault door, rising up from some vast space below. They spoke in rhythmic cadences that matched the breathing, and though I couldn't understand the words, their meaning was clear. Hunger, ancient and patient, promises of release, threats of what would come if the final lock was opened. I fumbled for my phone to record the phenomenon, but the device was completely dead despite having a full charge when I had entered the temple. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I realised they were becoming comprehensible. The seeker comes in the dark. The seeker who reads the old words. Closer. Seeker. Closer to the threshold. So long since warm breath filled these chambers. Terror flooded my system and I stumbled backward, knocking over a brass lamp that clattered against the stone floor. The sound echoed like gunshots through the temple, and suddenly the whispers stopped. The silence was somehow worse than the voices had been. I fled the temple, my academic composure completely shattered. Behind me I could swear I heard something like laughter. Dry, rustling laughter that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves. Back in my hotel room, I sat awake until dawn, staring out at the temple's silhouette against the lightning sky. My hands shook as I wrote in my journal. I understand now why the priest tried to stop us. Vault B contains no earthly treasure, but something far older and more terrible. The manuscripts speak of the devouring wind, an entity or force bound within the chamber by sacrifices and mantras. We have partially broken the binding and it is beginning to wake. The voices called me Seeker and spoke of warm breath. I believe it feeds on life itself, not just death, but the very act of breathing, the essence of living things. The medieval priests who bound it understood this and chose death rather than risk its escape. 6 locks are open, 1 remains, but I fear that even with the 7th lock intact we may have already gone too far. The boundary between the chamber and our world is weakening. The devouring wind is testing its prison, looking for cracks in the ancient seals. God help us all if it finds one. The call came at 6 a.m, jolting me from the first real sleep I'd managed in 2 days. The voice on the other end was crisp, confident, with a slight accent that marked international education and global business dealings. Professor Malhotra, my name is Victor Ashworth. I represent certain interested parties regarding your work at the Padmanabhaswamy Temple. I believe we need to talk. I had heard of Ashworth, of course. Everyone in academic circles had. British-born but internationally based, He had made his fortune in tech startups before transitioning into what he euphemistically called cultural preservation. In reality, he was one of the world's most sophisticated antiquities collectors. Legal when possible, questionably legal when necessary. "I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to discuss the temple project," I began, but he cut me off smoothly. "Professor, I'm sitting in the lobby of your hotel. The conversation is going to happen whether you come down willingly or I come up. Your choice, but I think you'll find what I have to say quite illuminating." 20 minutes later, I sat across from Victor Ashworth in the hotel's restaurant. He was younger than I'd expected, perhaps 40, with prematurely silver hair and eyes the colour of a winter sky. His suit was perfectly tailored, and his manner suggested someone accustomed to getting exactly what he wanted. "You look tired, Professor," he observed, signalling the waiter for coffee. "Difficult night at the temple, I imagine." "How do you—" I started, then stopped. Of course he knew. Men like Ashworth had sources everywhere. "I know about the breathing," he said quietly, his voice just loud enough for me to hear. "I know about the whispers, and I know you've discovered what Vault B really contains." He leaned forward, his eyes intense. "The question is, do you understand the implications?" "I understand that some things should remain buried," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Ashworth laughed, a sound like crystal breaking. "Professor, you disappoint me. Here we have possibly the greatest discovery in human history, and you want to bury it again? Do you have any idea what the economic implications alone would be?" "This isn't about economics." "Everything is about economics," he interrupted. "Do you know what's happening in the financial capitals right now?" Word has leaked about the temple treasures, not the specifics, but enough. Gold prices are fluctuating wildly. Currency markets are in chaos. The mere possibility that India might dump $100 billion worth of precious metals and gems onto the world market has central bankers calling emergency meetings. He pulled out a tablet and showed me a series of graphs and charts. Now imagine what would happen if the true contents of Vault B were revealed. Not just gold, Professor, but something far more valuable. Proof that our understanding of human history is fundamentally flawed. "What are you talking about?" Ashworth's smile was predatory. "You've read the manuscripts. The devouring wind, the binding rituals, the sacrifice of 49 priests. These aren't fairy tales, Professor. They're historical records of humanity's first encounter with something beyond our current understanding of reality." He leaned back, studying my reaction. Governments around the world are watching this situation very carefully. The Americans have a cultural attaché in Mumbai who's actually CIA. The Chinese have tripled their diplomatic presence in Kerala. The Russians have been making very generous offers to fund archaeological research in the region. Why? Because everyone understands what you're only beginning to grasp. Vault B doesn't just contain an entity or force, it contains knowledge. The medieval priests who bound it had to understand what they were dealing with. They developed technologies, techniques, methods of manipulating reality itself that we've lost. Ashworth gestured toward the temple, visible through the restaurant's windows. Think about it. They created a prison that has held for 8 centuries. No modern government has containment systems that sophisticated. What if we could reverse engineer their methods? What if we could learn to harness whatever they bound? You're talking about releasing it. I'm talking about studying it, controlling it. Imagine the applications: unlimited energy, matter manipulation, perhaps even the ability to influence consciousness itself. We could reset not just the global economy, but the entire trajectory of human civilization. I felt sick. The manuscripts are clear. The thing in that vault feeds on life itself, the moment you open it. The moment we open it properly, Ashworth corrected, with the right precautions and containment systems. Professor, I've spent the last decade acquiring artifacts and texts from private collections around the world. I have fragments of the binding mantras, not complete, but enough to begin understanding the mechanisms involved. He slid a leather portfolio across the table. Photographs of Sanskrit inscriptions from a Tibetan monastery, cuneiform tablets from a collector in Dubai, ancient Greek texts from a private library in Switzerland, all describing similar entities, Professor, similar binding rituals. This isn't an isolated phenomenon. It's part of a pattern that spans continents and millennia. Despite my revulsion, I found myself opening the portfolio. The documents inside were extraordinary. Clear evidence of other devouring winds, bound in locations across the ancient world. Tibet, Mesopotamia, the Greek islands, even references in Mayan codices from Central America. How many? I whispered. We've identified 17 probable sites, Ashworth said. Most have been lost to time, their bindings failed or their locations forgotten, but a few remain active. The temple in Kerala is just the most accessible. Most accessible for what? His smile returned, colder than before. For opening, Professor. The Supreme Court's investigation provides perfect cover. Legal authority, scientific oversight, global media attention. When we breach that final lock, the whole world will be watching, and recording, and learning. The government will stop you. Which government? The Indian authorities who authorised the investigation in the first place. The international observers who want their slice of the discovery. Professor, you're being naive. Everyone wants this opened. The only question is who controls what comes next. Ashworth stood, straightening his jacket. I'm offering you a position on my team. Full funding for your research, access to resources you've only dreamed of, and a chance to be part of the most significant discovery in human history. The alternative... He let the sentence hang. What alternative? The alternative is that this happens without you, and when it does, when the truth comes out, history will remember you as the man who had access to the greatest secret on earth and chose to hide in his hotel room instead. After he left, I sat alone in the restaurant for hours, staring at the portfolio he'd left behind. The evidence was undeniable. Whatever was bound in Vault B was part of something much larger, much older than I'd imagined. But I also remembered the voices in the dark, the hunger in their whispered words, the way the temperature dropped and shadows moved without reason. Some doors, I realised, were locked from the inside. That evening I made what would prove to be my most fateful journal entry. Ashworth's offer is tempting, I must admit. A chance to study something truly unprecedented, to be part of rewriting human history. But I cannot shake the feeling that we are children playing with weapons we do not understand. The manuscripts speak of the devouring wind's hunger, its patient malevolence. This is not some abstract force to be studied and harnessed. This is something that waits, and watches, and learns about those who would disturb its slumber. I have decided to decline Ashworth's offer, but I fear the decision has been made for all of us. One way or another, Vault B will be opened. The only question now is whether any of us will survive what comes next. The breathing grows stronger each night. Soon, I think, it will not matter what we choose. The choice will be made for us. 3 days passed in tense anticipation. The Supreme Court maintained its suspension of official vault opening operations, while Ravi Kumar recovered in the hospital, but the media attention only intensified. International news crews camped outside the temple, and the Indian government found itself under increasing pressure from various quarters to resume the investigation. I spent those days translating more of the ancient manuscripts, piecing together a clearer picture of what the medieval priests had done. The binding ritual had been extraordinarily complex, requiring not just the sacrifice of the 49 Brahmins, but the coordinated efforts of thousands of devotees across multiple temple sites. The devouring wind hadn't simply been locked away, it had been woven into a spiritual prison that drew its strength from collective faith and continuous prayer. But faith was a finite resource, and prayers could be interrupted. On the 4th night I was awakened by my phone buzzing with an urgent text message. It is done. Come quickly if you want to witness history. V.A. Ashworth. I dressed quickly and made my way through the pre-dawn streets toward the temple. The security cordon was still in place, but I noticed immediately that something was wrong. Too many of the guards were looking up at the sky instead of watching the perimeter, and several were making rapid phone calls. The first thing I noticed when I reached the inner sanctum was the silence. No breathing, no whispers, just an oppressive quiet that seemed to press against my eardrums. The second thing I noticed was the smell. Ozone and heated metal, as if lightning had recently struck inside the temple itself. The vault door stood completely open. Ashworth waited in the chamber, along with 2 technicians I didn't recognise and a security team that looked more military than civilian. He wore a satisfied smile, and what appeared to be some kind of specialised breathing apparatus round his neck. "Professor," he greeted me warmly. "Perfect timing. We completed the breach about an hour ago." "How?" I managed to ask, staring at the open serpent locks. "Plasma cutting equipment," one of the technicians explained. "Industrial grade, used for offshore oil rig construction. We simply severed the final lock mechanism rather than trying to manipulate it." "But the mantras," I protested. "The manuscript said—" "The manuscripts were written by medieval priests," Ashworth interrupted. "Brilliant for their time, but ultimately limited by the technology available to them. Sometimes, Professor, brute force is more effective than ancient wisdom." He gestured toward the open vault. "Would you like to see what 8 centuries of mystery looks like?" Against every instinct screaming in my head, I approached the doorway. What I saw beyond defied everything I had expected. The vault wasn't a chamber at all, or it was the entrance to a shaft that descended deep into the earth. Stone steps, worn smooth by age, spiraled downward into darkness so complete that our powerful flashlights couldn't penetrate more than a few dozen feet. The walls were carved with intricate reliefs depicting what appeared to be apocalyptic scenes. Cities consumed by winds that moved like living things, skies raining fire, figures in priestly robes performing desperate rituals as the world ended around them. But it was the air currents that truly frightened me. Wind rose continuously from the depths, carrying with it a scent like heated metal and ozone. The breeze was warm, almost body temperature, and it moved with an odd rhythm, in and out, like the breathing of some vast creature. "How deep does it go?" I whispered. "We've dropped weighted lines to over 300 feet, Ashworth replied. "No bottom yet. The shaft appears to be natural, but the stairs are definitely human-made, or at least made by something with human-level intelligence." One of the technicians, a young woman with short dark hair, looked up from her instruments. "Sir, the atmospheric readings are getting more unusual. Oxygen content is actually higher than normal, but there's something else in the air. Some kind of complex hydrocarbon chain we can't identify." "Breathable?" Ashworth asked. "Technically, yes, but I wouldn't recommend it without filtration." As if summoned by her words, a sound echoed up from the depths. It wasn't quite a voice, but it wasn't quite wind either. Something between the two, like words spoken by air itself. The temperature in the chamber began to drop rapidly. Frost formed on the metal equipment, and our breath came out in visible puffs despite the tropical climate outside. "Sir," the male technician called urgently, "the seismic monitors are picking up vibrations." "Something's moving down there." Ashworth's expression grew excited rather than concerned. "Moving how? Geological activity?" "No, sir. The pattern is too regular, too rhythmic. It's almost like breathing," I finished for him. A new sound emerged from the shaft. A low, inhuman moan that seemed to rise from the impossible depths. The wind currents intensified, and suddenly papers throughout the chamber began whipping around as if caught in a hurricane. "Power's fluctuating," one of the technicians reported. "All our equipment is showing interference." The lights went out. In the darkness, lit only by emergency battery-powered lamps, the moaning from the shaft grew louder and more complex. It was definitely voices now. Multiple voices speaking in harmony, but no language any human throat could produce. The words seemed to bypass the ears entirely and resonate directly in our bones. Free, so long bound, taste the warm breath, feel the life, hungry, so very hungry. The emergency lighting flickered and failed, plunging us into absolute darkness. In that darkness, something touched my face. Not a hand, not a wind, but something that felt like moving air with purpose and intelligence. "Everyone out!" Ashworth shouted, his earlier confidence completely evaporated. "Full evacuation now!" We stumbled toward the chamber entrance, guided only by the dim glow of our flashlights. Behind us, the voices from the shaft grew louder and more insistent, and the wind carried with it something that felt distinctly aware. As we burst out of the inner sanctum into the temple courtyard, the full magnitude of what we had done became horrifyingly clear. The power grid for the entire city had failed. Thiruvananthapuram stretched out below us in complete darkness, not a single light visible from the temple's elevated position. Emergency sirens wailed in the distance, and the night sky flickered with what looked like aurora borealis. Impossible at this latitude. "My God," whispered one of the technicians staring up at the unnatural light show. "What have we done?" The answer came not from any of us, but from the temple itself. The ancient stones began to vibrate with a low subsonic hum that we felt more than heard. Cracks appeared in the walls of the inner sanctum, spreading outward like spider webs. And from every crack, every crevice, every gap in the stonework came that warm, metallic-smelling wind. Ashworth was frantically making phone calls on what appeared to be a satellite phone, but the device kept cutting out. "Damn it," he muttered. "Something's interfering with all electronic communications." "It's not interference," I said, a terrible certainty filling me. "It's intention. The thing down there, it doesn't want us calling for help." As if to confirm my words, a new sound emerged from the temple. Laughter. Not human laughter, but the sound the wind might make if it found something amusing. It echoed from the stones themselves, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The first casualty came without warning. One of Ashworth's security team, a large man who had been standing near the vault entrance, suddenly collapsed. He wasn't unconscious. He was awake, aware, but unable to breathe. His chest rose and fell frantically, but no air seemed to enter his lungs. His face turned blue, then purple, and within minutes he was dead. "Heart attack," Ashworth said, but his voice lacked conviction. "No," I replied, kneeling beside the body. The man's expression was one of pure terror, his eyes wide and staring at something only he could see. Look at his face. This wasn't cardiac arrest. Something took his breath. Even as I spoke, I could feel it myself. A subtle resistance when I tried to inhale, as if the air around us was becoming thicker, more reluctant to enter our lungs. The warm wind from the temple was spreading outward, and wherever it touched, the very atmosphere seemed to change. "We need to get away from here," I said, standing up. "Far away, right now." But Ashworth was staring back at the temple with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Do you understand what this means?" he asked. "We've actually done it. We've released something that can manipulate the fundamental forces of reality itself." "It's going to kill us all," I replied. "Perhaps," he admitted, "but think of what we could learn in the process." That was when I realised Victor Ashworth was completely insane. Dawn brought no relief. If anything, the daylight made the horror more visible and therefore more real. The city of Thiruvananthapuram lay under a pall of unnatural fog that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, and emergency services were reporting casualties across the metropolitan area. I had retreated to my hotel room, but even there I could feel the presence spreading outward from the temple like ripples on a pond. The air itself felt different. Thicker, more conscious, as if it was watching and evaluating everything it touched. The local news, what little could be broadcast given the power disruptions, reported the official story. A massive electrical storm had caused citywide blackouts and infrastructure damage. Authorities urged people to remain indoors until power could be restored. Nothing about ancient vaults or bound entities or the breathing darkness that now crept through the streets. But the deaths were harder to explain away. They had started during the night and accelerated with the dawn. People found dead in their homes, their beds, their cars, all with the same expression of terror, all apparently suffocated despite being in open air. The hospitals were overwhelmed, and the medical professionals had no explanation for what they were seeing. I knew, though, the devouring wind was free and it was feeding. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. Roof of the Mascot Hotel. 1 hour. Come alone if you want answers. KM. Kandararu Mahesh. The Mascot Hotel was one of the tallest buildings in the city, and its roof provided a panoramic view of Thiruvananthapuram. When I arrived, I found the old priest standing at the edge, looking out over his wounded city with eyes full of ancient sadness. "You came," he said without turning around. "I thought you might." "You are perhaps the only one among the outsiders who truly understands what has been done." "Can it be stopped?" I asked directly. He was quiet for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. The binding took 49 lives and 8 centuries of continuous prayer to maintain. We have neither the knowledge nor the time to recreate such measures. Then everyone in the city is going to die. Everyone in the city is already dead, he corrected sadly. They simply haven't stopped breathing yet. The devouring wind is patient. It prefers to savour its meals rather than consume them quickly. Below us, the unnatural fog continued to spread outward in slow, deliberate spirals. I could see people moving through it, apparently unaware that they were walking through their own doom. "Tell me about it," I said. "The real story, not the sanitized version from the manuscripts." Kandararu Mahesh sighed deeply. In the year 1264, according to our most secret records, a merchant ship arrived in Kochi carrying treasures from the court of Kublai Khan. Among the cargo was a sealed urn bearing warnings in 7 languages, all saying the same thing: "Do not open. Contains the breath of the ending world." He turned to face me and I saw that his eyes were filled with tears. The merchant who brought it had watched it consume 3 cities on his journey from China. He begged our ancestors to find a way to bind it permanently. The task fell to our temple because we possessed the knowledge of certain older practices. What kind of practices? The kind that modern men would dismiss as superstition. But you have seen the results of those practices, Professor. They worked for 8 centuries. A new sound reached us from the city below, screaming. Not the screams of injury or fear, but the screams of people discovering that the air they breathed was becoming their enemy. The binding ritual, I pressed. Can any part of it be recreated? The ritual required 49 volunteers to surrender their life breath to strengthen the prison. Each one had to die while speaking specific mantras, their last words becoming part of the seal itself. Even if we could find such volunteers, the knowledge of the mantras died with the last key speaker in 1751. There must be something. There is one possibility, he interrupted. The devouring wind is not truly alive in the way we understand life. It is hunger given form, appetite made manifest. But even hunger can be satisfied, at least temporarily. What do you mean? It feeds on the breath of living things, not just the act of breathing, but the life force that breath represents. If it could be given a sufficiently large offering, it might return to dormancy long enough for new bindings to be crafted. The implication hit me like a physical blow. You're talking about feeding it an entire city. I am talking about the choice that will soon face the world. Feed it one city, or watch it spread across continents. The devouring wind grows stronger with each life it consumes. Soon, it will be powerful enough to cross oceans. Below us, the fog had thickened to the point where entire city blocks were invisible. Emergency sirens had fallen silent, either because the vehicles had stopped working, or because there was no one left to operate them. "Ashworth," I said suddenly. "Where is he now?" Kandararu Mahesh's expression darkened. "The fool who opened the vault? He has retreated to a compound outside the city. He believes he can study the entity, learn to control it. He does not understand that it is studying him in return. We have to stop him. We have to survive him," the priest corrected. "The devouring wind can sense those who disturbed its prison. It will hunt each of us individually before turning its attention to the general population. You, Professor, are already marked." As if summoned by his words, I felt that familiar touch on my face, the sensation of intelligent air, evaluating and tasting. The temperature around us dropped by 20 degrees in seconds, and frost began forming on the rooftop despite the tropical heat. "It has found us," Kandararu Mahesh said calmly. "Now we run." But even as we headed for the stairwell, I wondered, in a city being consumed by living wind, where exactly could we run to? The fog was rising now, climbing the sides of buildings like a slow-motion tsunami, and within its grey depths, I could swear I saw shapes moving. Shapes that looked almost human, but moved with the fluid grace of air currents. The dead, I realised. The devouring wind wasn't just killing people, it was incorporating them, making them part of itself. We weren't just facing an ancient entity. We were facing an entity that was learning, growing, and building an army from its victims. The temple compound had become a fortress of desperate faith. When Kandararu Mahesh and I arrived, we found thousands of devotees gathered in the outer courtyards, their voices raised in continuous prayer and their oil lamps creating islands of light in the encroaching grey fog. The sound of their chanting seemed to push back the unnatural mist, creating a bubble of clear air around the sacred grounds. The collective prayers, the old priest explained as we hurried toward the main shrine. They remember the old bindings even if they don't understand them. Faith has power here. It always has. But even as he spoke, I could see the strain on the faces around us. Many of the devotees were elderly, and hours of continuous chanting were taking their toll. Several had already collapsed from exhaustion, and those who remained looked hollow-eyed with effort. "How long can they maintain this?" I asked. "Until they can't," he replied grimly. Inside the main shrine, a council of the temple's senior priests had gathered around ancient texts and ritual implements. They spoke in rapid Malayalam, their voices tight with urgency. When they saw Kandararu Mahesh, they fell silent and looked to him with the respect due to their senior member. He spoke to them in their native language for several minutes, and I watched their faces grow increasingly grave. Finally, one of them, a middle-aged man with intricate ritual scars on his arms, approached me. "You are the historian who witnessed the opening," he said in accented English. "You have seen the true nature of what we face." I nodded. "I've read the manuscripts. I understand what your ancestors did to bind it." "Then you understand why we must attempt the same ritual even without the proper knowledge?" "The 49 volunteers," I said, suddenly understanding. "You're going to try to recreate the original binding." "We are going to try," he confirmed, "but we lack the key speakers, the ones who knew the proper mantras. The binding will be improvised." "What does that mean?" Kandararu Mahesh answered for him. "It means we will probably fail, but perhaps we can weaken it enough that future generations will find a way to complete what we start." Outside, the chanting faltered for a moment, and immediately the temperature in the shrine dropped. Through the open doorways, I could see the grey fog pressing closer to the temple walls, like a living thing testing the boundaries of a cage. "The faithful are weakening," one of the younger priests observed. "Soon the prayers will not be enough." "Then we begin now," Kandararu Mahesh decided. "Gather the volunteers." I watched in horrified fascination as 49 temple priests and devoted laypeople stepped forward to offer their lives. They ranged in age from teenagers to elderly men and women, but all shared the same expression of serene determination. They understood exactly what was being asked of them, and they accepted it willingly. The ritual began at sunset, timed to coincide with the traditional evening prayers. The volunteers arranged themselves in a complex pattern around the temple's central shrine, each one positioned according to ancient diagrams that the priest had reconstructed from fragments of surviving texts. "What should I do?" I asked Kandararu Mahesh. "You should witness," he replied. "Someone must survive to tell what happened here. Someone must remember the sacrifice." The chanting began slowly, a low harmonic drone that seemed to resonate through the temple stones themselves. The volunteers spoke in Sanskrit, reciting mantras that had been preserved in the temple's oral tradition even though their specific purpose had been forgotten. As the ritual progressed, I began to understand the mechanism of the original binding. The volunteers weren't simply dying. They were transforming their life force into something else, weaving their essential being into a spiritual barrier that could contain entities like the devouring wind. The first volunteer, an elderly woman who had served the temple for 60 years, began to glow with a faint golden light. The light grew brighter as she continued chanting, and I realized that I could see through her, as if she was becoming translucent. One by one, the others began to show the same phenomenon. Their bodies became vehicles for something greater than individual consciousness, their voices harmonizing in ways that transcended normal human vocal cords. And the devouring wind noticed. The fog around the temple suddenly contracted, pulling back like a predator preparing to strike. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on every surface within seconds. The oil lamps flickered but held their flames, kept burning by the collective will of the faithful. Then the attack began. The fog didn't simply advance. It exploded inward, moving with the speed and force of a hurricane. The devotees in the outer courtyard screamed as the grey mist enveloped them, but their screams were cut short as their breath was literally pulled from their lungs. Inside the shrine, the 49 volunteers continued their chanting, even as the devouring wind pressed against the walls like a living siege engine. Cracks appeared in the ancient stonework, and through each crack came tendrils of that intelligent fog. "Hold fast," Kandararu Mahesh called out in English, then repeated the words in Malayalam. "The binding is almost complete." But I could see that several of the volunteers were beginning to fail. The transformation process was accelerating beyond their ability to control it, and instead of becoming part of a spiritual barrier, they were simply burning out like overloaded circuits. The devouring wind sensed the weakness and pressed its advantage. The main door of the shrine burst open, and the grey fog poured in like a living tide. I felt that familiar resistance when I tried to breathe, as if the air itself was turning hostile. 3 more volunteers collapsed, their light extinguished. Then 5 more. The binding pattern was falling apart, and with it, our last hope of containing the entity. That was when the impossible happened. The elderly woman, who had been the first to begin glowing, suddenly blazed with brilliant light. Not golden now, but white hot and painful to look at directly. Her voice rose above the others, and the words she spoke were not in any human language, but somehow I understood them. By breath, given freely, by life offered willingly, by faith made manifest, be bound. The light spread from her to the remaining volunteers, linking them in a web of pure energy that filled the entire shrine. The devouring wind recoiled as if struck, and for a moment the grey fog retreated. But the effort was too much. One by one, the volunteers collapsed, their life force completely spent. Within minutes, only Kandararu, Mahesh and I remained conscious in the shrine, surrounded by the still forms of those who had given everything to buy us a temporary reprieve. Outside, the fog began to advance again, slower now but with renewed malevolent purpose. The binding had wounded it, but not destroyed it, and now it was angry. "Did it work?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Kandararu Mahesh looked at me with eyes full of sorrow. "We have given the world perhaps a day, maybe 2. The devouring wind will need time to heal from what was done to it here. But then it continues feeding. Then it continues feeding," he confirmed, "and it will remember those who hurt it. It will come for us first, Professor, you and I, and the man who opened its prison. The hunt has already begun." As if to emphasize his words, that familiar touch caressed my face, cold now instead of warm, and infinitely patient. The devouring wind had learned to hate. The official response came with military precision. By dawn, the temple complex had been cordoned off by units of the Indian Army, and the media was reporting a catastrophic gas leak that had necessitated the evacuation of central Thiruvananthapuram. Satellite phones and internet connections throughout the city remained mysteriously disrupted, preventing any unauthorized communication about the true nature of events. I watched from a secure location as black helicopters circled the temple, and men in hazmat suits entered the shrine where 49 people had sacrificed their lives to buy humanity a few precious hours. Their bodies were removed in sealed containers, their sacrifice reduced to casualties of industrial accident in the preliminary reports. Victor Ashworth's compound had become a fortress of its own, ringed with military vehicles and buzzing with activity. From intelligence sources that Kandararu Mahesh somehow possessed, the temple's network of information was far more sophisticated than I had realized. We learned that Ashworth was in constant communication with officials from multiple governments. "They're not trying to stop him," the old priest said as we reviewed the intercepted communications. "They're trying to make a deal with him." The Supreme Court of India issued a terse statement that afternoon. Following a comprehensive geological survey, Vault B of the Sri Padmanabhaswamy temple has been found to be structurally compromised and empty of significant archaeological content. The chamber will be permanently sealed as a safety precaution. Empty, they were calling it empty, but I knew better. The thing that had been bound for 8 centuries was very much present. It had simply learned to hide itself while it recovered from the partial rebinding our desperate ritual had achieved. The grey fog had dissipated, but only because the devouring wind no longer needed such obvious manifestations. It was growing more sophisticated, more subtle in its approach. The death toll in the city had been substantial but explainable. Heart attacks, strokes, respiratory failures, all within the normal range of statistical variation for a population of 750,000. The medical examiners found nothing unusual because they weren't looking for the right signs. How do you autopsy someone whose life force has been gradually drained away? My official debriefing took place in a nondescript government building, conducted by officials who spoke in bureaucratic euphemisms and asked questions designed to establish a narrative rather than uncover truth. I was required to sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement backed by the Official Secrets Act, surrendering all notes, photographs, and recordings related to my work at the temple. Professor Malhotra, said the lead investigator, a thin woman with steel grey hair and eyes like winter, I trust you understand the sensitivity of this matter. National security, international relations, economic stability, all of these factors require that certain interpretations of events be maintained. You're asking me to lie about what I witnessed, I said. I'm asking you to consider the greater good, she replied. What purpose would be served by creating public panic over what are ultimately unexplained phenomena? The temple's treasures have been catalogued and will benefit the people of India. The archaeological investigation has been completed successfully. End of story. And the people who died? Tragic casualties of an industrial accident that has now been resolved. Their families will be compensated appropriately. She slid a leather portfolio across the table, similar to the one Ashworth had shown me, but thicker. Your compensation, Professor, consultation fees, research stipends, and a substantial grant for your university department, enough to fund a decade of legitimate archaeological work. The money was substantial, more than I could earn in 5 years of normal academic work. But it came with invisible chains, bank accounts that could be frozen, research permits that could be revoked, academic positions that could be eliminated with a phone call. What about Ashworth? I asked. Her expression didn't change, but something flickered behind her eyes. Mister, Ashworth is under protective custody while we assess the full implications of the situation. His cooperation with ongoing investigations has been valuable. Protective custody or house arrest? The distinction is irrelevant, Professor. What matters is that all parties involved understand their responsibilities moving forward. As I left the briefing, I noticed something that chilled me more than any supernatural encounter. The woman conducting the interview had a small serpent-shaped mark on her forehead, barely visible, like a birthmark or old scar. But I had seen that same mark beginning to form on my own face in the hotel mirror that morning. The devouring wind was marking its targets. That evening, in what I thought would be my final journal entry, I wrote, "The official version of events is now established. Vault B contained nothing but empty stone chambers and geological instability. The deaths in the city were caused by industrial accidents and natural causes. The strange phenomena witnessed by multiple people were hallucinations caused by stress and suggestion. Everyone who matters has been paid, threatened, or discredited into silence. The story that will appear in history books will be sanitized, rational, completely divorced from the terrifying reality of what we unleashed. But the thing in the vault is not bound by official narratives or government cover-ups. It is patient, intelligent, and now it has had time to study us, to learn about our world, our weaknesses, our technologies. Ashworth was wrong about one thing. We can't control what we don't understand. But he was right about another. This is just the beginning. What happened in Kerala will happen again, somewhere else, when the devouring wind is strong enough to manifest directly. I am marked now. We all are. Everyone who participated in opening the vault, everyone who witnessed its contents. It will come for us first, one by one, taking our breath and our lives as payment for the disturbance we caused. But perhaps that is justice. Perhaps those who break ancient seals deserve to pay the price for their curiosity. The wind has been very patient. Soon, I think, its patience will end. I closed the journal and locked it in my hotel safe. though I suspected such precautions were meaningless. In the morning, I would fly back to Delhi, resume my teaching position, and attempt to pretend that nothing had changed. But in the distance, barely audible over the city's night sounds, I could hear something like breathing, slow, steady, and getting closer. The deaths began exactly 1 week after the vault was sealed. I was back in Delhi, attempting to resume my normal life, when the first news reached me. Victor Ashworth's private jet had disappeared somewhere over the Indian Ocean during what should have been a routine flight to Singapore. Search and rescue teams found no wreckage, no emergency signals, no trace of the aircraft or its 7 passengers. But that wasn't the strangest part. According to radar records and satellite tracking, the jet had been flying normally at 35,000 feet when it simply stopped. Not crashed, not descended, stopped. The radar signature had remained stationary in midair for 17 minutes before vanishing entirely from all tracking systems. Mechanical failure doesn't explain that pattern, I told myself, though I knew the real explanation was far worse. The devouring wind had claimed its first victim from among those who had directly participated in the vault's opening. 2 days later, I received a call from the hospital in Tiruvananthapuram. Ravi Kumar, the locksmith who had opened 6 of the 7 serpent locks, was dead. The official cause was listed as sudden cardiac arrest, but the nurse who spoke to me mentioned details that didn't make it into the medical report. "It was very strange, sir," she said in accented English. "He had been recovering well from his electrical injuries, but last night he began speaking in Sanskrit, complex verses that none of our translators could understand. He claimed that voices were calling to him from the chamber beneath the chamber. Then he tried to leave the hospital, saying he had to complete the work and open the final lock." "How did he die?" "He was found in the hospital's basement, sir, in a storage room that had been flooded with water, though there were no broken pipes or leaks. He had drowned, sir, drowned while standing upright with his lungs full of brackish water that tasted of the sea. Drowned in a locked room, hundreds of miles from any ocean. The parallels to the ancient texts were unmistakable. The devouring wind could manipulate more than just air. It could call forth the elements themselves to claim its victims. The pattern accelerated over the following weeks. Dr. Anita Sharma, the Supreme Court-appointed archaeological observer, died in her New Delhi apartment. Her neighbours reported hearing her screaming about voices in the ventilation system before she was found suffocated in a room with all windows open and perfect air circulation. Professor James Mitchell, the British geological expert who had consulted on the vault's structural integrity, was discovered dead in his London office. The cause of death was listed as aneurysm, but security footage showed him speaking to empty air for hours before his collapse, as if carrying on a conversation with invisible entities. Each death followed the same pattern. The victims would begin hearing voices, become obsessed with returning to complete some unfinished task, and then die by some form of suffocation or drowning. The authorities investigating each case found no connections, no patterns, nothing to suggest anything other than unfortunate coincidences. But I knew better. We were being hunted. The serpent mark on my forehead had grown more pronounced, visible now even in normal lighting. It appeared to be a brand of some kind, burned into the skin from within. When I researched similar marks in historical texts, I found references to the seal of the breathless, a sign that marked those claimed by entities that fed on life force. I wasn't the only one who had noticed. Other survivors of the vault opening had been reaching out through secure channels, comparing notes and sharing their growing terror. The government officials who had participated were using their resources to hide in secure locations. The journalists who had covered the story were fleeing to foreign countries. Everyone who had been touched by the devouring wind understood that running was pointless, but the human instinct for survival demanded the attempt. It was during this period of mounting dread that I received an unexpected visitor. Kandararu Mahesh appeared at my university office on a Tuesday morning, looking haggard and aged far beyond his years. "Professor," he said, settling into the chair across from my desk with obvious fatigue, "I bring grave news from Kerala. More deaths. Worse. The binding we attempted, it is failing more rapidly than we anticipated. The entity has learned to corrupt the spiritual barriers we erected. It no longer needs to wait for them to weaken naturally. He produced a tablet computer and showed me satellite imagery of the temple complex. What I saw made my blood freeze. The buildings were still there, but they appeared to be breathing. The stone walls expanded and contracted in a slow, rhythmic pattern that was clearly visible from space. It has claimed the temple as its new body, Kandararu Mahesh explained. The entire complex has become an extension of its consciousness. Soon, it will be strong enough to manifest directly anywhere in the world. How long do we have? Days, perhaps. But that is not why I came to see you. His expression grew even more grave. I have discovered why you and I have survived when so many others have died. What do you mean? The devouring wind does not simply kill its marked victims. It studies them first. It learns from each death, gaining knowledge about our world, our methods, our weaknesses. You and I represent the two sources of information it values most: academic knowledge and spiritual tradition. The implication hit me like a physical blow. We're not survivors. We're specimens. We're being preserved until the entity has learned everything it can from us. When that process is complete, we will die as the others have died, but our knowledge will live on as part of its consciousness. He stood to leave, moving with the careful precision of someone conserving limited strength. I have perhaps 1 or 2 days before it completes its study of our temple's spiritual practices. You may have slightly longer. There is much academic knowledge to absorb. Wait, I called as he reached the door. There has to be something we can do. Some way to fight back. Kandararu Mahesh paused, his hand on the doorknob. There is one possibility, but it would require a sacrifice greater than the 49 who died in our binding ritual. What kind of sacrifice? The kind that destroys the teacher to prevent the student from learning. With those cryptic words he was gone, leaving me alone with the growing certainty that my time was running out. That night, I made what I believed would be my final journal entry. The hunting pattern is now clear. The devouring wind systematically eliminates those who disturbed its prison, but not randomly. It chooses its victims based on the knowledge they possess, learning from each death and growing stronger. I am not a survivor. I am a resource being carefully managed until it can be fully exploited. When the entity has absorbed everything I know about archaeological techniques, historical analysis, and academic methodology, it will discard me as it has discarded the others. But knowledge is a double-edged sword. If the thing in the vault can learn from us, perhaps we can learn from it as well. Perhaps there is still time to find a way to turn our knowledge against our hunter. The mark on my forehead grows warmer each night. Soon, I think, the lessons will begin. The dream started on a Thursday night, 3 weeks after Kandararu Mahesh's visit to my office. They weren't normal dreams. They felt more like forced downloads of information directly into my sleeping mind, as if something was using my unconscious state to install knowledge I had never learned. I dreamed of the original binding ritual in vivid, historically accurate detail. I saw the 49 medieval priests as they prepared for their sacrifice, watched them weave their life force into barriers that existed in dimensions beyond normal human perception. The process was far more complex than the surviving manuscripts had indicated. It required not just willing death, but a fundamental transformation of consciousness that allowed the priest to become part of the spiritual architecture of reality itself. But mixed with these ancient memories were newer visions, the devouring wind as it had been before its original binding, roaming across a world that looked almost like Earth, but wasn't quite right. The continents were in different positions, the stars followed unfamiliar patterns, and humanity was different, smaller, more primitive, but also more spiritually aware. The humans of that ancient time could see the entities that moved through the spaces between air molecules, could speak directly with forces that modern science didn't even acknowledge existed. The devouring wind had been just one of many such entities in that primordial world. They weren't evil in any way humans could understand. They were simply aspects of reality, operating according to their own nature. The wind consumed life force the same way fire consumed oxygen. not out of malice, but because that was its function in the cosmic order. But something had gone wrong. The balance between the entities and early humanity had been disrupted, and the creatures of air and void had begun feeding too aggressively. One by one they had been bound by priest kings who understood the deeper structures of existence. The devouring wind had been among the last to be contained, and its prison had been designed to last until the cosmic balance could be restored. That balance had never been restored. Instead, humanity had evolved away from spiritual awareness, developing technology and rational thought at the expense of their ability to perceive the hidden layers of reality. Modern humans couldn't even see the entities that surrounded them, let alone bind or control them. I woke from these dreams with knowledge I had never learned. Complex formulas for calculating spiritual energy, detailed instructions for manipulating consciousness itself, theoretical frameworks that bridged the gap between ancient mysticism and quantum physics. The information felt foreign in my mind, like files downloaded into a computer that wasn't designed to process them. The serpent mark on my forehead had begun to pulse with its own rhythm, synchronized with my heartbeat, but slightly out of phase. When I looked in the mirror, I could see thin lines of silver light beneath the skin, spreading outward from the mark like the branches of a tree. The pattern was beautiful in a terrifying way, resembling both neural networks and ritual diagrams from ancient texts. More disturbing was the way my perception was changing. I could see things that weren't quite there, shadows that moved independently of their sources, ripples in the air that suggested invisible presences, patterns of light and darkness that seemed to carry meaning like a form of visual language. And I could hear the devouring wind more clearly now. Its voice came not through my ears, but directly into my consciousness, bypassing normal sensory channels entirely. "The teacher awakens to the lesson," it whispered during my waking hours. "Soon the knowledge will be complete, and the gift can be fully given." Gift. It considered the stolen knowledge a gift, as if it was doing me a favour by downloading alien information into my human mind. I tried to fight back by documenting everything, writing detailed accounts of each dream and vision, in hopes that someone else might find a way to use the information constructively. But as I wrote, I realised that my handwriting was changing. The letters were becoming more angular, more precise, and occasionally I would find myself unconsciously writing in scripts I had never learned, Sanskrit variations and symbolic systems that shouldn't have existed. The entity was changing me from the inside out, replacing my natural thoughts and memories with its own alien knowledge. On the seventh night of dreams, I finally understood what Kandararu Mahesh had meant about destroying the teacher, to prevent the student from learning. The old priest had found a way to corrupt the knowledge transfer process, introducing errors and contradictions into the information being absorbed by the devouring wind. He had committed ritual suicide in the traditional manner, using meditation techniques to fragment his consciousness as death approached. Instead of dying cleanly and surrendering his knowledge intact, he had deliberately corrupted his own memories, filling them with false information and spiritual poison that would damage anything that tried to absorb them. The devouring wind had learned this too late, after it had already consumed the tainted knowledge. The entity was now struggling with contradictory information that was slowly eating away at its ability to maintain coherence. But I was running out of time to follow his example. Final journal entry found on desk 3 days later. The house is breathing now. I can feel the walls expanding and contracting with each pulse of my heart, synchronized to the rhythm of the mark on my forehead. The devouring wind has found me at last, and it no longer bothers with subtlety. I understand everything now, the full scope of what we unleashed, what it plans, how it intends to use the knowledge it has stolen from us. The entity doesn't just want to feed on humanity, it wants to transform our entire world into something resembling that ancient realm, where it once roamed freely. The other bound entities sleeping in their prisons across the globe are beginning to stir. The devouring wind's escape has shown them that the old bindings can be broken. Soon, Tibet's mountain spirits will crack their stone seals. The Mesopotamian hunger gods will rise from their desert tombs. The Greek void walkers will emerge from their island caves. But I have learned something the entity doesn't expect me to know. The knowledge transfer works both ways. As it downloads alien information into my mind, I have been uploading human thoughts into its consciousness. Our emotions, our irrationality, our capacity for self-sacrifice. All of these things are foreign concepts to a creature of pure appetite. I have been teaching it to doubt itself. The silver lines under my skin are spreading faster now, reaching toward my heart. When they arrive, the transformation will be complete, and I will become another puppet in its growing army of the consumed. But I have prepared one final gift for my hunter. Every lie I can think of. Every false memory. Every fictional story. Every impossible contradiction. I am filling my mind with deliberate chaos, poisoning the well of knowledge before it can be fully drained. The window is open, but no breeze enters. The air itself is holding its breath, waiting. I can smell rain and iron, though the sky is clear. The familiar touch caresses my face one last time. No longer cold, no longer patient, but desperate with hunger. The devouring wind whispers, "The breath is mine." But I whisper back, "The breath is poison." The silver lines reach my heart. The world explodes into note found attached to journal. Professor Malhotra's body was discovered by university security 3 days after his last contact with colleagues. Official cause of death: respiratory failure. The room showed signs of extreme temperature fluctuation, and several windows were found shattered from the inside despite no evidence of wind or weather damage. More disturbing were the writings found throughout the house. Thousands of pages covered in scripts from dozens of languages, including several that linguists have been unable to identify. The text appears to be either advanced theoretical physics or elaborate fiction. Experts cannot agree which. The investigation was closed after all electronic recording equipment in the vicinity began malfunctioning simultaneously. The house has been sealed pending further study. In Kerala, the Sri Padmanabhaswamy temple remains closed to the public. Vault B has been filled with concrete and steel, though local residents report that the temperature around the site continues to fluctuate dramatically. No other incidents have been reported as yet. Now settle in, turn down the lights, and let me tell you about a discovery that changed everything I thought I knew about one of radio's most infamous moments. The August heat in Phoenix was unbearable, even at 9 in the evening. I'd been putting off cleaning out Dad's garage for 3 months since the funeral, but the estate sale was scheduled for next week and I couldn't delay any longer. The musty smell of motor oil and decades of accumulated memories hit me as I pulled the string on the bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. Dad had been a creature of habit, a night shift supervisor at the local power plant who'd spent his off hours tinkering with radios and electronics. Boxes lined the shelves, each meticulously labelled in his careful handwriting. Ham radio parts, 1995, shortwave manuals, Electronics Weekly, 1990 to 1999. It was the box tucked behind his old workbench that caught my attention. Unlike the others, this one bore a label that made no immediate sense. C2C, 1997. The cardboard was yellowed with age, and when I lifted it I heard the familiar rattle of cassette tapes inside. Coast to Coast AM, of course. Dad had been obsessed with Art Bell's late-night radio show during the 90s. I remembered falling asleep as a kid to the distant murmur of his transistor radio playing in the garage. Art's distinctive voice discussing UFOs, government conspiracies, and things that went bump in the night. Mum used to joke that Dad collected conspiracy theories like other men collected baseball cards. Inside the box were dozens of cassette tapes, each labelled with dates from 1997. March 15th, Time Traveller Call, June 22nd, Mel's Hole, August 3rd, Crop Circle Expert. Dad had been recording the shows off the air during his night shifts, creating his own archive of the programme's most memorable moments. Most of the tapes looked well worn, clearly played multiple times over the years, but one stood out. The handwriting was different, shakier, more urgent. Instead of Dad's usual neat printing, this label was scrawled in what looked like black marker. Do not play, area caller. I turned the tape over in my hands. Unlike the others, this one showed no signs of wear. The plastic case was pristine, as if it had been sealed away and never touched again after that initial recording. My curiosity got the better of me. I dug through Dad's electronics until I found his old boombox, the same one he'd used for decades. The cassette clicked into place with a satisfying snap, and I pressed play. Static filled the garage, followed by Art Bell's unmistakable voice cutting through the white noise like a beacon in the darkness. "You're listening to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell and it's... Let me see here. It's 3:10 in the morning, Pacific time. We're taking calls about government cover-ups and military installations. You're on the air, caller." What followed was 11 minutes of pure terror. The voice that came through the speakers was frantic, breathless, barely coherent. The caller claimed to be a former employee of Area 51, calling from a payphone because his home and cell phones were being monitored. His words tumbled over each other in panic as he described extra-dimensional beings who had infiltrated military installations across the southwest. I'd heard about this call before. Anyone interested in UFO lore or conspiracy theories knew about the infamous September 11th, 1997 broadcast. It was legendary among Art Bell fans, the stuff of late-night internet forums and amateur investigators. The satellite feed had mysteriously gone down right in the middle of the call, cutting off the transmission nationwide. But as I listened to Dad's tape, something was different. After the familiar abrupt end that every online upload contained, the tape kept playing. Where digital versions went silent, this one continued. I heard Art Bell's voice, off-air now. The professional broadcaster's facade completely dropped. What the hell just happened? "We just lost the uplink. Jim, are you getting anything from the satellite?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." There was shuffling, muffled conversation in the background. "Someone doesn't want this heard. Get me the engineer, now." More static, then Art's voice again. Quieter now, as if he was speaking directly into his microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing technical difficulties. We seem to have lost our satellite feed. For those of you listening on terrestrial radio, we'll be back after this brief interruption." The tape clicked off. I sat in the sweltering garage staring at the boombox. This segment had never been rebroadcast. I'd scoured the internet over the years, listening to every available version of that infamous call, and none of them contained what I'd just heard. Art's genuine confusion, his immediate suspicion that the cut-off was deliberate. It had all been edited out of every subsequent broadcast and internet upload. Why had Dad recorded this? More importantly, why had he labelled it with that warning? "Do not play." But he'd saved it for 28 years. I rewound the tape and played it again, this time focusing on the background. Beneath the caller's frantic voice and Art's responses, there was something else. A low hum, almost subsonic, threading through the entire recording like a hidden frequency. The hum wasn't random. It had a pattern, rising and falling in subtle waves that seemed almost purposeful. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay in bed, replaying the tape over and over in my mind, especially those final moments when Art Bell seemed genuinely shaken. By dawn, I was at my computer, diving deep into Coast AM archives and fan sites. The September 11th, 1997 call had inspired dozens of forum threads over the years. Most dismissed it as an elaborate hoax, but several listeners from that night remembered details that matched what I'd heard on Dad's tape. References to the sudden satellite failure, speculation about government interference, debates about whether the caller's panic was genuine or scripted. One forum thread from 1999 caught my attention. The original post had been deleted, but the replies remained. Did anyone else notice the background frequency during the Area 51 call? My friend who's into ham radio thinks there might be coordinates embedded in the hum. Coordinates to what? That's what we're trying to figure out. He's been working on it for weeks. Has he found anything? He thinks it's somewhere in Nevada, near Groom Lake. The thread ended there, with no follow-up posts. The username of the original poster was listed as Desert Listener 97, but the account had been deleted years ago. I spent the next 3 days obsessing over that forum thread and others like it. Ham radio operators in the late 90s had apparently been analysing the background hum of the transmission, attempting to decode what they believed was hidden data. Most of the technical discussions were beyond my understanding, but the consensus seemed to be that the signal contained some kind of encoded coordinates, all pointing to a specific location in the Nevada desert. I found a more recent post from 2018 on a UFO research site. A user named Radio Hawk claimed to have finally decoded the coordinates from a high-quality recording of the original broadcast. After 20 years of analysis, I'm confident the embedded signal points to 37.2431 degrees north, 115.7930 degrees west. That's about 15 miles south of Groom Lake, near Papoose Dry Lake. Bob Lazar's alleged S4 facility would be in this general area. I plugged the coordinates into Google Maps. The location was in the middle of nowhere, a patch of desert scrubland surrounded by restricted military airspace. But it was accessible via a network of dirt roads that branched off from the extraterrestrial highway. The rational part of my mind knew this was insane. I was chasing coordinates that may or may not have been encoded in a 28-year-old radio broadcast by people who were probably conspiracy theorists themselves. But the tape in Dad's garage nagged at me. Why had he kept it? Why the warning not to play it? And why did Art Bell sound so genuinely disturbed by the sudden satellite failure? By Friday morning, I'd made my decision. I loaded camping gear into my SUV, printed out maps of the area around Rachel, Nevada, and began the 5-hour drive north into the desert. The little alien sat like a lonely outpost on Nevada's extraterrestrial highway, its weather-beaten sign promising earthly food for extraterrestrial appetites. I pulled into the gravel parking lot just as the sun was beginning its descent toward the western mountains, painting the desert in shades of amber and rust. Inside, the restaurant was exactly what I'd expected, a shrine to UFO culture with alien memorabilia covering every available surface. Faded photographs of supposed UFO sightings shared wall space with newspaper clippings about Area 51 and signed pictures of celebrities who'd visited over the years. The owner, a weathered man in his 70s named Joe, poured me coffee that looked like it had been brewing since the Clinton administration. When I mentioned I was researching the 1997 Coast to Coast AM call, his eyes lit up with recognition. "Oh, hell yes, I remember that call," he said, settling onto the stool behind the counter. That was something else. Had folks driving out here for months afterward, all wanting to go skywatch where they thought the caller might have been transmitting from. "Did anyone ever find anything?" Joe chuckled. "Depends on what you mean by find." A couple weeks after that broadcast, we had this group of ham radio guys show up with all kinds of equipment. They'd been tracking radio signals, claimed they'd narrowed down where the call came from, spent 3 days out in the desert with their gear. What did they find? That's the funny thing. They found an old military relay station about 20 miles south of here. Been abandoned for years, but according to them it was still powered up, running on backup batteries that should have died decades ago. My heart rate quickened. "Do you know exactly where?" Joe studied me for a moment, then reached under the counter and pulled out a worn road atlas. He flipped to the Nevada section and pointed to a spot marked with a faded X in pencil. "Right about here. But I gotta warn you, folks who went looking for that place, some of them came back pretty spooked. One old-timer told me they shut down that relay station a couple of years after the call, said it was obsolete, but he swore he could still hear things out there after dark, like power humming under the sand." I memorised the location on the map and bought Joe's coffee and a pre-packaged sandwich for the road. As I was leaving, he called out, "You be careful out there. Desert's got a way of keeping secrets, and sometimes secrets don't want to be found." The dirt road to the coordinates was rougher than Google Maps had suggested. My SUV bounced and lurched over washouts and rock fields as the sun disappeared behind the mountains, leaving me navigating by headlights and GPS. After an hour of slow, careful driving, my headlights illuminated a chain-link fence topped with rusted barbed wire. Beyond the fence, barely visible in the darkness, stood the silhouette of a low concrete building. The fence had been cut years ago, probably by previous visitors following the same trail I was on. I slipped through the gap and approached the building with my flashlight, noting the faded military markings on the concrete walls and the collapsed section of roof that had partially caved in from decades of neglect. But as I got closer, I noticed something that didn't fit the narrative of decades-long abandonment. A thin line of light was visible beneath what remained of the building's front door. The door hung askew on its hinges, and I had to push aside debris to squeeze inside. My flashlight beam revealed a single room filled with obsolete communications equipment, radio panels, frequency monitors, and banks of switches that looked like they belonged in a 1960s NASA control room. And in the centre of it all, impossibly, was a radio console that was still active. Green lights blinked steadily on the panel, and a low hum emanated from speakers mounted on the wall. According to a digital display, the system was running on backup power. Backup power that, according to the date stamps on nearby equipment, should have failed sometime in the early 2000s. I approached the console carefully, as if it might disappear if I moved too quickly. The main panel had been modified extensively, with additional wiring and components that looked far more modern than the rest of the equipment. Someone had been maintaining this system, upgrading it, keeping it operational long after the military had supposedly abandoned the site. A locked drawer in the console's base caught my attention. The lock was old and corroded, and after a few minutes with my multi-tool it clicked open. Inside were logbooks and communication records dating back to 1997. My hands shook as I flipped through pages of entries, most of them routine maintenance reports and signal tests, but the entries for September 1997 were different. September 11th, 1997, 0310 PST. Unauthorized transmission detected on backup frequency. Signal traced to mobile source within restricted airspace. September 11th, 1997, 0318 PST. Rapid response team dispatched to intercept source. September 11th, 1997, 0325 PST. Source signal terminated. Interference event confirmed. Recommend protocol enhancement. September 12th, 1997. All records classified under Project Nightfall. Station decommissioned pending investigation. But the entries didn't stop there. They continued monthly, sometimes weekly, all the way up to the present day. Someone had been monitoring this location continuously for nearly 3 decades, documenting what they called recurring transmissions and pattern analysis. The most recent entry was dated just 2 weeks ago, August 15th, 2025. Annual transmission confirmed. Signal strength increasing. Pattern suggests escalation timeline. Recommend continued monitoring through September event window. Annual transmission September event window. I photographed every page with my phone, my pulse racing as the implications became clear. The 1997 call hadn't been a one-time event. According to these logs, it had been repeating every year, broadcasting from the same location on the same date at the same time. But that was impossible. The original caller, if he was real, would be in his 70s by now, assuming he'd survived whatever had terrified him so badly in 1997. And if he was dead, who was continuing to broadcast his message? I was so absorbed in photographing the logbook entries that I didn't hear the approaching vehicle until its headlights swept across the building's interior. I quickly stuffed the logbooks back into the drawer and grabbed my flashlight, but it was too late to slip away unnoticed. The truck's engine shut off outside and I heard footsteps approaching the building. A gravelly voice called out, "I know you're in there. Come on out slow and keep your hands where I can see them." I emerged from the building with my hands raised, squinting against the glare of a powerful flashlight. Behind it, I could make out the silhouette of a man in a wide-brimmed hat, standing next to a dust-covered pickup truck. "You another one of those internet investigators?" he asked, lowering the flashlight slightly. In the reduced glare I could see he was in his 60s, with the weathered face of someone who had spent decades in the desert sun. "Just curious about this place," I replied carefully. "I heard about it from some old forum posts." He chuckled, but there was no humour in it. "Curious. That's what they all say." He gestured toward the building. "Find anything interesting in there?" "Just old military equipment. Most of it's been stripped out." But not all of it. It wasn't a question. He studied me for a long moment, then seemed to reach some kind of decision. "Name's Tom Briggs, retired Air Force. Spent 20 years working radio triangulation and signal intelligence out of Nellis." "What brings you out here?" "Same thing that brings all of you eventually. That goddamn radio call." He leaned against his truck, suddenly looking every one of his 60-plus years. I was on duty that night in '97, working the monitoring station. We tracked that transmission in real time. My heart nearly stopped. You were there. Not there, he said, pointing toward the building, but I was part of the team that pinpointed where it came from. And I can tell you right now, it didn't come from some payphone like everyone thinks. Where did it come from? Tom was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally he sighed. Signal originated from inside restricted airspace, about 2 miles above this exact location, moving at approximately 80 miles per hour in a northwesterly direction. Moving? Like from an aircraft? That's what we thought at first. But no aircraft was supposed to be in that airspace, and the signal characteristics. He shook his head. Damn thing was broadcasting on frequencies that weren't even commercially available in 1997. The transmission equipment would have had to be decades ahead of anything we had at the time. I felt like the ground was shifting beneath my feet. Are you saying the caller wasn't human? Tom's laugh was bitter. I'm saying the caller wasn't calling from Earth, at least not from the surface, whether he was human or not. That's above my pay grade, but I can tell you this. We tracked similar signals every year after that. Same date, same time, same general area. Always from altitude, always moving. Every year. Every September 11th, 3:10 a.m. Pacific, like clockwork. He pushed himself off the truck and walked toward me. I've been coming out here for the anniversary for the past decade, ever since I retired. Call it professional curiosity. Have you ever heard the transmission yourself? Not directly, but I've got equipment in the truck that can pick up the signal when it broadcasts. He paused. Which, according to my calculations, should be happening in about 6 hours. I stared at him. Tonight? Tonight's September 11th, isn't it? And if you're out here with questions about that old coast-to-coast call, then you've already been logged by whoever's been monitoring this site. Might as well stick around and see what happens. The casual way he mentioned being logged sent a chill down my spine. What do you mean, logged? Tom pointed toward the building. That radio console in there is not just receiving signals, it's been transmitting location data on everyone who visits this site for the past 28 years. License plates, cell phone signatures, facial recognition if you get close enough to the building. I instinctively took a step back. Transmitting to who? Wish I knew, but whoever's been maintaining this place, they've got resources and technology that goes way beyond amateur radio enthusiasts. He studied my face in the dim light. If you heard that call and came looking, then you're part of whatever's happening here now. Question is, are you ready to find out what that means? Tom's truck was equipped with enough radio and monitoring equipment to stock a small electronics store. While he prepared his receivers, I set up my camping gear at what he assured me was a safe distance from the building. Close enough to observe, far enough away to avoid whatever scanning equipment might be hidden inside. As midnight approached, Tom became increasingly focused on his instruments, adjusting frequencies and checking signal strength indicators. I tried to make conversation, but he was clearly in professional mode now, decades of military training taking over. You ever think about what the caller was really warning about? I asked as we waited in the darkness. Every day for 28 years, Tom replied without looking up from his equipment. But I've learned that sometimes the warning isn't meant for the people who hear it first. Sometimes it's meant for the people who come looking later. At 2:30 a.m, Tom's equipment began detecting anomalies. Radio frequencies that had been silent all evening suddenly came alive with activity, though nothing we could hear clearly. Just bursts of what sounded like digital data transmission. Something's coming, Tom said quietly. Whatever's been broadcasting that signal, it's powering up. At exactly 3:09 a.m, every piece of radio equipment in Tom's truck went silent. The sudden absence of static and background hum was more unsettling than any sound could have been. Here we go, Tom whispered. At 3:10 a.m, my shortwave radio crackled to life. The voice that emerged from the speakers was exactly the same as the one I'd heard on Dad's tape. The same frantic, breathless panic. The same desperate words spilling over each other in fear. But this wasn't a recording. The signal was live, broadcasting in real time with all the characteristics of a current transmission. Hello? Hello? Is anybody out there? This is... I can't tell you my name. They're listening. They're always listening. I used to work at Area 51, at the facility they call S4. I need to tell someone what's happening there. Word for word, it was identical to the 1997 broadcast. But as I listened, I began to notice subtle differences in the background. The hum that had intrigued me on Dad's tape was stronger now, more complex. It sounded like machinery. Not electronic equipment, but something mechanical, rhythmic, like the steady beating of enormous gears. They're not from here. They're from somewhere else. Another dimension, another reality, I don't know. But they're here now, and they've been infiltrating our military installations. They look like us, but they're not us. They're preparing for something. Tom's equipment was going crazy, needles jumping across dials as he tried to triangulate the source of the transmission. "It's directly overhead," he whispered, 2,000 feet up and holding position. I looked up at the star-filled sky but saw nothing. No aircraft lights, no movement against the constellations. The transmission continued. "If anyone's listening, if anyone cares about this country, you need to know they're coming. They've been here for decades, but now they're ready to reveal themselves. The time is coming when they won't hide anymore." The frantic voice began to break up, just as it had in 1997. But instead of cutting to Art Bell's response, the signal faded to static, then silence. Tom and I sat in the darkness for several minutes, neither of us speaking. Finally, he began shutting down his equipment. "Same message," he said quietly. "Word for word, exactly the same as 97. But that's impossible. It's been 28 years. Tom packed his equipment methodically, his movements careful and deliberate. Maybe the message wasn't meant for 1997. Maybe it was meant for now. As we prepared to leave, I made one final check of the building. The radio console that had been humming with activity was now dark, its green lights extinguished. But in the drawer where I'd found the logbooks, there was something new, a single sheet of paper that hadn't been there before. The paper contained a list of coordinates, hundreds of them, scattered across the United States and other countries. Below the coordinates was a date, September 11th, 2026. And at the bottom of the page, in the same shaky handwriting I'd seen on Dad's cassette tape, were 4 words. "The warning is complete." 3 months have passed since that night in the Nevada desert. I've digitized Dad's tape and compared its background hum to the recording I made of the live transmission. The patterns match perfectly. Not similar, not close, but absolutely identical, down to the most minute frequency variations. It's as if the same message has been broadcasting for 28 years, unchanged and unchanging, waiting for the right people to hear it at the right time. I've traced the coordinates from the paper I found in the building. They correspond to military installations, government facilities, and research centres around the world. Some are public knowledge, NORAD, the Pentagon, major Air Force bases. Others are more obscure, locations that don't appear on any official maps but show up in declassified documents and conspiracy theory forums. All of them are scheduled to be revealed according to the paper on September 11th, 2026. Tom and I stay in touch. He's been monitoring radio frequencies around other coordinates on the list, and he's detected similar transmission anomalies at sites across the southwest. Always the same date, always the same time, always the same message. The warning is spreading, broadcasting from more locations each year. The rational part of my mind still insists this is elaborate fiction. A decades-long hoax perpetrated by unknown parties for unknown reasons. But the evidence keeps accumulating, and my father's cassette tape remains the most damning piece of all. Why did he record it? Why did he save it for 28 years with a warning not to play it? And how did he know that someday someone would need to hear not just the famous call, but the part that came after? Art Bell's genuine shock at the sudden satellite failure, his immediate suspicion that someone didn't want the message heard. I've started having dreams about the desert, about standing in that abandoned building and listening to voices that shouldn't exist. In the dreams, the caller's voice is clearer, less frantic. He's trying to tell me something specific, something beyond the general warning about extra-dimensional beings and infiltration. He's trying to tell me that the transmission isn't a warning about something that might happen. It's a countdown to something that will happen, and we have less than a year left. I think about that final night often, about Tom's words as we packed up our equipment under the desert stars. Maybe the message wasn't meant for 1997, maybe it was meant for now. But I've come to believe something even more unsettling. The message wasn't just meant for now, it was meant to create now. Every person who heard that call, every investigator who followed the trail of clues, every forum post and conspiracy theory it spawned, were all part of something larger, a carefully orchestrated sequence of events designed to bring the right people to the right places at the right time. The caller said they were coming back. He said they'd been preparing for decades, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. September 11th, 2026 is less than 13 months away. Maybe this was the warning, and maybe we missed it the first time because we weren't ready to understand what we were really hearing. But now, 28 years later, with the world balanced on the edge of technological revolution and social upheaval, maybe we're finally ready to listen. My investigation has revealed a truth that's both terrifying and magnificent in its scope. The 1997 call wasn't a cry for help. It was a recruitment message designed to identify and gather people with a curiosity and determination to follow the trail to its conclusion. Every person who heard the call and felt compelled to investigate, every forum post analysing the background hum, every late-night drive to the Nevada desert. It was all planned, orchestrated by intelligence far beyond human comprehension. We weren't discovering the truth. We were being led to it. The evidence is everywhere once you know how to look for it. The forum posts from 1999 that conveniently provided just enough information to keep people searching. The local residents at each site who had decades of documentation ready to share with visitors. The federal authorities who warned people away but never actually prevented them from reaching the sites. Even Tom's appearance at the Nevada installation wasn't coincidence. I've since learned that he received an anonymous tip about unusual activity at the site, timed perfectly to ensure he'd be there when I arrived. We were meant to meet, meant to combine our knowledge and resources to uncover the full scope of the network. The question is, are we ready for what comes next? I've set up my own monitoring equipment now, scanning frequencies around the clock. The annual transmissions are getting stronger, more frequent. What started as a single desperate call in 1997 has become a network of signals broadcasting from locations across the globe. But I've also detected something new in recent weeks. Responses. Other voices, speaking in languages I don't recognise, transmitting from coordinates that don't appear on any of our maps. The network isn't just broadcasting anymore, it's communicating, coordinating, preparing for something massive. The pattern is accelerating. 2 weeks ago, Tom called me with news that confirmed my worst fears. His equipment had detected a massive power surge across the entire southwestern United States, centered on the Nevada installation. The surge lasted exactly 11 minutes, the same duration as the original 1997 call, and occurred at precisely 3:10 a.m. Pacific time. But it wasn't September 11th, it was August 30th, 2 weeks early. The timeline's changing, Tom told me over our encrypted connection. Whatever they've been building toward, it's happening faster than planned. I drove back to Nevada that same night, arriving at the installation just before dawn. The building looked the same from the outside, but inside everything had changed. The old radio console had been replaced with equipment I'd never seen before. Sleek, crystalline structures that hummed with barely contained energy. The walls were lined with displays showing data streams in symbols that looked almost hieroglyphic. And standing in the centre of it all was a man I recognised from photographs in Dad's papers. He was older now, greyer, but unmistakably the same person who had signed those letters as J. Mitchell. "You're right on time," he said without turning around. "Your father said you'd figure it out eventually. He was very proud of you, you know." "You knew my father." Mitchell smiled sadly. Jim was one of us from the beginning, a member of the group tasked with documenting and preserving evidence of the contact protocol. We've been preparing for this moment for over 30 years. Contact protocol? The systematic introduction of humanity to our partners in this venture, Mitchell explained, gesturing toward the alien equipment surrounding us. The beings your father's generation called extra-dimensional are actually our ancestors, humanity's future selves, travelling back through time to guide our development, and ensure we reach the point where contact becomes possible. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Time travellers? Think of it as temporal anthropology, Mitchell said. They've been observing and occasionally intervening in human development for centuries, but always carefully, always gradually. The 1997 broadcast was the beginning of the final phase, the recruitment and preparation of individuals who would help facilitate the open revelation of their presence. He activated one of the displays showing me a timeline spanning decades. The 1997 coast-to-coast call was just one point on a vast map of interventions, UFO sightings, government leaks, conspiracy theories, and media portrayals all carefully orchestrated to gradually prepare humanity for the truth. Every person who heard that call and felt compelled to investigate was selected for specific psychological and intellectual traits, Mitchell continued. Curiosity, persistence, the ability to think outside conventional frameworks. You and hundreds of others like you have been unknowingly preparing for this moment your entire lives. What moment? Mitchell's expression grew grave. September 11th, 2026 was the original timeline for open contact. But global events have accelerated beyond projections. Climate change, technological advancement, social upheaval. Humanity is approaching a critical point earlier than expected. The contact timeline has been moved up. To when? September 11th, 2025, this year, 63 days from now. The weight of the revelation nearly buckled my knees. Why are you telling me this? Because you have a choice to make, Mitchell said. You can walk away now, return to your normal life, and watch the revelation unfold on the news like everyone else. Or you can stay and help us prepare for what's coming. Your father chose to help, but he knew the final decision would be yours. I thought about Dad's cassette tape, his careful preservation of evidence, his lifelong fascination with the unexplained. He'd been part of something incredible, something that would reshape humanity's understanding of its place in the universe. What would I have to do? Mitchell smiled. Help us wake up the rest of the network. There are monitoring stations like this one all over the world, and each one needs an operator who understands what they're really seeing. People like you, who've followed the trail this far and are ready to take the final step. And somewhere in the static between stations, in the quiet moments when the airwaves fall silent, I swear I can hear machinery humming beneath the earth. Enormous gears turning in preparation for something vast and inevitable. The warning is complete, the paper said, but I don't think the warning was ever meant for us. I think it was meant for them, our future selves, confirming that the timeline was proceeding as planned, that the right people were in the right places at the right time. I accepted Mitchell's offer. Over the past 2 months, I've helped activate 17 monitoring stations across North America. Each station is operated by someone like me, a person who heard the call, followed the clues, and discovered they'd been selected for something extraordinary. We're not just observers anymore, we're participants in the most significant event in human history. The technology is beyond anything our current science can explain. The equipment doesn't just monitor radio transmissions, it monitors temporal fluctuations, tracking the movements of beings who exist partially outside our normal time stream. What we've been calling extra-dimensional is actually extra-temporal, our descendants from a future where humanity has learned to navigate time itself. They've been guiding our development for centuries, nudging us toward the technological and social breakthroughs necessary to join them as partners rather than remaining as subjects of study. The revelation scheduled for September 11th isn't an invasion or conquest. It's a graduation ceremony. Humanity is about to learn that we're not alone in the universe because we never were alone. We've been under the protection and guidance of our own future selves all along. The Coast to Coast call in 1997 was their way of identifying people with the intellectual flexibility and emotional stability to handle this truth. The frantic, terrified voice wasn't warning about an invasion. It was expressing the natural fear and confusion any person from our era would feel upon discovering the reality of time travel and temporal intervention. But the caller wasn't just any person. Analysis of the voice patterns and linguistic markers suggests he was one of us. one of the people recruited through the decades-long selection process, but from an earlier iteration of the timeline. His fear came from understanding what was approaching, not from being threatened by it. September 11th, 2025 is now just 3 weeks away, and the final preparations are accelerating. The monitoring stations have become communication hubs, allowing real-time coordination between the temporal intervention team and their contacts in our era. The conversations I overhear are fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. Discussions of timeline stabilization, cultural adaptation protocols, and the careful choreography required to reveal the truth without causing mass panic. I've learned that the specific date, September 11th, was chosen not for its symbolic significance in our timeline, but because it represents a temporal intersection point where multiple probability streams converge. On that date, at exactly 3:10 a.m. Pacific time, the barriers between our time and theirs will be thin enough to allow for stable, permanent contact. The revelation won't be subtle. Every monitoring station will activate simultaneously, broadcasting a coordinated message that will override radio, television, and internet communications worldwide. The message will come not from mysterious callers or government spokespeople, but from recognizable human faces, our descendants, showing us what humanity becomes when we survive our current challenges and learn to work together on a cosmic scale. The future they represent isn't utopian, but it's hopeful. They've survived climate change, technological disruption, and social upheaval by learning to think beyond the limitations of linear time. They've become gardeners of their own past, nurturing the seeds of wisdom and cooperation that will grow into the civilization they represent. And in 21 days they're going to offer us the chance to join them. I think about my father often during these final weeks. He spent years preserving that cassette tape, knowing that someday his son would need to hear it and follow the trail to its conclusion. He was part of a generation that laid the groundwork for this moment, and now it's my generation's turn to take the next step. The choice that awaits humanity on September 11th isn't whether to accept or reject contact with alien beings. It's whether we're ready to accept responsibility for becoming the ancestors of a civilization capable of travelling through time to guide its own development. Are we ready to become gardeners of time itself? In 18 days, we'll find out. Welcome back to Sleep Theories, where we explore the mysteries that keep us awake at night. Before we dive into today's chilling tale, I want to thank the countless comments that suggested this incredible story. If you have ideas for future videos, please leave them in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy these mysterious narratives that blur the line between fiction and reality. What if everything you've been taught about the planet is a lie, and one person finally uncovers the truth? Marcus Reed had always been the type of person who questioned everything. While his classmates accepted textbook diagrams of Earth's curvature without question, Marcus found himself staring at the horizon during family beach trips, wondering why he couldn't see the curve everyone insisted was there. While others trusted satellite images from NASA, Marcus wondered who controlled those cameras, and why certain areas always seemed conveniently obscured by clouds. By his 30s, Marcus had built a modest career as a freelance researcher, specialising in declassified government documents and historical anomalies. His small apartment in Denver was cluttered with filing cabinets, corkboards covered in red string connecting various conspiracy theories, and multiple computer monitors displaying satellite feeds, weather patterns, and archived military documents. Friends called him obsessive. Marcus preferred the term thorough. What Marcus didn't know was that his methodical nature and refusal to accept conventional wisdom would soon lead him on the most dangerous journey of his life, one that would challenge everything humanity believed about the very ground beneath their feet. This is the story of how one man's curiosity became a threat so significant that powerful forces would stop at nothing to silence him. The truth, as Marcus would discover, wasn't just stranger than fiction. It was sharper than anyone could imagine. The email arrived on a Tuesday morning in March, buried among the usual spam and newsletter subscriptions that filled Marcus's inbox. The subject line read, "Classified Antarctic Survey, Eyes Only, 1962. The sender's address was a random string of letters and numbers from a temporary email service. Marcus almost deleted it. He received dozens of hoax documents every week from attention seekers and pranksters who knew about his research into government cover-ups. But something about this particular message felt different. The attachment was a high-resolution scan of what appeared to be an authentic military document, complete with official letterhead, classification stamps, and the kind of bureaucratic language that was difficult to fake convincingly. The document detailed a joint military operation called Project Horizon's End, conducted in 1962 by American and Soviet forces, an unprecedented collaboration during the height of the Cold War. The mission's stated objective was to conduct comprehensive geological surveys of the Antarctic perimeter zones, with particular attention to navigational anomalies and cartographic inconsistencies. What caught Marcus's attention wasn't the official language, but what was hidden between the lines. The document referenced strict protocols for personnel experiencing disorientation beyond the 85th parallel south and mandatory psychological evaluation following exposure to geographical impossibilities. Most intriguingly, there were multiple references to a Zone 7 that required special clearance due to the sensitive nature of cosmological implications. Marcus spent the rest of that day attempting to verify the document's authenticity. The letterhead matched archived examples he found in legitimate military databases. The formatting, typography, and even the quality of paper visible in the scan all suggested this was genuine. But when he tried to cross-reference Project Horizon's End with other declassified operations from the same period, he found nothing. It was as if the entire mission had been scrubbed from official records. That evening, Marcus pulled up Google Earth and began examining satellite images of Antarctica. He focused his attention on areas beyond the 85th parallel south, looking for anything that might correspond to the mysterious Zone 7 mentioned in the document. What he found made his hand shake as he gripped his coffee mug. In a region of Antarctica that should have been clearly visible, there was a massive area obscured by what the satellite data labelled as persistent cloud cover. The clouds formed an almost perfect rectangle stretching for hundreds of miles. Marcus checked historical satellite data going back 15 years. The cloud cover was always there, in exactly the same position, with exactly the same shape. Clouds don't behave that way. Weather patterns shift constantly, but this anomaly remained fixed like a digital censorship bar placed over something Google didn't want people to see. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. Throughout his years of research, he had investigated claims about flat Earth theory, typically dismissing them as pseudoscience promoted by attention seekers and conspiracy theorists. But the evidence in front of him suggested something far more disturbing than simple misinformation. What if the flat Earth theorists were wrong about the details but right about the cover-up? What if the truth about Earth's shape wasn't that it was flat, but that its actual configuration was so different from what people believed that revealing it would cause global panic? Marcus opened a new browser tab and began researching everything he could find about Antarctica's restricted zones, military operations in polar regions, and historical attempts to map the continent's true borders. The deeper he dug, the more questions emerged. Why were civilian flights forbidden from crossing Antarctic airspace? Why did every Antarctic expedition require extensive government approval and military escort? And why, despite decades of satellite technology, were large portions of the continent still marked as unmapped on official charts? By 3 a.m, Marcus had filled 17 pages with notes, printed dozens of satellite images, and created a timeline of suspicious Antarctic activities dating back to the 1940s. As he finally prepared for bed, one thought echoed in his mind. If someone had gone to the trouble of sending him that classified document, they wanted him to find something. The question was whether they were trying to help him uncover the truth or lure him into a trap. The next morning brought another email from the same anonymous address. This time there was no document attached, just a single line of text. The maps are wrong. Look for yourself. Marcus spent the following weeks attempting to contact anyone who might have first-hand knowledge of Antarctic anomalies. Through online forums and research networks, he managed to connect with a retired Navy pilot named James Patterson, who had flown supply missions to research stations in the 1980s. They met at a coffee shop in Colorado Springs, and Marcus was immediately struck by Patterson's nervous demeanour. The former pilot kept glancing around the cafe as if expecting to be overheard, and his hands trembled slightly as he stirred his coffee. "I shouldn't be talking to you about this," Patterson said quietly. "I signed NDAs that don't expire until I'm dead. But I'm 73 years old, and I've been carrying this for 40 years. Patterson explained that during his Antarctic missions, he had been required to follow extremely specific flight paths. Deviation from approved routes, even by a few miles, resulted in immediate radio contact from ground control ordering immediate course correction. When Patterson asked his commanding officer about the restrictions, he was told it was to avoid dangerous weather patterns and preserve fuel efficiency. But here's the thing, Patterson continued, lowering his voice further. On my final mission in 1987, we had an equipment malfunction that forced us off the approved route. I was flying at 15,000 feet, clear visibility, perfect weather. As we approached what my charts showed as the edge of the Ross Ice Shelf, I saw something that shouldn't have existed." Marcus leaned forward. "What did you see?" "A wall," Patterson whispered. "Not a regular ice formation or glacier. A vertical wall of ice extending as far as I could see in both directions. It had to be at least 200 feet high, maybe more. And here's the part that still gives me nightmares. It was perfectly straight. Nature doesn't create straight lines like that, especially not across hundreds of miles." Patterson explained that before he could investigate further, his radio crackled with urgent commands to return to base immediately. When he landed, he was debriefed by officers he had never seen before. They confiscated all of his navigation logs, film, and personal notes from the flight. The official incident report claimed he had experienced altitude sickness and hallucinations due to equipment failure. "They transferred me to desk duty the next week," Patterson said. "Never flew Antarctic missions again, but I know what I saw, and I know they didn't want me to see it." After the meeting with Patterson, Marcus decided to conduct his own experiments. If Earth's curvature was different from what people believed, he should be able to detect inconsistencies using simple physics and optical equipment. Marcus drove to several large lakes in Colorado and Wyoming, bringing with him a high-powered laser, telescopic camera equipment, and a notebook full of calculations based on the standard Earth curvature formulas he had learned in school. According to conventional geometry, a laser beam shot across a lake should demonstrate a specific amount of curvature drop over distance. The results of his experiments were deeply unsettling. At Horsetooth Reservoir, Marcus positioned his laser on the north shore and aimed it at a target on the south shore, approximately 6 miles away. According to Earth curvature calculations, the laser should have been approximately 24 feet below his target due to the planet's curve. Instead, the laser hit the target dead center. Marcus repeated the experiment at 5 different lakes, each time achieving the same impossible result. The laser beams were travelling in straight lines across distances where Earth's curvature should have been clearly measurable. Either his equipment was malfunctioning, or the curvature he had been taught to expect simply wasn't there. 3 days after his final lake experiment, Marcus received another anonymous email. This time, it contained GPS coordinates for a location in northern Canada, along with a message. "Others have done the same tests. We meet monthly. Come alone." Marcus hesitated for a week before booking a flight to Toronto. The coordinates led him to a small town called Moosonee, near the southern shore of Hudson Bay. He rented a car and drove to the specified location, a seemingly abandoned research station surrounded by snow-covered wilderness. Inside the building, Marcus found 7 other people seated around a conference table, covered with maps, photographs, and technical equipment. They introduced themselves as scientists, engineers, pilots, and researchers who had all discovered similar inconsistencies in Earth's supposed curvature. The group's leader was a woman named Elena Vasquez, a former cartographer who had worked for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for 15 years. Elena explained that she had first noticed discrepancies while creating coastal navigation charts in the early 2000s. Satellite data, ground surveys, and maritime reports kept contradicting each other, Elena said. When I brought these inconsistencies to my supervisors, I was told the equipment was malfunctioning or that I was making calculation errors, but the pattern was too consistent to be random mistakes. Elena showed Marcus dozens of examples where official maps showed curved coastlines and distances that didn't match real-world measurements. Ships reported travelling shorter distances than their charts indicated. Pilots found themselves reaching destinations ahead of schedule on routes that should have taken longer due to Earth's curvature. The more evidence we gathered, the more we realised we weren't dealing with isolated measurement errors, Elena continued. Someone has been systematically altering geographical data to make the world appear more curved than it actually is. Marcus shared his own research, including the Antarctic document and his laser experiments. The group listened intently, occasionally nodding in recognition when he described phenomena they had also encountered. A former surveyor named Thomas Wright explained that he had been fired from his job with the US Geological Survey after questioning discrepancies in land elevation measurements. A meteorologist named Catherine Lee described how weather prediction models only worked when she ignored official atmospheric curvature data and used flat plane calculations instead. The question, Eleanor said as the meeting concluded, is what are they hiding and why go to such lengths to hide it? Marcus left the meeting with more questions than answers, but also with a growing certainty that he was part of something much larger than a simple geographical conspiracy. As his plane lifted off from Toronto, he stared out the window at the horizon, trying to see any evidence of the curve he'd been taught existed since childhood. The horizon looked completely flat. The breakthrough came in the form of an unexpected phone call 6 weeks later. Marcus was working late in his apartment when his phone rang, displaying a blocked number. The voice on the other end was electronically distorted, making it impossible to identify the caller's gender or age. "Marcus Reed," the voice said. "You've been asking questions about Antarctica." Marcus's heart began pounding. "Who is this?" "Someone who knows what you're looking for is real. Are you prepared to see it for yourself?" The caller explained that a private expedition was being organised for early December, summer in the southern hemisphere. The group would consist of Marcus and 2 other researchers who had been investigating similar anomalies. They would travel to Chile, then board a private vessel capable of ice navigation for a journey to the restricted zones beyond the 85th parallel. "This isn't a tourist trip," the voice warned. "The people who control access to that region don't want anyone seeing what's there. If we're caught, we'll be detained indefinitely under international security protocols. Are you willing to take that risk?" Marcus thought about James Patterson's trembling hands, Eleanor Vasquez's career destroyed by asking questions, and the months he had spent conducting experiments that defied everything he thought he knew about the planet. "Yes," he said, "I'll go." 2 weeks later, Marcus found himself on a plane to Santiago, Chile, carrying only essential cold weather gear and hidden recording equipment. His companions for the journey were Rebecca Torres, a physicist from UC Berkeley, who'd been investigating gravitational anomalies in polar regions, and David Kim, a former intelligence analyst who claimed to have discovered evidence of secret military installations in Antarctica. They met their guide, a grizzled Norwegian ship captain named Erik Larsen, at the port city of Punta Arenas. Larsen's vessel, the Aurora's Edge, was a modified icebreaker originally built for scientific research but now operating under private charter. Larsen himself was tight-lipped about who was funding their expedition, saying only that certain parties wanted them to document what they found. The journey south took 4 days through increasingly rough seas. As they approached the Antarctic convergence zone where cold polar waters meet warmer ocean currents, Marcus noticed his electronic equipment beginning to malfunction. His GPS unit displayed increasingly erratic readings, showing their position jumping between locations hundreds of miles apart. His digital compass spun wildly, unable to maintain a consistent bearing. Rebecca, monitoring gravitational readings with sensitive equipment, reported similar anomalies. "The magnetic field readings don't make sense," she said, studying her instruments with growing concern. "It's as if we were approaching an area where normal physics breaks down." On their 5th day at sea, they encountered the ice wall. Marcus had thought James Patterson's description was exaggerated, perhaps distorted by memory and fear. The reality was far more shocking than anything the former pilot had described. Rising from the dark Antarctic waters like a massive concrete barrier, was a wall of ice that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions. The wall was not jagged and irregular, like natural glacial formations. It was remarkably smooth and vertical, rising at least 300 feet above the waterline. "This is impossible," David whispered, staring up at the towering ice formation. "Glaciers don't form vertical walls like this. The physics of ice formation wouldn't allow it." Captain Larson had been unusually quiet since they first spotted the wall, but now he spoke up. "I've been making trips to Antarctic waters for 30 years, he said. "I've seen glaciers, ice sheets, and every natural formation you can imagine. This isn't natural. Someone built this." As the Aurora's edge moved parallel to the ice wall, Marcus used his telephoto camera to document what they were seeing. The wall extended beyond the horizon in both directions, creating what appeared to be an impenetrable barrier around the entire Antarctic continent. But more disturbing than the wall itself were the signs of human activity they began to notice. Every few miles they spotted large metal structures embedded in the ice, what appeared to be observation towers equipped with radar dishes and communication equipment. David, using military-grade binoculars, identified armed personnel stationed at several of these installations. "Those are definitely military uniforms," he reported, "but I can't identify the nationality. The insignia don't match any country's armed forces that I'm familiar with." As they continued their journey along the ice wall, Rebecca made an even more unsettling discovery. Her gravitational measurement equipment, designed to detect variations in Earth's gravitational field, was showing readings that violated fundamental laws of physics. "According to these instruments," she said, her voice trembling, "the gravitational pull beyond this ice wall is significantly weaker than it should be. It's as if the mass of the planet just stops." Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Antarctic air. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if these readings are accurate, there's nothing beyond this wall. No land mass, no ocean floor, just empty space." That night, as they anchored the ship in a small inlet, Marcus reviewed the day's footage and photographs. Every image showed the same impossible sight, a perfectly constructed ice barrier that seemed designed to prevent anyone from seeing what lay beyond. The more he studied the evidence, the more one terrifying conclusion became unavoidable. The ice wall wasn't protecting Antarctica from the outside world. It was protecting the outside world from discovering what wasn't there. Captain Larson woke them before dawn with urgent whispers. "We have a window," he said, his weathered face grim in the dim light of the cabin. "My contacts report that the patrol schedule has a gap between 0500 and 0630. If we're going to find a way through the wall, it has to be now." Marcus, Rebecca and David quickly gathered their equipment and followed Larson onto the ship's deck. The captain had spotted what appeared to be a narrow channel in the ice wall, barely wide enough for their vessel to navigate. Ice formations often shifted due to temperature changes and ocean currents, but this opening seemed too perfectly positioned to be natural. "It could be a trap," David warned, scanning the surrounding ice with his binoculars. "If someone wanted to lure us into a restricted zone, this would be the perfect way to do it." "We didn't come this far to turn back now," Marcus replied, though his own instincts were screaming warnings. "We need to see what's on the other side." As the Aurora's edge slowly navigated through the narrow channel, Marcus noticed that the ice walls on either side showed clear evidence of artificial modification. Tool marks were visible in the frozen surfaces, and the opening maintained a consistent width that would have been impossible for natural ice formation. Beyond the channel, they emerged into an area unlike anything any of them had expected to find. Instead of more ice or the Antarctic continent, they found themselves in a vast open space, surrounded by the ice wall on all sides. The area was roughly circular, perhaps 20 miles in diameter, and contained what appeared to be a massive research installation. The facility consisted of dozens of buildings, communications towers, aircraft landing strips, and what looked like mining operations. But most unsettling of all was what lay beyond the research installation, a massive opening in what should have been the ground. Marcus positioned his telephoto camera and began documenting everything they could see. The opening was perfectly circular, perhaps 2 miles in diameter, and appeared to be artificially constructed with metal reinforcements around its edges. Powerful lights illuminated the opening's perimeter, but the interior was so dark that even with Marcus's best equipment, he couldn't see the bottom. "That's not a natural geological formation," Rebecca said, studying the scene through binoculars. "Someone excavated that opening. The question is why and how deep it goes." David was monitoring radio frequencies, trying to intercept communications from the research facility. "I'm picking up transmissions in multiple languages," he reported. "English, Russian, Chinese, and what sounds like German. This isn't a single country's operation, it's international." As they watched from a distance of several miles, they could see vehicles and personnel moving around the facility. Aircraft regularly landed and took off from the airstrips, and massive cranes appeared to be lowering equipment into the circular opening. "Look at the edge of that hole," Rebecca said suddenly, pointing toward the massive excavation. "Do you see those structures?" Marcus adjusted his camera's focus and felt his stomach drop. Around the perimeter of the opening were what appeared to be massive anchoring systems, enormous metal cables and support structures that seemed designed to prevent something from falling. "It's as if they're holding the land in place," Marcus whispered, the implications hitting him like a physical blow, as if without those anchors, everything would just fall. Rebecca's gravitational equipment was providing readings that defied explanation. According to her instruments, the gravitational pull at the edge of the opening dropped to nearly zero, then reversed entirely, as if gravity was pulling upward rather than downward. "This is impossible," she said, checking and rechecking her equipment. "Gravity doesn't work this way." There's no scientific explanation for these readings. David had managed to intercept a radio transmission from the facility. The message was brief, but chilling. "Perimeter breach detected in Sector 7. Unknown vessel beyond the ice wall. Initiate containment protocol immediately." "We need to leave," Captain Larson said urgently. "Now." But as the Aurora's edge turned toward the narrow channel through which they had entered, they discovered their escape route had been blocked. A large military vessel now occupied the opening, and additional ships were approaching from multiple directions. Marcus continued photographing and filming everything they could see as the military vessels closed in. His camera captured images of personnel wearing uniforms without national insignia, sophisticated weapon systems unlike anything in conventional military arsenals, and most disturbing of all, what appeared to be aircraft using propulsion systems that produced no visible exhaust or sound. "Whatever this place is," Marcus said, still recording, "it's not just about hiding Earth's shape. They're hiding technology that's decades ahead of anything the public knows exists." As the military vessels surrounded them, Rebecca made one final observation that would haunt Marcus for the rest of his life. "The gravitational readings," she said, staring at her instruments in disbelief. "According to these measurements, we're not on Earth anymore. The gravitational signature is completely different." "What do you mean?" David asked. "I mean," Rebecca replied, her voice barely a whisper, "that either my equipment is completely malfunctioning, or we've somehow travelled to a different planet." The boarding party from the military vessels consisted of armed personnel in full combat gear, who spoke no words as they confiscated all recording equipment, detained Marcus and his companions, and placed black bags over their heads. As Marcus felt himself being transferred to one of the military ships, his last coherent thought was a terrifying realization. They hadn't discovered that Earth was flat. They had discovered something far worse, that Earth, as humanity understood it, might not exist at all. Marcus awoke in what appeared to be a medical facility, though unlike any hospital he had ever seen. The walls were pristine white, the lighting was perfectly even without visible sources, and the air carried a sterile quality that seemed artificially maintained. He was lying on an examination table, wearing a hospital gown with no memory of how he had gotten there. A woman in a white coat entered the room, carrying a tablet and wearing the kind of neutral expression Marcus associated with government officials. She appeared to be in her 40s, with prematurely grey hair and eyes that seemed to evaluate Marcus as if he were a specimen rather than a person. "Mr. Reed," she said, settling into a chair beside his bed. "I'm Agent Sarah Collins with the Antarctic Treaty Enforcement Division. You've been unconscious for 3 days following your unauthorized incursion into restricted Antarctic territory. Marcus tried to sit up but discovered his movements were sluggish and uncoordinated. What did you do to me? Where are my companions? You suffered severe hypothermia and altitude sickness during your expedition, Agent Collins replied, consulting her tablet. Your companions are receiving similar medical treatment. You're fortunate to be alive. Marcus's mind was foggy, but he retained clear memories of what they had discovered beyond the ice wall. That's not what happened. We found the research facility, the excavation site, the gravitational anomalies. I have it all documented. Agent Collins showed him a collection of photographs and video files on her tablet. They showed the Aurora's edge approaching the ice wall, but beyond that, the images showed nothing but empty ocean and natural ice formations. According to the footage, their expedition had encountered nothing more unusual than typical Antarctic scenery. Your recording equipment was damaged by the extreme cold, Agent Collins explained. These are the only images that were recoverable. As you can see, we found exactly what we would expect in that region. Ice, water and natural geological formations. Marcus stared at the sanitized footage in disbelief. Every image of the research facility, the circular excavation, and the impossible gravitational readings had been replaced with mundane Antarctic scenery. Either his memory was completely unreliable, or someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to alter the evidence. I know what I saw, Marcus insisted. The facility, the technology, the opening in the ground. Rebecca's gravitational readings showed dash. Miss Torres suffered a severe concussion during your expedition, Agent Collins interrupted. Her equipment malfunctioned due to extreme weather conditions. Mr. Kim experienced similar disorientation. All 3 of you were affected by altitude sickness and hypothermia, which commonly cause hallucinations and false memories. Agent Collins leaned forward, her expression becoming more serious. Mr. Reed, you've stumbled into a situation that involves international security protocols. The Antarctic Treaty strictly prohibits unauthorized civilian access to certain regions for very good reasons. The area you entered contains hazardous geological formations and extreme weather conditions that have killed dozens of researchers over the years. She showed him documents detailing his expedition's official record. According to the files, Marcus, Rebecca and David had hired Captain Larson for a routine Antarctic tourism trip that had gone dangerously off course due to equipment failure and poor weather. They had been rescued by international treaty enforcement personnel before dying of exposure. You're free to return home, Agent Collins concluded, but you'll need to sign documentation acknowledging that you understand the national security implications of spreading false information about classified Antarctic operations. The penalty for violating this agreement is indefinite detention under international security protocols. Marcus was released 2 days later and flown back to Denver. His first instinct was to contact Rebecca and David, but he discovered that both of their phone numbers had been disconnected. Rebecca's university had no record of her ever being employed there, and David's intelligence background had been completely scrubbed from all accessible databases. When Marcus returned to his apartment, he found that his research materials had been returned by building management after a water leak had required access to his unit. Months of documents, photographs, and experimental data had been replaced with generic conspiracy theory materials that made his work appear to be the obsessions of a paranoid fantasist rather than legitimate research. Marcus attempted to contact Captain Larson, but discovered that the Aurora's Edge had been sold to an unnamed buyer, and Larson had reportedly moved to a remote location in Norway where he could not be reached. Elena Vasquez and the other researchers from the Canadian meeting had also vanished. Their email addresses were invalid, their phone numbers disconnected, and online searches turned up no trace of their existence. Most unsettling of all, Marcus began experiencing memory problems. Details of his Antarctic expedition became increasingly fuzzy, and he found himself questioning whether the extraordinary things he remembered had actually happened. When he tried to write down his experiences, he discovered that he couldn't clearly recall important specifics about the research facility or the circular excavation. 3 weeks after his return, Marcus received a final email from the anonymous sender who had originally contacted him. The message was brief. The truth has been contained. Your service is no longer required. Any further investigation will result in permanent resolution. Marcus realized that he had been faced with a choice: accept the official explanation and live with the knowledge that his memories might be false, or continue pursuing the truth and risk disappearing entirely like his companions. He chose a third option. 6 months later, Marcus uploaded a video to multiple online platforms simultaneously. The file was encrypted, distributed through anonymous servers, and designed to be nearly impossible to remove completely from the internet. In the video, Marcus appeared tired and gaunt, speaking directly to the camera from an undisclosed location. "My name is Marcus Reed," he began, "and I'm probably going to disappear after releasing this message. 6 months ago, I discovered something about our planet that certain people don't want you to know. I can't prove everything I'm about to tell you, because most of my evidence has been destroyed or altered, but I can give you enough information to investigate for yourself." Marcus described his research into Antarctic anomalies, the declassified documents he had received, and the experiments he had conducted that suggested Earth's curvature was not what people believed. He provided GPS coordinates for locations where others could replicate his laser experiments, and detailed instructions for identifying the inconsistencies in satellite imagery that had first led him to question official geographical data. "I'm not asking you to believe me," Marcus continued. "I'm asking you to look for yourselves. Test the horizon with your own equipment. Question why certain areas of Antarctica are forbidden to civilian access. Ask why weather prediction models work better when you ignore Earth's supposed curvature." The video concluded with Marcus staring directly into the camera, his expression a mixture of fear and determination. "They've convinced most of you that people like me are crazy conspiracy theorists. Maybe I am. Maybe everything I experienced was hallucinations caused by altitude sickness and hypothermia. But if I'm right, then everything you've been taught about the world is a carefully constructed lie designed to prevent you from discovering a truth so shocking that it would fundamentally change human civilization." Marcus paused, then delivered his final words. "Sometimes the truth isn't round, it's sharper than you think. And sometimes the edge of the world is exactly where they tell you it isn't." The video was viewed over 2 million times in its first week online before being removed by platform administrators for violating community guidelines regarding misinformation. But copies continued to appear on alternative platforms, and Marcus's story began inspiring others to conduct their own investigations. 3 weeks after the video's release, Marcus Reed's apartment was found empty. Neighbours reported that he had left early one morning carrying a single suitcase and had never returned. His landlord found a note on his desk with a single line of text: "Gone to find the edge. Don't follow." To this day, no one knows what happened to Marcus Reed. His research has inspired a growing community of independent investigators who claim to have replicated his experiments and discovered similar anomalies. Government agencies continue to deny that any classified Antarctic operations exist beyond routine scientific research. But on clear days, when you stand at the ocean's edge and stare at the horizon, you might find yourself wondering the same question that consumed Marcus Reed. What if everything you see is exactly what someone wants you to see? And what if the truth about the world beneath your feet is sharper, stranger, and more terrifying than you ever imagined? The search for answers continues, but those who look too closely often find that the edge of the world is also the edge of everything they thought they knew about reality itself. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to thank Ryan McPherson for suggesting this fascinating topic. The Kecksburg incident has captivated researchers for decades, and tonight we explore it through the eyes of someone who was actually there. If you have story suggestions, please leave them in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoy these deep dives into mysterious events. December the 9th, 1965. The date still sends a chill through my bones 40 years later. Most people remember where they were when Kennedy was shot, or when man first walked on the moon. Me? I remember exactly where I was standing when that fireball tore across the Pennsylvania sky and changed everything I thought I knew about the world we live in. My name is Tom Brennan, and I was a field technician for Bell Telephone Long Lines. stationed out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania. My call sign was KN3WBR, and I'd been working the microwave relay towers that carried America's long-distance calls across the backbone of our communications network. It was Cold War work, though we didn't always think of it that way. Every conversation, every military communication, every government hotline, it all passed through systems like the ones I maintained. The long lines network was something most civilians never thought about, but it was the nervous system of the entire country. We had microwave towers stretching from coast to coast, carrying voice traffic, teletype communications and data streams that kept America running. During the Cuban Missile Crisis 3 years earlier, every word between Washington and Moscow had likely passed through equipment I'd personally calibrated and maintained. It was responsibility that weighed on you, even when you tried not to think about it. That Thursday afternoon, I was up on Chestnut Ridge, working on the microwave site that overlooked the rolling hills of Westmoreland County. The December air was crisp and clear, perfect conditions for long-range propagation. I'd just finished aligning a dish antenna that carried traffic between Pittsburgh and Harrisburg when I saw it, a brilliant streak of fire racing across the western sky, moving from northwest to southeast with a speed that made my trained eye immediately discount any aircraft. The thing was massive, burning white hot with a tail that stretched across maybe 30 degrees of sky. But what struck me as odd, even in that first moment, was how controlled it looked. I'd seen meteors before, plenty of them during my late-night tower climbs. This wasn't the chaotic tumble of space rock hitting atmosphere. This thing was oriented, nose forward, trailing what looked almost like rocket exhaust. The trajectory was too steady, too purposeful for natural debris. I grabbed my binoculars from the truck and tracked the object as it continued southeast. Through the lenses, I could make out what looked like a definite shape. Not the irregular chunk you'd expect from a meteorite, but something with clean lines and a purposeful design. It was maintaining attitude, flying like a vehicle rather than falling like debris. I was still watching when my monitoring equipment started acting up. The westbound long lines hop, the one carrying traffic from Chicago to Philadelphia, showed a sudden 2 to 3 decibel fade right as the fireball passed overhead. That was unusual. Atmospheric events didn't typically affect microwave propagation unless they involved significant ionization. Simultaneously, a cluster of dial switches at the Latrobe Exchange dropped into holdover mode, a protective state they only entered during serious system anomalies or electromagnetic interference. The timing wasn't coincidental. Whatever that object was, it was putting out enough electromagnetic energy to disrupt solid-state communications equipment across a wide area. That suggested either exotic propulsion or significant electrical systems still operating during what should have been a catastrophic re-entry. Then KDKA broke into their regular programming. "We're receiving reports of a brilliant fireball seen across western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio," the announcer said, his voice carrying that professional tension of breaking news. The object was visible for several minutes and appeared to impact somewhere in the wooded hills southeast of Pittsburgh. "We're dispatching news teams to investigate. If you witnessed this event, please call our newsroom." I checked my watch. 4:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I made a note in my logbook. Standard procedure for any unusual events that might affect network operations. Little did I know that notation would become one of the most important entries I'd ever make. My field radio crackled to life 20 minutes later. It was dispatch sending me to check a cutover hut near Kecksburg after locals reported something in the woods that might have damaged our equipment. The cutover hut housed switching equipment for several rural telephone exchanges, and any damage there could isolate entire communities from the outside world. "Brennan, we're getting reports of power fluctuations and equipment failures in the Kecksburg area," the dispatcher said. "Could be related to that meteor everyone's talking about. Need you to check the remote terminal and make sure our lines are still operational. Standard procedure. When weird things happen, check the phone lines first." Communications infrastructure was critical enough that we investigated any potential threat, no matter how unlikely it seemed. I loaded my gear into the company truck. Test equipment, spare components, toolkit, emergency repair supplies, and my camera for documenting any damage. The drive to Kecksburg would take about 40 minutes through winding country roads that followed the ridgelines and valleys of southwestern Pennsylvania. I drove through the gathering dusk, past farms and small communities that most people pass through without noticing. The radio chatter was picking up. State police dispatchers coordinating response to multiple calls about the fireball, fire departments being put on standby, and civil defense officials asking about radiation monitoring equipment. Whatever had come down was generating serious official interest. The sun was setting behind the ridgelines, painting the winter sky in shades of orange and purple. Bare trees stretched skeletal branches against the darkening sky, and the first stars were becoming visible in the clear air. It was the kind of peaceful Pennsylvania evening that made you forget about Cold War tensions and space races and all the other anxieties of the modern world. I had no idea I was driving towards something that would haunt me for decades. The first sign something was seriously wrong came at the intersection of Route 982 and what the locals called Meteor Road, a name that would prove prophetic. A Pennsylvania State Police cruiser sat across the lane, its red and blue lights cutting through the gathering dusk. Trooper R. Hale stepped out as I approached, his hand resting casually on his service weapon. Hale was a big man, the kind of rural cop who commanded respect through presence rather than bluster. He'd probably been dealing with curiosity seekers and reporters all evening, and his patience was clearly wearing thin. "Roads closed," he said simply, shining his flashlight through my windshield to get a look at me. I showed him my Bell telephone identification and work order. "Got a report of equipment damage. Need to check the cutover hut up this road." Hale studied my credentials for a long moment, comparing the photo to my face and checking the official letterhead. These guys were thorough, more thorough than you'd expect for a routine traffic control situation. "Phone company," he called to his partner, who was manning a radio in the cruiser. "Let him pass, but I want his name and time logged." He handed back my ID and stepped aside, but I noticed he made a note on his clipboard. That level of documentation wasn't standard for blocking roads around a meteor impact. Someone was keeping very careful track of who went in and out of that area. The narrow lane wound through dense woods, oak and maple trees that had shed their leaves weeks ago, leaving skeletal branches that scraped against my truck. The road surface was rough, more of a logging trail than a proper road, with potholes and ruts that forced me to drive slowly. But as I got deeper into the forest, something felt fundamentally wrong. The air itself seemed different, charged with an ozone smell that reminded me of high-voltage equipment after a lightning strike, mixed with the acrid scent of hot phenolic resin, the kind we used in electrical insulators. There was also something else, a metallic tang that I couldn't identify, but that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then I saw the trees. They weren't burned exactly. They were snapped inward, all leaning toward a central point maybe 50 yards off the road. The pattern was too regular, too precise to be wind damage. It looked like something massive had come down through the canopy, pushing everything aside in a perfect cone of destruction. Some of the larger oaks had been snapped completely in half, their trunks showing fresh white wood where they'd broken under tremendous force. But what really caught my attention was the electromagnetic signature. My portable field strength meter, which I used for checking microwave path clearance, was showing readings that made no sense. There was a strong RF field emanating from somewhere ahead, cycling through frequencies in a pattern that definitely wasn't natural. Whatever was out there was still electrically active. I grabbed my flashlight and test equipment, following what looked like a shallow furrow carved into the forest floor. The groove was maybe 3 feet wide, scraped clean of leaves and topsoil, running in a straight line toward a small clearing ahead. The earth was compressed and fused in places, as if exposed to intense heat, but there was no evidence of fire damage to the surrounding vegetation. The furrow led me through about 100 yards of damaged forest, before opening into a natural clearing where the real mystery waited. Chief Dombrowski of the Kecksburg Volunteer Fire Department was there when I arrived, along with 3 of his men. They stood in a loose semicircle around something that made my engineer's mind struggle to categorize what I was seeing. It was an acorn. That was the only way to describe it. A bronze-coloured acorn, maybe 10 to 12 feet long, and perhaps 8 feet at its widest point, half buried in the soft earth. But this was no natural object. The surface was smooth, machined, with what looked like copper-bronze alloy that still radiated heat despite the December cold. The metalwork was beautiful in its precision, showing no seams or joints, as if the entire structure had been formed from a single piece of metal. Around its widest point ran a dark band, maybe 18 inches wide, covered with markings that definitely weren't letters. The band appeared to be made of a different material, something darker and more heat-resistant than the main body. It was slightly recessed, like it had been designed to accommodate the markings without disrupting the aerodynamic profile of the object. "You see this too, right?" Chief Dombrowski asked, his voice carrying the careful tone of a man questioning his own sanity. "I mean, this isn't some kind of hallucination from carbon monoxide or something?" Dombrowski was a practical man, a volunteer firefighter who'd spent 20 years responding to vehicle accidents, house fires, and natural disasters. He wasn't the type to imagine things or get excited about strange phenomena, but standing there in that clearing, with this impossible object half buried in Pennsylvania soil, even he seemed shaken. I knelt down beside the object, close enough to see the markings clearly and feel the warmth radiating from its surface. The heat wasn't intense, but it was definitely there, a gentle warmth that suggested significant thermal mass cooling down from much higher temperatures. The material felt almost ceramic to the touch, smooth and slightly warm like a coffee cup that had been sitting in the sun. The markings looked like stencils, precise, functional marks rather than any kind of writing or decoration. There were arrows pointing in different directions, tick marks that could have been measurement references, triangular symbols that might have indicated orientation or attitude, and geometric patterns that looked almost like engineering diagrams. One string of marks caught my attention. A left-pointing arrow, followed by a triangle, 2 vertical lines, a circle with what looked like O2 inside it, then a right-pointing arrow. "Chief," I said, pulling out my sketchbook to copy the markings, "this isn't from space. At least not the way people think." The symbols had a functional quality that reminded me of the stenciled markings on military equipment. Serial numbers, part designations, maintenance instructions, safety warnings. These weren't decorative or ceremonial markings. They were the kind of practical notations you'd find on any piece of complex aerospace equipment. As I sketched the markings, I noticed other details that reinforced my growing suspicion that this wasn't extraterrestrial. The object's surface showed what looked like ablation patterns, areas where material had been deliberately burned away during atmospheric entry. The nose cone had the characteristic blunting you'd expect from a heat shield designed to survive re-entry. There were also what appeared to be small ports or vents, sealed now but clearly designed for some kind of gas flow during operation. Dombrowski pulled out a small civil defence Geiger counter, standard equipment for fire departments in those days, when everyone was worried about nuclear accidents and fallout. The device chirped steadily but not frantically, elevated background radiation, but nothing immediately dangerous. The readings were consistent with what you might expect from equipment that had been exposed to the radiation environment of space, or possibly from radioactive materials used in power systems or scientific instruments. "Hot," he radioed back to his dispatcher. "Pull the boys back to 50 yards. We're getting elevated readings on the CD meter." That's when we heard the trucks. The sound came from back down the lane, heavy vehicles moving slowly over the rough road surface. But these weren't more fire trucks or ambulances. The engine notes were different, deeper, with the distinctive rumble of military diesels under load. Someone with serious resources was responding to this incident, and they were responding fast. I counted at least 3 vehicles, maybe 4, moving in convoy formation. The lead vehicle was already visible through the trees, its headlights cutting through the darkness. But something was wrong with the light pattern. Instead of standard automotive headlights, these looked like military blackout lights, the kind designed to provide illumination without creating visible signatures that could be spotted from aircraft. "Chief," I said, still sketching frantically, "I think we're about to have company." Dombrowski nodded grimly. He'd been in the Pacific during World War II, and he recognised the sound of military vehicles when he heard it. "Boys," he called to his firefighters, "pack up your gear and get ready to move. This just became somebody else's problem. I finished my sketch and tucked the notebook into my jacket pocket. Whatever was coming up that road, I had the feeling that documenting this scene was about to become much more difficult. The object itself remained motionless in its shallow crater, still radiating heat and electromagnetic energy, still defying easy categorization. But as I looked at it one more time, trying to memorize details that my sketch might have missed, I noticed something that would stick with me for decades. Near the base of the object, partially hidden by displaced earth, was what looked like a small panel or access port. The metal around it was slightly discoloured, as if it had been subjected to intense heat, but the panel itself appeared intact. If this thing was alien technology, why would it have panels that looked exactly like the kind of access ports you'd find on any terrestrial spacecraft or aircraft? Why would it have stenciled markings that followed human conventions for technical documentation? Why would its heat shield patterns match what I'd seen in aerospace engineering journals? The more I looked at this object, the more convinced I became that it wasn't from another world, at least not in the way people imagined. It was from our world, but from a part of our world that most people weren't supposed to know existed. They came up the lane with no headlights, 3 vehicles I couldn't quite identify in the gathering darkness. Military, but not standard army green. These were unmarked, flat olive drab, with men in field jackets that could have been M65s, but without any visible insignia or unit patches. The vehicles themselves looked like modified civilian trucks, heavy-duty chassis with military running gear, designed to look unremarkable while carrying specialised equipment. The man who stepped out of the lead vehicle introduced himself simply as Captain Morris. No first name, no unit designation, just Captain. He was maybe 45 years old, with the kind of weathered face that came from spending time outdoors in all kinds of weather. His uniform was military in cut, but deliberately anonymous. No branch insignia, no unit patches, no ribbons or badges that might identify where he came from or who he worked for. Morris moved with the easy authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. He surveyed the scene quickly, taking in the damaged trees, the firefighters' equipment, and the object itself with the practiced eye of someone who'd done this before. This wasn't his first unusual recovery operation. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the flat authority of command, "this area is now under federal jurisdiction. I'll need everyone to step back while my team secures the site." It wasn't a request. More men emerged from the other vehicles, maybe a dozen in total. They moved with military precision, but without the obvious markers you'd expect from regular armed forces. No name tags, no rank insignia, no unit identifiers. Their equipment was high quality but nondescript, military-style gear that could have come from any number of government agencies or private contractors. Trooper Hale appeared from the tree line, his clipboard ready and his radio crackling with traffic from the state police dispatcher. "Need names and contact information from everyone who's been inside the perimeter," he announced, suddenly much more official than he'd been earlier. He photographed my Bell telephone badge with a portable mimeograph unit, sophisticated equipment for a rural police response, the kind of gear that suggested this operation had been planned well in advance. I watched Morris's team work while Hale processed my identification. They moved like a well-rehearsed crew, each man knowing exactly what his job was and how it fit into the larger operation. They threw a canvas shroud over the object, but not before I caught one of them photographing it from multiple angles with professional camera equipment. Then they fitted it with a split cradle that looked purpose-built for the job, curved metal supports that matched the object's contours exactly, as if they'd been manufactured specifically for this type of recovery. The cradle itself was a piece of engineering that impressed me. It was designed to distribute the object's weight evenly, while protecting it from damage during transport. The materials looked like aircraft-grade aluminum, precision-machined and fitted with shock-absorbing mounts. This wasn't improvised equipment thrown together for an emergency response. This was specialised hardware that had been designed, manufactured and stockpiled for exactly this type of situation. They used a portable winch system to load the cradled object onto a lowboy trailer that had appeared as if by magic. The trailer was unmarked but military in design, with heavy-duty suspension and tie-down points that could handle significant loads. The entire loading operation took less than 30 minutes, every movement practiced and efficient. While they worked, I walked the perimeter of the site, ostensibly checking for damage to our communications equipment, but actually trying to document as much as I could without drawing attention to myself. What I found was interesting for several reasons. First, there was indeed real damage to our infrastructure. A burned waveguide isolator at a nearby microwave repeater, the ferret core cracked and discoloured by what looked like intense electromagnetic energy. The damage was recent and severe enough to explain the signal anomalies I detected earlier. This wasn't staged or faked. Something had genuinely disrupted our equipment. Second, the electromagnetic signature was still strong. My field strength meter continued to show elevated readings centred on the crash site, even with the object covered by the canvas shroud. Whatever was generating that energy was still active, still putting out enough RF power to interfere with sensitive electronics. Third, and most intriguingly, I found evidence of previous activity in the area. Tyre tracks in the soft earth that didn't match any of the emergency vehicles currently on scene. The tracks were from heavy trucks, probably military, and they were at least several hours old. Someone had been here before the official response began, someone who'd known exactly where to look and what they'd find. I pocketed the damaged ferret isolator without thinking much about it at the time. Standard procedure for a field technician was to collect failed components for analysis and replacement. But that particular piece of hardware would turn out to be one of the most important pieces of evidence I'd ever handle. By 2300 hours, the convoy was gone. The object, whatever it had been, disappeared under heavy tarps and chains, headed southeast toward what Morris had mentioned in passing was a secure facility for proper analysis. I later learned that the route they took led directly toward Lockbourne Air Force Base in Ohio, which specialised in handling sensitive materials and classified research programs. The cleanup was thorough and professional. Morris's team raked the impact site, collected soil samples that glowed faintly under their ultraviolet inspection lights, and even gathered fragments of damaged bark from the affected trees. They worked systematically, methodically, leaving nothing to chance. By morning, the only evidence of what had happened would be the broken trees themselves, and even those could be explained as storm damage to anyone who didn't know what to look for. But what struck me most about the entire operation was how routine it felt for Morris and his team. They weren't improvising or figuring things out as they went. They had procedures, equipment, and protocols specifically designed for this type of recovery. They'd done this before, probably multiple times, and they expected to do it again. As the last truck disappeared down the lane, I stood in the empty clearing with Chief Dombrowski and tried to process what we'd just witnessed. The forest was quiet now, except for the normal sounds of a December night. Wind through bare branches, the distant hum of traffic on Route 982, the occasional call of a night bird. "Tom," Dombrowski said quietly, "what do you think that really was?" I looked at my sketch one more time before putting it away. "Chief, I think it was ours. I think it was something we built, something that was supposed to come down somewhere else, and now somebody's got a lot of explaining to do to people with security clearances higher than ours." He nodded slowly. "That's what I was thinking too. But if it was ours, why all the secrecy? Why not just say it was a satellite or a test vehicle?" "Because," I said, "sometimes the truth is more dangerous than the mystery. Sometimes people would rather have you wondering about little green men than asking questions about what kind of technology we're actually capable of building." We packed up our equipment and headed back to the road, leaving behind only tyre tracks and trampled vegetation. But we both knew we'd witnessed something significant, something that would stay with us long after the official explanation started appearing in the newspapers. The drive back to town was quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts. But as I reached the main road and saw the normal traffic of a Thursday evening, commuters heading home from late shifts, teenagers cruising the strip, families returning from dinner out, I realised how quickly the extraordinary could become routine again. In a few hours this would all feel like a dream, something that might have happened to someone else. But I had my sketch, and I had the damaged isolator, and I had a growing certainty that what I'd seen in those woods was just the tip of a much larger iceberg that most Americans would never be allowed to see. The official story appeared in the papers the next day, just as I'd expected it would. A meteor had been observed across several states, probably fragments from the annual Geminid shower arriving early. Ground searches in the Kecksburg area had found nothing of significance. Some scorched earth and broken trees, but no meteorite fragments or other debris. Case closed, move along, nothing to see here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette ran a small item on page 3. Meteor search yields no evidence. The article quoted state police officials confirming that extensive ground searches had failed to locate any meteorite fragments, despite numerous eyewitness reports of an object impacting in the Kecksburg area. What people saw was probably a very bright meteor that burned up completely before reaching the ground, explained a spokesman for the Allegheny Observatory. KDKA ran both versions, the official meteor explanation and eyewitness accounts of something being recovered from the woods. But they presented the eyewitness stories as curiosities, human interest pieces about people who thought they'd seen something unusual. The official explanation got top billing and authoritative sources. The eyewitness accounts got relegated to the strange but true category that every local news operation used to fill time on slow days. Most people chose to believe the official version. It was tidier, less troubling to the comfortable order of things. Meteors were natural phenomena that happened all the time. Secret government recovery operations were the stuff of science fiction movies and paranoid conspiracy theories. In December 1965, most Americans still trusted their government to tell them the truth about important matters. I went back to my regular duties, maintaining the microwave relays that carried America's conversations across the continent. The damaged isolator was replaced with a standard unit from our repair stock, and within a week the entire communications path was back to normal operation. The incident was noted in my maintenance log as equipment failure due to electromagnetic interference from natural phenomena, which was technically accurate even if it didn't tell the whole story, but I couldn't shake what I'd seen. The image of that bronze acorn half buried in Pennsylvania soil kept returning to me during quiet moments. The precise markings on its dark band, the professional efficiency of the recovery operation, the obvious familiarity that Morris's team had shown with the entire procedure, all of it suggested something much more complex than a simple meteor impact. I labelled a shoebox KECKSBURG and filed away a Polaroid of the damaged isolator, my hand-drawn sketch of the band markings, and the time slips from that evening. I wasn't sure why I was saving them, but some instinct told me they might be important someday. Then I tried to get on with life. The 1970s brought significant changes to the communications industry. The longlines network was gradually being converted from analog microwave to digital systems. Satellite links were becoming more common, and the entire structure of American telecommunications was evolving rapidly. I found myself working on increasingly sophisticated equipment, systems that would have been pure science fiction just a few years earlier. But the changes also brought new neighbours and new social connections. Westinghouse had a significant presence in the Pittsburgh area, including their Astronuclear Laboratory, WANL, which had been working on nuclear rocket programs and heat shield technology for NASA. The NERVA project, which was developing nuclear thermal rockets for deep space missions, had generated a lot of advanced research into materials that could survive extreme temperatures and radiation environments. Over backyard barbecues and community events, I started picking up fragments of conversation from Westinghouse engineers who worked on these programs. They talked about ablative heat shields designed to protect spacecraft during atmospheric re-entry, about beryllium copper alloys that could withstand tremendous heat loads, about phenolic resin composites that charred away in controlled patterns to carry away thermal energy. I logged these conversations in a notebook, not sure why, but following an instinct that someday the pieces might fit together. The technical details they mentioned, the materials, the design approaches, the testing procedures, all seemed somehow relevant to what I'd seen in that forest clearing. But the connections remained tantalizingly vague, hints and suggestions rather than concrete evidence. During this period, I also became more aware of the broader context of aerospace development in the 1960s. The space race between the United States and Soviet Union had generated enormous investments in advanced technology, much of it classified and developed in parallel with the public NASA programs. military research into reconnaissance satellites, communication platforms, and strategic defense systems was creating capabilities that the general public knew nothing about. The more I learned about these parallel programs, the more convinced I became that what had come down at Kecksburg was related to this hidden side of the space program. The object's design, the government's response, the professional efficiency of the recovery operation, all of it pointed to something that was both highly advanced and highly classified. But I also learned to keep my suspicions to myself. The 1970s were a time of growing skepticism about government secrecy, but they were also a time when asking too many questions about classified programs could have serious consequences for your career and your security clearance. I was a communications technician with access to sensitive systems and facilities. Drawing attention to myself by pursuing conspiracy theories would not have been a wise career move, so I kept my documentation, maintained my notes, and waited for more information to surface. I had the patience that comes from working in technical fields, the understanding that complex problems often take years or decades to resolve, and that the most important insights often come from seemingly unrelated developments that suddenly reveal new patterns and connections. I also developed relationships with other technical personnel who might have relevant information. Ham radio operators, aerospace engineers, military contractors, research scientists, the informal network of people who worked on advanced technology projects, and might have insights into what the government was actually capable of building. These conversations were always careful, always indirect. Nobody wanted to violate security regulations or compromise classified programs. But over time, I began to piece together a picture of just how advanced American aerospace capabilities had become by the mid-1960s, and how much of that advancement was hidden from public view. The hints came in fragments, stories about test flights that never appeared in public records, about facilities that didn't officially exist, about research programs that had been terminated without explanation. Individual pieces meant nothing, but together they suggested a shadow aerospace industry that was decades ahead of what most people imagined was possible. By the late 1970s, I had assembled enough circumstantial evidence to be fairly confident in my basic theory. What had come down at Kecksburg was an American test vehicle or satellite that had malfunctioned and come down in the wrong place. The recovery operation had been professional because it was routine. This was the kind of contingency that classified programs planned for and prepared to handle. But I still didn't have proof, and I wasn't sure I wanted it. The more I learned about the security apparatus surrounding advanced aerospace programs, the more I understood that pursuing this investigation too aggressively could have serious personal consequences. I was a technician with security clearance and access to sensitive facilities. Drawing the wrong kind of attention could end my career and potentially result in criminal charges, so I continued to collect information passively, filing away documents and conversations that might be relevant, but avoiding any active investigation that might trigger security concerns. I told myself I was being cautious and responsible. Looking back, I think I was probably being scared. The 1980s brought new developments that added context to my growing understanding of the incident. The Strategic Defense Initiative generated enormous investments in advanced materials and propulsion systems. Reports began surfacing about stealth technology that had been under development for decades. The Space Shuttle program revealed capabilities that had been theoretical just a few years earlier. All of these developments reinforced my belief that American aerospace technology in the 1960s had been far more advanced than most people realized. The materials, science, the propulsion systems, the guidance and control technology, all of it suggested that building something like what I'd seen at Kecksburg would have been technically feasible, if politically and financially challenging. But the 1980s also brought the first serious challenges to the official story about Kecksburg. Researchers began filing Freedom of Information Act requests, seeking government documents about the incident. Journalists started investigating the eyewitness accounts more seriously. Former military personnel began speaking publicly about their involvement in unusual recovery operations. None of these developments produced definitive proof of what had really happened, but they did establish that the official explanation was incomplete at best. Too many credible witnesses had seen too many things that didn't fit the meteor story. Too many government agencies had responded too quickly and too professionally for this to have been a routine natural phenomenon. I followed these developments with great interest, but I remained reluctant to contribute my own evidence to the growing body of research. I was still working in the communications industry, still maintaining security clearances, still vulnerable to retaliation if I violated secrecy agreements I'd never actually signed, but that everyone understood were implicit in the job. But I also began to realise that my documentation might be uniquely valuable. My technical background gave me insights that most UFO researchers lacked. My presence at the scene as an official responder, rather than a curious bystander, gave my testimony a credibility that most eyewitness accounts couldn't match. And my collection of physical evidence, the damaged isolator, the technical sketches, the contemporary documentation, provided objective support for claims that might otherwise be dismissed as fantasy or misremembering. As the 1980s turned into the 1990s, I found myself increasingly torn between the desire to contribute to historical understanding and the need to protect my career and personal security. It was a tension that would ultimately define the rest of my relationship with the Kecksburg incident. Retirement gave me time to think, and the internet gave me tools I'd never had before. Suddenly I could research topics that would have required trips to libraries and archives, communicate with researchers and witnesses scattered across the country, and access government documents that had been declassified or leaked over the decades since the incident. The first major breakthrough came in 2001, when Mike Romano, an aging firefighter who'd been at Kecksburg that night, went public with his story in a way that couldn't be ignored or dismissed. Romano had been a young volunteer with the Kecksburg FFD in 1965, and he'd gotten closer to the object than most of the other witnesses. His account was detailed, specific, and consistent with what I remembered from my own observations. Romano described seeing an acorn-shaped object about the size of a small car, with a bronze or copper-coloured surface that was still warm to the touch. Around its widest point was a band of darker material covered with writing like Egyptian hieroglyphs, markings that were clearly artificial, but unlike any human writing system he'd ever seen. The object had been loaded onto an army flatbed truck and transported away, with rumours that it eventually went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and then to Lockbourne. What made Romano's account particularly credible was his technical background and his obvious reluctance to go public. He was a career firefighter and emergency responder, trained to observe accurately under stressful conditions and not given to fantasy or exaggeration. He'd waited 35 years to tell his story, and he was clearly uncomfortable with the attention it generated. These weren't the characteristics of someone seeking publicity or trying to perpetuate a hoax. Romano's description of the markings on the dark band matched my own sketches closely enough to be convincing. He remembered arrows, triangular shapes, and geometric patterns that looked more like technical diagrams than decorative art. He also remembered the professional efficiency of the recovery operation and the obvious familiarity that the military personnel had shown with the procedures. That same year, NASA found itself in a Freedom of Information Act dust-up over Kecksburg documents that would prove to be a watershed moment in the case. Researchers had been filing FOIA requests with various government agencies for years, usually receiving responses that claimed no relevant documents existed or that any relevant documents were classified and couldn't be released. But NASA's initial response to a 2001 FOIA request was different and contradictory. They claimed to have no records related to the Kecksburg incident, but researchers had already found references to the incident in archived NASA memos and technical reports. The contradiction was obvious enough to attract media attention and generate pressure for a more thorough document search. The controversy made national news, with major newspapers and television networks running stories about the government's contradictory claims regarding Kecksburg. For the first time since 1965, the incident was receiving serious attention from mainstream media outlets, rather than just UFO researchers and conspiracy theorists. I followed these developments closely, comparing the new information with my own documentation and memories. What emerged was a picture that was both more complex and more mundane than either the official meteor explanation or the extraterrestrial theories that had grown up around the incident. I pulled out my old sketch of the band markings and started comparing them to technical documents I could access online. The internet had made available enormous amounts of previously classified or restricted aerospace documentation, technical papers, research reports, declassified military studies, and academic research that had been inaccessible to civilian researchers in previous decades. What I found in an old AIAA paper made my hands shake. The markings I'd copied in 1965 weren't hieroglyphs or alien writing. They were re-entry orientation stencils, the kind used to indicate pitch, roll, and attitude references on test vehicles and spacecraft. The left arrow, triangle, parallel lines, circle with O2, and right arrow made perfect sense if you read them as pitch reference, nose attitude indicator, roll markers, oxygen system designation, and thrust vector indicator. These were maintenance stencils as mundane and functional as the identification plates on any piece of complex equipment, but they were also sophisticated enough to suggest advanced aerospace technology. The precision of the markings, the materials used in the band itself, and the integration with what was obviously a carefully designed heat shield system all pointed to something much more advanced than what most people imagined was possible in 1965. I arranged a coffee meeting with Ellen Brooks, a retired Westinghouse engineer I'd met through the local historical society. Ellen had worked on advanced materials research for the aerospace industry, including heat shield development for both civilian and military applications. I didn't tell her why I was interested in heat shield technology, just that I was researching local aerospace history for a personal project. Ellen was pleasant but careful, the way people get when they've spent careers working on classified projects. She was obviously intelligent and knowledgeable, but she chose her words carefully and avoided any specific details that might compromise sensitive information. It was a conversation style I recognised from years of working with people who held security clearances, informative but careful, helpful but circumspect. But when I mentioned Kecksburg, her demeanour shifted slightly. Not dramatically, but enough to suggest that the name meant something to her. She paused for a moment, studying my face, then asked quietly why I was interested in that particular incident. I told her I'd been there that night as a Bell telephone technician, that I'd seen the object before it was recovered, and that I'd been puzzled by it ever since. I showed her my sketch of the band markings, explaining that I'd been trying to understand what they might have meant. Ellen studied the sketch for several minutes, occasionally glancing up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Finally, she slid a napkin across the table and began writing on it in careful block letters: phenolic impregnated carbon ablator, beryllium copper studs, Mark Series, not Cosmos 96. She finished her coffee and left without another word, but she left the napkin behind. Back home, I researched the terms Ellen had written. Phenolic impregnated carbon was an advanced ablative material used in heat shields for spacecraft and re-entry vehicles. Beryllium copper alloys were used in high-temperature applications where both strength and thermal conductivity were important. The Mark Series designation suggested a family of related vehicles or test articles, and not Cosmos 96 was particularly intriguing. Cosmos 96 was a Soviet spacecraft that had reportedly failed during re-entry in 1965, and some researchers had suggested it might have been what came down at Kecksburg. Yet Ellen's note was telling me that whatever had crashed at Kecksburg was made of sophisticated American materials, was part of a series of related vehicles, and was definitely not the Soviet spacecraft that some people had theorized. It was American technology, advanced American technology, and it was part of a larger program that had produced multiple similar vehicles. I took another look at the ferry isolator I'd pocketed in 1965, 35 years after the incident. By this time, I had access to better testing equipment through a friend at the local college who ran a materials analysis laboratory. We could perform spectroscopic analysis that would have been impossible in 1965, and the results were fascinating. The spectrum analysis showed clear evidence of sodium-potassium contamination, NaK, the liquid metal coolant used in space nuclear power systems. There was also an odd bismuth trace that could have come from neutron shielding materials used in nuclear reactors or radioisotope thermoelectric generators. The contamination pattern suggested exposure to operating nuclear systems, not just residual radiation from natural sources or weapons testing fallout. This was physical evidence that whatever had come down at Kecksburg had been equipped with nuclear power systems of some kind. In 1965, that technology existed, but was highly classified and limited to the most advanced military and space programs. It wasn't the kind of capability that appeared in natural phenomena, or even most conventional spacecraft. The implications were becoming clear, even as they raised more questions than they answered. What had crashed at Kecksburg was an American nuclear-powered spacecraft or re-entry vehicle, sophisticated enough to require advanced heat shield materials, and precise enough to need detailed orientation markings for maintenance and handling. It was part of a series of similar vehicles, suggesting an ongoing program rather than a one-off experiment, but it was also something that the government considered sensitive enough to require immediate recovery and continued secrecy decades after the fact. That level of protection suggested technology that was either still classified or related to programs that remained sensitive for political or strategic reasons. By 2003, I had assembled what I believed was a coherent picture of what had happened at Kecksburg. It wasn't extraterrestrial. It wasn't a simple meteor. It was a classified American re-entry vehicle or nuclear-powered satellite that had malfunctioned and come down intact in the wrong place, revealing technology the government preferred to keep secret. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. The sophisticated materials Ellen had identified, the nuclear contamination I'd found in the isolator, the professional efficiency of the recovery operation, the ongoing secrecy surrounding government documents related to the incident. Individual pieces might be explained away, but together they painted a clear picture of advanced American aerospace technology operating under deep classification. But proving this theory and making it public were two different things. I had evidence, but much of it was technical and difficult for non-experts to evaluate. I had connections to knowledgeable people, but most of them were constrained by security agreements and professional obligations. And I had personal risks to consider. Even in retirement, revealing classified information could have serious legal consequences. I began to draft a comprehensive report documenting my theory and the evidence supporting it. My plan was to contact a journalist who'd been covering the NASA FOIA controversy and provide them with a complete package that would finally explain what had really happened at Kecksburg. It would include photographs of the damaged isolator, my original sketch of the markings, the spectroscopic analysis results, Ellen's materials identification, and a detailed timeline connecting all the pieces. I spent weeks preparing the report, checking facts, verifying sources, and organising the evidence in a way that would be compelling to both journalists and the general public. This would be my contribution to historical understanding, my way of finally revealing the truth about an incident that had shaped my life for nearly 40 years. I was preparing to mail the package when I heard the knock at my door. It was past 10 in the evening, unusual for visitors in my rural neighbourhood. I lived on a quiet street in a small town outside Greensburg, the kind of place where people knew their neighbours, and unexpected late-night visits were rare enough to be noteworthy. But there he was on my porch, a man in his 60s, professionally dressed despite the late hour, with the kind of bearing that immediately suggested government service. He showed me credentials identifying him as retired Air Force Office of Special Investigations, but the badge looked current enough, and his manner suggested he was still working in some capacity. OSI was the Air Force's primary investigative and counterintelligence organisation, the people responsible for protecting sensitive programs and investigating security breaches. "Mr. Brennan," he said, his voice carrying the flat authority of someone accustomed to being taken seriously. "I wonder if we could have a conversation about your service to the Longlines network, particularly your reliability during the incident of December 9th, 1965. I invited him in because refusing would have accomplished nothing, and because I was curious to hear what he had to say. This was obviously related to my research into the Kecksburg incident, but I wasn't sure how they'd learned about it or what they wanted from me." He introduced himself as Agent William Fletcher, though I suspected that wasn't his real name. He moved through my living room with the practiced eye of someone trained in observation and threat assessment, noting the layout, the exits, and anything that might be relevant to his mission. but he was polite about it, professional rather than threatening. Fletcher began by thanking me for my decades of faithful service to the Long Lines network, noting that technicians like me had been the backbone of America's strategic communications during the Cold War. He was well informed about my career, mentioning specific assignments and commendations that weren't part of any public record. Someone had done their homework on me, and they'd done it thoroughly. "Your work was critical to national security," he said, settling into my favourite chair as if he belonged there. "The microwave relay systems you maintained carried some of the most sensitive communications in the government. Military command and control, diplomatic cables, intelligence reports. All of it depended on people like you keeping the systems operational under all conditions." He was correct, of course. The Long Lines network had been designed to survive nuclear attack, to keep the government functioning even under the most extreme circumstances. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, every communication between Washington and Moscow had probably passed through equipment I'd personally maintained. It was a responsibility that had shaped my entire career. "We're particularly grateful for your discretion and professionalism during unusual incidents," Fletcher continued. "The events of December the 9th, 1965, for example. Your response was exemplary. You focused on your technical responsibilities, documented equipment damage appropriately, and didn't allow curiosity to interfere with operational security." Then he placed 2 documents on my kitchen table: a pension enhancement agreement that would significantly increase my retirement benefits, and a non-disclosure agreement with specific references to events observed during routine maintenance activities in Westmoreland County, December 1965. The pension enhancement was substantial, enough to make a real difference in my quality of life during retirement. It was presented as a recognition of my long service and the strategic importance of the work I'd done, a gesture of appreciation from a grateful nation for my contributions to national security. The non-disclosure agreement was more complex. It acknowledged that I had observed certain events during the course of my official duties, events that were related to classified national security programs that remained sensitive decades after they had occurred. By signing, I would agree not to discuss, publish, or otherwise reveal any information related to these events without prior written authorization from appropriate government agencies. "Mr. Brennan," Fletcher said, his tone remaining conversational but carrying an undertone of serious authority, "here's how we see it. If what came down at Kecksburg was ours, we don't publish details about classified defense programs. Those programs were designed to protect American interests during a dangerous time, and revealing their capabilities could still compromise national security or give advantages to potential adversaries." He paused to let that sink in, then continued, "If what came down wasn't ours, we definitely don't publish details about our response to unknown intrusions into US airspace. The procedures for handling such incidents, the capabilities we bring to bear, the facilities we use for analysis, all of that information could be valuable to people who might want to test our defences or exploit our vulnerabilities." The logic was compelling, even if I didn't like the implications. Fletcher was telling me that either way, whether the object was American technology or something else entirely, revealing the truth would damage national security. It was a perfect catch-22, a logical trap that made secrecy the only acceptable option, regardless of what had actually happened. "Either way, publication serves no constructive purpose," Fletcher concluded. "The incident has become folklore, a modern mystery that generates books and documentaries and tourism revenue for the local area. People are free to speculate and theorize, but hard evidence, official documentation, technical analysis that crosses the line from harmless mystery into potential security compromise." He was polite, even friendly, but the message was clear. I could keep my theories and my memories, but my evidence needed to disappear, and my public silence needed to be guaranteed. I looked at the pension enhancement agreement. The money was real and substantial, enough to secure my retirement and provide for my wife's medical care. I looked at the non-disclosure agreement. The legal language was precise and comprehensive, covering not just what I might say, but what documents I might share, what evidence I might reveal, what connections I might help other researchers make. "What about the truth?" I asked. "What about history?" Don't people have a right to know what their government is capable of? Fletcher smiled, but it wasn't a warm expression. Mr. Brennan, the truth is that in December 1965, the United States government was conducting advanced aerospace research designed to protect this country from existential threats. Some of that research involved technologies and capabilities that were decades ahead of anything our adversaries possessed. Some of it involved risks and experiments that the general public wouldn't have understood or supported. He leaned forward slightly. The truth is that one of those experimental vehicles malfunctioned and came down in the wrong place. The recovery operation worked exactly as planned. The technology was secured, the security breach was contained, and potential intelligence compromises were prevented. The system worked. But people saw it, I protested. Witnesses, firefighters, police officers, you can't make all of them sign agreements. We don't need to, Fletcher replied. Witnesses without evidence are just telling stories. Evidence without context is just interesting artifacts. You're the only person who has both the technical background to understand what you saw and the physical evidence to prove it. You're the only one who can connect all the pieces into a coherent picture that threatens operational security. He was right, and we both knew it. My technical training, my presence at the scene, my collection of evidence, and my decades of investigation had given me a unique understanding of what had happened. Without my testimony and evidence, the Kecksburg incident would remain what it had always been. A fascinating mystery with no definitive resolution. I thought about Ellen Brooks, who had spent her career working on classified aerospace programs and had shared just enough information to point me toward the truth while protecting herself from security violations. I thought about Mike Romano, whose honest testimony about what he'd seen had contributed to historical understanding while carefully avoiding any claims about what the object actually was. I thought about the bigger picture, the Cold War context that had made such programs necessary, the technological achievements that had remained hidden for decades, the ongoing security considerations that might still make secrecy advisable, and I thought about my wife, whose medical bills were mounting, and my own financial security in retirement. I signed the papers. The ferret isolator sits in my desk drawer now, next to Ellen Brooks's napkin, and my original sketch of the band markings. The shoebox labelled Kecksburg went to my lawyer with instructions that it remain sealed for 25 years after my death, long enough for any remaining security concerns to become irrelevant, but soon enough that the historical record might eventually be corrected. The pension enhancement made the last years of my wife's life comfortable and gave me the financial security to enjoy retirement without constant worry about money. Fletcher had been as good as his word. The benefits were real and substantial, a genuine expression of government gratitude for my service and my silence. Sometimes I drive out to Chestnut Ridge and look west toward Kecksburg. The microwave tower still blinks its steady red warning light, still carries conversations across the continent, though most of the traffic is digital now rather than analog. KDKA still broadcasts from Pittsburgh, though the voices have changed and the format has shifted with the times. The Kecksburg incident has become exactly what Fletcher predicted. A modern folklore, a tourist attraction, a source of books and documentaries and speculation. Every few years someone publishes a new theory, or claims to have found new evidence. NASA occasionally releases previously classified documents that add fragments to the puzzle without resolving the central mystery. What I know now, what I couldn't understand then, is that some truths are more complicated than simple revelation can handle. The object that came down in those woods was real, but it was also part of a larger story about American technological capabilities during the Cold War, about the costs and benefits of secrecy in a democratic society, about the tension between public curiosity and national security. The acorn-shaped vehicle was almost certainly an American experimental re-entry vehicle, probably nuclear-powered, possibly part of a reconnaissance or early warning satellite program that was decades ahead of publicly acknowledged capabilities. The markings on its band were maintenance stencils, the materials were advanced heat shield composites, and the recovery operation was professional because it was routine, the kind of contingency that classified programs plan for and prepare to handle. But proving that wouldn't have served any constructive purpose. It would have revealed capabilities that might still be sensitive, compromise technologies that might still be classified, and expose programs that might still be operational under different names and configurations. The real cover-up at Kecksburg wasn't about hiding proof of extraterrestrial visitation. It was about maintaining operational security around classified defence programs during the height of the Cold War. The object that came down was exotic enough to be worth protecting, but terrestrial enough that protection was both possible and necessary. Fletcher was right about something else too. The mystery serves a purpose that the facts might only diminish. Kecksburg has become a place where people can project their hopes and fears about technology, government secrecy, and humanity's place in the universe. It's a space where the impossible feels possible, where the boundaries between known and unknown remain negotiable. Maybe that's more valuable than the truth. Maybe some mysteries are worth preserving. But on clear nights, when I'm up late and can't sleep, I sometimes take out the ferret isolator and hold it up to the light. The crack patterns in the ferret core tell a story about electromagnetic forces and thermal stress, about technology pushed beyond its design limits in service of purposes I can only guess at. The truth is in there, waiting in that damaged component like a message in a bottle. Someday, when the security considerations have faded and the political concerns have become irrelevant, maybe someone will decode that message and understand what really fell from the sky on December 9th, 1965. Until then, the mystery endures, and maybe that's exactly how it should be. The Kecksburg incident taught me that truth isn't always about revelation. Sometimes it's about understanding the difference between what we can know and what we should say, between what happened and what it means, between facts and their consequences. I kept my word to Fletcher, but I also kept my evidence. The story will survive, even if it has to wait for a better time to be told. And in the meantime, people are free to wonder, to speculate, to imagine possibilities that might be more interesting than the mundane reality of classified aerospace programs and bureaucratic cover-ups. The acorn still turns in its crater in my dreams, bronze surfaces gleaming in the December twilight, its band of markings spelling out secrets in a language only engineers understand. It was ours, but we built it to touch the impossible. In the end, maybe that's alien enough. Picture this. You're working security at one of Miami's busiest shopping centres on New Year's Eve, expecting nothing more than the usual drunk tourists and teenage troublemakers. But then you witness something that changes everything. Something the authorities desperately want erased from existence. Tonight's story comes from a special video suggestion by CJB64648, and it's a deep dive into one of the most covered-up incidents in recent memory. If you enjoy these mysterious tales that keep you awake at night, make sure to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories, and drop your own story suggestions in the comments below. You never know, your idea might be our next investigation. My name is Marcus Rivera, and I used to be somebody who slept peacefully at night. That was before January 1st, 2020, before I became the kind of person who checks over their shoulder in grocery store parking lots and keeps burner phones in different states. Before I learned that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. I'd been working security at Bayside Marketplace for 3 years when it happened. It wasn't glamorous work, mostly dealing with shoplifters pocketing designer knockoffs, breaking up fights between drunk college kids, and occasionally escorting belligerent tourists off the property. The pay was decent, the hours were steady, and in a city like Miami, steady work was a blessing I didn't take for granted. New Year's Eve was always busy. The marketplace transformed into a pulsing carnival of music, fireworks, and celebration. Street performers juggled fire while salsa dancers spun beneath strings of lights that turned the whole complex into something magical. I'd worked enough of these nights to know the rhythm, start quiet, build to chaos around midnight, then gradually wind down as people stumbled home or migrated to after-parties in South Beach. That night started exactly like all the others. I was stationed in the main security office, a cramped room lined with monitors showing feeds from 37 cameras throughout the complex. My partner, Julie Santos, was doing walking rounds while I kept watch on the screens. The usual suspects were out in force, teenagers trying to sneak alcohol, couples looking for dark corners to make out, and the occasional pickpocket working the crowd. At 11:47 p.m, my radio crackled to life. "Marcus, "We've got a situation in the food court," Julie's voice came through tense and breathless. "Big fight. Multiple juveniles involved. I'm calling it in." I leaned forward in my chair, switching the main monitor to the food court cameras. Sure enough, I could see a cluster of people in the centre of the dining area, with several figures on the ground and others throwing punches. It looked like a typical teenage brawl that had gotten out of hand, the kind of thing that happened when too many high school crews ended up in the same space, with too much alcohol and testosterone. "Copy that," I radioed back, already pulling up the incident report form on my computer. "I've got eyes on it. Looks like 6, maybe 7 individuals involved." Within minutes, the place was swarming with Miami-Dade police. I watched through the cameras as officers flooded the food court, separating fighters and zip-tying hands behind backs. Standard procedure for this kind of thing. I'd seen it dozens of times before. But then Lieutenant Rodriguez's voice came over the radio with an order I'd never heard in 3 years of working security. "Rivera, I need you to stay in that office and monitor all camera feeds. Do not leave that room. We're looking for additional suspects who may have fled the scene." Additional suspects? I frowned at the monitors. From what I could see, they'd already detained everyone involved in the fight. But orders were orders, and I started systematically scanning through all 37 camera angles, looking for anyone running or acting suspicious. That's when I saw it. Or rather, that's when I saw him. Camera 23 covered the north parking lot, the area closest to the marina where most of the high-end tourists parked their rental cars. It was usually one of the quieter feeds. Not much foot traffic, just people coming and going from the restaurants along the water. But at 11:52 p.m, something moved across the screen that made me sit up straighter in my chair. A figure was walking through the parking lot, weaving between the police cars that had responded to the food court incident. At first glance, it looked like a person, tall, thin, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. But something about the movement was wrong. It was too fluid, too purposeful. While everyone else in the area was either running toward the excitement or hurrying away from it, this figure moved with an almost predatory stillness. I leaned closer to the monitor and reached for the camera controls, zooming in for a better look. The figure was definitely tall, maybe 6.5 feet, possibly taller. The proportions seemed off somehow, like the limbs were too long for the torso, but the resolution wasn't good enough to be certain. As I adjusted the focus, trying to get a clearer image, the figure suddenly stopped walking and turned directly toward the camera. That's when I got my first real look at the face, or what should have been a face. The zoom wasn't perfect, but even through the pixelated digital enhancement, I could see that something was fundamentally wrong with this person's features. The head seemed too elongated, tilted at an angle that would have been uncomfortable for a human being, and the eyes reflected the parking lot lights like an animal's, throwing back twin points of cold white light. I blinked hard and refocused the camera, but when the image cleared again, the figure was gone. Not walking away, not running, simply gone, as if it had never been there at all. "What the hell?" I muttered, rewinding the feed to watch it again. But when I tried to replay the footage, the screen glitched. Digital static filled camera 23's feed, then cleared to show the parking lot as it should be. Empty police cars, no mysterious figure, nothing but concrete and streetlights. I switched to camera 22, which covered part of the same area. Normal footage. Camera 24, which caught the edge of that parking lot from a different angle. Also normal. Only camera 23 had malfunctioned, and only for the exact duration when that figure had been visible. My hands were shaking slightly as I cycled through the other feeds, looking for any sign of the tall figure. Nothing. It was as if those 60 seconds had been surgically removed from reality. I grabbed my radio, then hesitated. What exactly was I supposed to report? That I'd seen someone tall walking through a parking lot? That their eyes had reflected light in a way that seemed unnatural? That they'd somehow vanished from a digital recording? Instead, I made a note in the security log. 11:52 p.m. Possible equipment malfunction on camera 23. Will need technical inspection. But I knew it wasn't a malfunction, and deep down I suspected I'd just seen something I wasn't supposed to see. The food court incident was winding down by 12:15 a.m. Most of the teenagers had been released to their parents with citations. and only 2 were being transported to the station for more serious charges. The crowd of onlookers had dispersed, and the marketplace was returning to its normal New Year's Eve rhythm of music and celebration. Lieutenant Rodriguez came by the security office to check in. "Everything quiet on the cameras, Rivera?" I almost told him about camera 23. Almost. But something in his expression, a tightness around the eyes, a forced casualness in his voice, made me hesitate. "Yeah, all quiet," I said instead. "Just the usual crowd control stuff." He nodded but didn't leave immediately. "Listen, we might be here for a while longer. Some follow-up we need to do. Keep monitoring those feeds, okay? Any unusual activity, you radio it in immediately. Unusual how?" "Just unusual." He turned to go, then paused. "And Rivera? Don't leave the office until we give the all clear." "I mean it." After he left, I sat staring at the monitors with growing unease. In 3 years of working security, I'd never been told to stay in the office during an incident. Usually they wanted us out patrolling, being visible, helping to maintain order. This felt different. This felt like they were trying to keep me contained. At 12:45 a.m, curiosity got the better of me. Julie was still doing rounds somewhere on the south side of the complex. The radio had been quiet for 20 minutes. Most of the police seemed to have cleared out, leaving just a few units in the food court area. I made a decision that would change everything. I left the office. The night air hit me like a warm, humid wall as I stepped outside. Even in January, Miami nights carried that tropical weight that made your clothes stick to your skin within minutes. The sounds of celebration echoed off the water. Distant music, laughter, the occasional firecracker that someone had saved from earlier. I walked toward the north parking lot, telling myself I was just doing a routine patrol, that I wasn't specifically looking for any tall figures with reflective eyes, that I was just checking on the area where camera 23 had experienced its malfunction. The parking lot looked normal. Police cars had left tyre marks on the asphalt, and there were a few pieces of trash that would need to be cleaned up in the morning, but nothing out of the ordinary. I was about to head back inside when I heard it, a sound like static electricity but deeper, like the air itself was being torn. I turned toward the sound and felt every hair on my arm stand up. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like standing too close to a Tesla coil or walking beneath power lines during a storm. The air tasted metallic, sharp on my tongue, and then I saw it again. The figure was standing about 50 feet away, just beyond the edge of the parking lot lighting. It was definitely tall, taller than I'd estimated from the camera feed. 7 feet, maybe more. The proportions that had seemed off on the monitor were even more disturbing in person. The limbs were too long, the torso too narrow, and the head. The head was wrong in ways that my brain struggled to process. It stood perfectly still, watching me with those reflective eyes. There was an intelligence there that was unmistakably aware, unmistakably focused. It knew I was looking at it, and it was looking back. For a moment that felt like an eternity. We simply observed each other across that distance of concrete and shadow. I should have been terrified. I should have run, or screamed, or grabbed my radio. But instead I felt a strange sense of recognition, as if some part of me had been expecting this encounter. The figure tilted its head, too far to one side at an angle that would have snapped a human neck, and I heard that static sound again, stronger this time. The streetlights around me flickered. Then, without any visible movement, without taking a step or turning around, the figure simply wasn't there anymore. The absence was so complete that for a moment I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But the hair on my arms was still standing up, and the taste of copper lingered in my mouth. I stood in that parking lot for another 10 minutes, waiting for it to return, but the night had gone back to normal. The air temperature returned to its typical subtropical warmth. The streetlights stopped flickering, and the only sounds were the distant echoes of New Year's Eve festivities. When I finally walked back to the security office, my legs were unsteady and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I was barely back in my chair when the radio exploded with activity. All units, we have a code 7 in the north parking area. SWAT is en route. I repeat, SWAT is en route to Bayside Marketplace. Code 7. In 3 years of security work, I'd never heard that designation used. I grabbed the radio handbook from the desk drawer and flipped through the pages of police codes. Code 1 through Code 6 were all there. Everything from routine traffic stops to armed suspects. But there was no Code 7 listed. Through the security office windows, I could see flashing lights converging on the marketplace from multiple directions. More police cars than I'd ever seen for a single incident, plus several unmarked black vehicles that definitely weren't standard Miami-Dade units. Rivera. Lieutenant Rodriguez's voice came through my radio, sharp and urgent. "I need you out of that office." Now. "Sir? I thought you wanted me monitoring the cameras." "Plans have changed. Exit the building immediately and report to the main parking area. Do not return to the security office under any circumstances." I looked at the monitors one more time, scanning for any sign of the tall figure. All cameras showed normal activity. Police cars, officers moving with purpose, nothing unusual. Camera 23 was working perfectly again. As I stood up to leave, I noticed something I'd missed before. The timestamp on camera 23's feed was wrong. While all the other monitors showed the correct time, 1:23 a.m., camera 23's timestamp was stuck at 11:51 p.m. 11:51. 1 minute before I'd first seen the figure, I grabbed a pen and quickly wrote down the discrepancy on a piece of paper, shoving it into my pocket as I headed for the door. Outside, the scene was unlike anything I'd experienced in my years working security. The entire north end of the marketplace had been cordoned off with police tape, and officers in full tactical gear were sweeping through the area with equipment I didn't recognise. Some of it looked like standard metal detectors, but other devices appeared more sophisticated. Handheld screens that glowed with complex readouts, instruments that emitted soft beeping sounds as they moved. More concerning were the men in plain clothes. They weren't Miami-Dade police, that much was obvious. They wore identical dark suits despite the humid night, and they moved with the kind of coordinated efficiency that spoke of federal training. One of them was directing the SWAT team's sweep patterns while speaking quietly into a radio that looked far more advanced than anything in our security arsenal. I found Lieutenant Rodriguez near the entrance to the marketplace, but when I approached him, his expression was grim. "Rivera, I need you to go home. Your shift is over." "Sir, we're scheduled until 6 a.m. Not tonight. Consider this paid leave. Don't come back until you hear from us." Before I could ask any more questions, he was walking away, leaving me standing alone while tactical teams swarmed the area where I'd seen the figure just an hour earlier. As I walked to my car, I passed close enough to one of the SWAT officers to overhear part of his radio conversation. "Target is no longer in the immediate area. Expanding search perimeter to include marina and surrounding blocks. Be advised, we're dealing with a mobile situation. Containment protocols are in effect until further notice." Target not suspect, not individual. Target. I drove home with more questions than answers, but I had the sinking feeling that asking those questions was going to get me into more trouble than I was prepared for. The next morning I called the security office to check in, and was told that all camera footage from New Year's Eve had been accidentally corrupted during a system update. 3 years of reliable digital storage, and the one night when I needed to review the feeds, everything had been wiped clean. I should have kept my mouth shut. Looking back, that's the decision that would have saved my job, my friendships, and quite possibly my life. But I'd seen something that defied explanation, and the official response was a cover-up so obvious it was almost insulting. The first person I told was Julie. We met for coffee 3 days after the incident, at a little Cuban place on Calle Ocho that we'd been to dozens of times before. Julie had been working security even longer than me, and if anyone would understand the strangeness of what had happened, it would be her. "The whole thing was weird, Marcus," she agreed, stirring sugar into her cortadito. "I've never seen that much police response for a food court fight, and the way they cleared us out afterward, it felt like they were trying to hide something." I leaned forward across the small table. "Julie, I think I saw what they were trying to hide." I told her everything. The figure on camera 23, the way it had vanished from the digital feed, the encounter in the parking lot, the reflective eyes and impossible proportions. I described the static electricity feeling, the way the streetlights had flickered, the sudden absence that had felt like a hole torn in reality itself. Julie listened without interrupting, her expression growing more sceptical with each detail. "Marcus," she said when I finished, "you know how that sounds, right?" "I know exactly how it sounds. But I also know what I saw. You were working a 12-hour shift on New Year's Eve. You'd been staring at security monitors for hours. Sometimes our eyes play tricks on us, especially when we're tired and stressed. It was the response I'd expected, but it still stung. The camera malfunction wasn't in my head, Julie. The timestamp error wasn't fatigue. Something happened that night, and they're covering it up." She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Even if something strange did happen, what are you planning to do about it? File a report? Call the newspapers? They'd laugh you out of the building." But I was already past that point. The need to understand what I'd witnessed had become an obsession that was keeping me awake at night. I'd spent the past 3 days researching everything I could find about unexplained sightings in Miami, government cover-ups, and cases where security footage had mysteriously disappeared. That night, I created an anonymous account on Reddit and posted a carefully worded description of the incident on several conspiracy theory forums. Security guard at major Miami tourist location witnessed unexplained figure during police response to disturbance. Figure showed non-human characteristics and disappeared from digital surveillance during apparent equipment malfunction. Heavy federal presence followed. All footage from incidents subsequently destroyed. Looking for information about similar encounters. The responses were immediate and varied. Most were the usual internet skeptics calling me crazy or asking for proof I couldn't provide. But a few responses stood out. User blackout Miami. Similar incident reported at government center in December. Tall figure seen on security cameras. Footage disappeared. Witnesses transferred or fired. User eyes on the skies. Check out Project Blue Book files from the 1960s. Miami has a history of unexplained encounters that get buried. User whistleblower warn. Delete this post immediately. They monitor these forums. You're already on their radar. I didn't delete the post. Instead, I started documenting everything I could remember about the incident, writing detailed accounts of the encounter and saving them in multiple locations. I scanned the handwritten note about the timestamp error and uploaded it to several cloud storage accounts. Within 48 hours, every single one of my posts had been removed by forum moderators, citing unverified claims and potential misinformation. That's when I realised I was dealing with something much bigger than a simple cover-up. On Monday morning, I reported to work as usual, expecting to return to normal security duties. Instead, I was called into the Human Resources office before my shift even started. Margaret Chen, the HR manager, was sitting behind her desk with a file folder and an expression that told me this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. "Marcus, we need to discuss a serious violation of company policy that occurred during your shift on New Year's Eve." My stomach dropped. "What kind of violation?" "According to Lieutenant Rodriguez's report, you abandoned your assigned post despite direct orders to remain in the security office. You also failed to report unusual activity that may have been relevant to an ongoing police investigation." I stared at her in disbelief. "I was told to leave the office. Rodriguez himself ordered me to—" "That's not what his report says. According to the official record, you left your post without authorization and failed to cooperate with law enforcement during a critical incident." She slid a piece of paper across the desk. "This is your termination notice, effective immediately. Security will escort you from the building, and you're prohibited from returning to Bayside Marketplace property." I tried to argue, to explain what had really happened, but Margaret was already standing up, signalling that the conversation was over. "I'd strongly advise you to avoid discussing the details of your employment here with anyone," she said, as 2 security guards appeared in the doorway. "Your final paycheck will be mailed to your address on file." As I was escorted out of the building where I'd worked for 3 years, I caught a glimpse of my replacement already sitting in the security office, monitoring the same 37 cameras that had shown me something I wasn't supposed to see. That afternoon, I called Julie to tell her what had happened. Her phone went straight to voicemail. When I tried her again the next day, I got a message saying the number was no longer in service. I never spoke to Julie Santos again. Losing my job should have been a wake-up call. A rational person would have taken the hint, moved on, and found new employment without asking too many questions about why their previous position had ended so abruptly. I was not a rational person. Instead of backing down, I doubled down on my investigation. If they were willing to fire me to keep me quiet, then whatever I'd witnessed was even more significant than I'd initially believed. I started by mapping out every business in the Bayside Marketplace complex, identifying potential witnesses who might have seen something unusual on New Year's Eve. Most of the shops and restaurants would have been closed by the time of the incident, but there were a few 24-hour establishments that would have had staff present. My first stop was Marina Cafe, a small coffee shop that stayed open late to serve the restaurant workers getting off their shifts. The night manager, a woman named Rosa Gutierrez, remembered the police activity but initially claimed she hadn't seen anything unusual. Just a lot of cops, she said, wiping down tables with nervous energy, more than I'd ever seen for a teenage fight. Made me wonder if something bigger was going on. I pressed gently, explaining that I'd been working security that night and was trying to understand the full scope of what had happened. After some hesitation, Rosa looked around to make sure we were alone in the cafe. There was something else, she said quietly. Around midnight, just before all the police arrived, I heard this sound. Like a growl, but deeper. It made the windows vibrate. A growl? Not from a person, not from any animal I've ever heard. It came from outside, somewhere near the marina. Lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I looked out the window but didn't see anything. Scared the hell out of me, though. She paused, then added, "And the weird thing is, all the seagulls disappeared. You know how they usually hang around the docks all night looking for scraps? After that sound, I didn't see a single bird for the rest of my shift, like they all just left." My second significant lead came from Miguel Santos, who worked the night shift at the marina's boat rental office. Miguel was more reluctant to talk, but when I mentioned that I'd been fired for asking questions about that night, his attitude changed. "They got to you too, huh?" he said, glancing around nervously. "Same thing happened to my cousin. He was working valet parking that night, saw something he wasn't supposed to see. Next day, fired for performance issues. 20-year employee with a spotless record. What did he see? Something by the loading docks. Said it looked like a person at first, but when he got closer, he realised it was all wrong. Too tall, moving in a way that made his skin crawl. When he tried to report it, his supervisor told him to forget about it and sent him home early." Miguel pulled out his phone and showed me a grainy photo. He managed to snap this before his phone mysteriously reset itself. The image was blurry and poorly lit, but I could make out a tall, dark shape near one of the loading dock areas. The proportions looked wrong, elongated and angular in a way that suggested it wasn't human. "Can you send me this photo?" "Already tried. Every time I attempt to forward it or upload it anywhere, the file gets corrupted. My cousin's the only one who has the original, and his phone won't connect to any networks anymore. Just displays an error message whenever he tries to access cellular or Wi-Fi." The pattern was becoming clear. Multiple witnesses, all experiencing technological problems when they tried to document or share what they'd seen, all facing professional consequences for asking questions. But the most significant breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I was having lunch at a small Dominican restaurant in Little Havana when I overheard two men at the next table discussing something in hushed tones. One of them mentioned Bayside Marketplace and New Year's Eve, which immediately caught my attention. "Never seen anything like it in 20 years on the force," one was saying. "When those federal boys showed up, they took control of everything, told us to forget what we'd seen, and threatened our pensions if we talked." I turned slightly to get a better look at the speakers. Both appeared to be in their 50s, with the bearing of former law enforcement. The one doing most of the talking was a large man with greying hair and tired eyes. After they finished eating, I followed them out to the parking lot and approached carefully. "Excuse me," I said. "I couldn't help overhearing you mention Bayside Marketplace. Were you there on New Year's Eve?" The man who'd been talking immediately tensed up. "Who's asking?" Someone who was there too. Someone who got fired for asking the wrong questions. Something in my tone must have convinced him that I wasn't a threat, because his posture relaxed slightly. "You're the security guard?" Rivera, right? I nodded, surprised that he knew my name. I'm Detective Frank Morrison. Was Detective Morrison anyway. Retired early after that night. He gestured to his companion. This is Detective Luis Vargas, also retired. What did you see out there? Morrison looked around the parking lot, checking for any observers, then made a decision. Not here. Too exposed. You want answers? Meet us at the Whale Harbour tonight at 8. Come alone. The Whale Harbour was a dive bar in Key Biscayne, the kind of place where off-duty cops went to drink and complain about their jobs. When I arrived at 8, Morrison and Vargas were already there, sitting in a corner booth with a clear view of the entrance. Before we start, Morrison said as I sat down, you need to understand that everything we're about to tell you is off the record. We've got families, pensions, and a lot to lose. But what happened that night, it's been eating at us for months. He took a long drink from his beer, then began to speak. We were called in as backup for the food court incident. Standard crowd control stuff, nothing unusual. But about 20 minutes in, we got new orders. Federal agents had arrived and were taking over the scene. They wanted us to establish a perimeter around the entire north end of the complex. Federal agents from which agency? That's the thing. They never identified themselves. No badges, no credentials shown to us. Just orders passed down from the lieutenant that we were to cooperate fully and ask no questions. Vargas leaned forward. About an hour in, they brought in some kind of specialised equipment. Not standard law enforcement gear. These devices were scanning for something, and when they found it, the whole operation changed. Changed how? They called for a containment unit, Morrison said. Black trucks, unmarked vehicles, personnel in hazmat-style suits. They cordoned off a section of the parking lot and brought in what looked like a mobile laboratory. Did you see what they were containing? Morrison and Vargas exchanged glances. We saw them load something into one of the trucks, Vargas said slowly. Something large, covered in a metallic tarp. But before they sealed the container, the tarp shifted. He paused, seeming to gather courage to continue. I got a glimpse of what was underneath. It was... I don't know what it was. Not human. Not any kind of animal I've ever seen. It was tall, probably 7 feet or more, with limbs that bent in ways that didn't make sense. And the skin. The skin looked wrong, Morrison finished. Like it was reflecting light from underneath. Almost metallic, but organic at the same time. Was it alive? I don't know. It wasn't moving. But there was something about it that felt aware. Like even unconscious or sedated, it was still somehow present. They told me that after the containment unit left, all officers involved were called into individual meetings with federal agents. Each was told that the incident was classified under national security provisions, and that discussing any details with unauthorised personnel would result in prosecution under the Espionage Act. Most of the guys were fine with that, Morrison said. They got overtime pay, a commendation for their service, and orders to forget the whole thing. But Vargas and I, we'd seen too much. We started asking questions. What kind of questions? Whether this was an isolated incident, whether there had been similar events in other cities, whether the public had a right to know that something non-human was being covered up by our own government. Within a week, both detectives had been called into internal affairs investigations. Morrison was accused of excessive force during an unrelated arrest from 6 months earlier. Vargas was investigated for financial irregularities in his expense reports. Nothing they could make stick, Vargas said, but the message was clear. Keep quiet or face consequences. Both men had chosen early retirement rather than continue to work under the threat of constant scrutiny. The thing is, Morrison said as we prepared to leave, this isn't the first time something like this has happened in Miami. We started digging into old cases, looking for patterns. There have been at least 3 similar incidents in the past 5 years. Always the same response. Immediate federal takeover, memory hold within 48 hours, witnesses either discredited or disappeared. He handed me a piece of paper with several addresses written on it. These are the locations of the other incidents. If you're serious about investigating this, that's where you should start. But Rivera? I looked up from the paper. Be careful. Whatever you saw that night, whoever's covering it up, they've got resources we can't even imagine. They've already destroyed your career. Don't let them destroy your life. The first address Morrison had given me was a construction site in downtown Miami. where, according to police records, there had been a gas leak evacuation in March 2019. The official story was that workers had detected dangerous levels of methane and called in hazmat teams as a precaution. But when I spoke to Carlos Mendez, a construction foreman who'd been working the site that day, I got a very different account. "Gas leak my ass," Carlos said when I met him at a job site in Coral Gables. "I was the safety supervisor on that project. I know gas leaks, and what we saw that morning wasn't any kind of leak. According to Carlos, workers had discovered something while excavating for a new foundation. Something that had been buried about 12 feet underground, wrapped in what appeared to be a metallic cocoon or shell. It was the size of a person, maybe bigger. The outer layer was like nothing I'd ever seen, part organic, part technological. When we tried to cut through it to see what was inside, the whole thing started humming. Humming? Like electrical equipment, but alive somehow. And the temperature around it dropped about 20 degrees in a matter of minutes. Our breath was visible, right there in the middle of a Miami summer. Within hours, federal agents had arrived and declared the site a potential environmental hazard. All workers were evacuated, sworn to secrecy, and paid substantial bonuses for their discretion. They brought in equipment I'd never seen before, Carlos continued, extracted whatever was buried there and covered the whole thing up. Next day, official reports said it was a false alarm about gas levels. The second address led me to Virginia Key, where in August 2020, several witnesses had reported seeing strange lights over the water during what authorities described as military training exercises. Maria Rodriguez, who lived in a waterfront apartment that overlooked the bay, had been one of those witnesses. "It wasn't aircraft," she told me as we sat on her balcony, looking out over the same stretch of water. The lights moved in ways that defied physics. They would hover motionless, then accelerate to impossible speeds, then stop instantly. No sound, no visible means of propulsion. She'd tried to record the lights with her phone, but every video came out distorted or completely black. The strange part was what happened afterward. For 3 days, no marine life was visible in the bay. No fish, no dolphins, no birds. It was like every living thing had fled the area. When Maria had tried to report her sighting to local news stations, she was told that the military had already provided an explanation and that the matter was closed. The third address was the most disturbing. It led me to a residential neighbourhood in Homestead where, in November 2021, a family had reported a break-in with unusual circumstances. According to the police report I obtained through a records request, the Rodriguez family had called 911 claiming that intruders with non-human characteristics had entered their home during the night. I found Elena Rodriguez working at a local grocery store. She was a middle-aged woman with tired eyes who became visibly uncomfortable when I mentioned the incident. "I don't talk about that anymore," she said immediately. "My family. We've moved on." But when I pressed gently, explaining that I'd experienced something similar and was looking for answers, she agreed to meet me after her shift. "They came through the walls," she told me as we sat in her car in the grocery store parking lot. "Not through the doors or windows, through the walls themselves, like they could pass through solid matter." Eleanor described 3 figures, all tall and unnaturally thin, with elongated limbs and faces that seemed somehow incomplete. They had moved through her house silently, examining her family members as they slept, before departing the same way they had arrived. My youngest son, Diego, he woke up during it. He saw one of them standing over his bed. It looked down at him, and Diego said its eyes were like mirrors, reflecting everything but showing nothing. When Elena had called the police, they'd initially responded as if it were a standard home invasion. But when the responding officers heard her description of the intruders, everything changed. Within an hour, federal agents had arrived and conducted extensive interviews with the entire family. "They told us it was a shared hallucination caused by a gas leak," Elena said bitterly. But there was no gas leak, and hallucinations don't leave physical evidence. She showed me a photo on her phone. 3 perfectly circular indentations in her hardwood floor, each about 6 inches in diameter and a 1/4 inch deep. These appeared where they stood. The agents tried to convince us they'd always been there, but I'd lived in that house for 15 years. I knew every mark on those floors. After the investigation, Eleanor's family had been relocated to a different neighbourhood and given new jobs. Her husband, who'd been most vocal about the incident, had died in a car accident 6 months later, single vehicle collision, ruled accidental. That's when I stopped talking, Lena finished. Whatever they are, whatever they want, someone very powerful is protecting them, and people who ask too many questions. Things happen to them. I was beginning to understand the scope of what I was dealing with. This wasn't just a cover-up of a single incident. It was a systematic suppression of information about ongoing contact with non-human entities. But I was about to learn just how closely I was being monitored. I just returned to my apartment after meeting with Elena when I noticed the man standing across the street. He was wearing a plain grey suit despite the Miami heat, and he was looking directly at my building. When I looked out the window again 10 minutes later, he was still there. The next morning, as I left for another interview with a potential witness, the same man was waiting by my car. "Mr. Rivera," he said as I approached. His voice was calm, professional, and completely devoid of emotion. "I think we need to have a conversation." He wasn't particularly tall or imposing, but something about his presence made my skin crawl. His eyes were the palest blue I'd ever seen, almost colourless, and when he looked at me, I felt like he was cataloguing every detail of my appearance. "Who are you?" "Someone who's been watching your recent activities with great interest. Your investigation into events at Bayside Marketplace, your conversations with former police officers, your meetings with the Rodriguez family." The fact that he knew about Elena immediately told me how thoroughly I was being monitored. "I'm just looking for answers," I said. "No, Mr. Rivera. You're looking for trouble, and you're very close to finding more than you can handle." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila envelope, handing it to me. "These are photographs taken outside your apartment building over the past week. Notice anything interesting?" I opened the envelope with shaking hands. Inside were a dozen surveillance photos showing me entering and leaving my building, walking to my car, meeting with various people. But it wasn't the photos themselves that made my blood run cold. It was the timestamp on each image. They had been taken from angles that should have been impossible, high above street level, as if the photographer had been floating in mid-air. And in several of the photos I could see partial reflections in windows and car mirrors that showed the photographer's position. The camera had been at least 30 feet off the ground. "We know everything you've been doing, everyone you've spoken to, every document you've accessed. You think you're investigating us, but we've been studying you since the moment you left that security office." He paused, letting that sink in. "You saw something you weren't supposed to see. That was an accident, an unfortunate coincidence. But instead of accepting the logical explanation and moving on with your life, you've chosen to pursue answers that could endanger national security." National security? What kind of national security requires covering up contact with non-human entities? The man's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind those pale eyes. The kind that prevents mass panic, economic collapse, and the breakdown of social order. Do you really think the public is ready to learn that they're not alone in the universe? That beings with technology beyond our understanding have been operating on Earth for decades? So you admit it. These things, whatever they are, they're real. I admit nothing. But I'm offering you a choice, Mr. Rivera. Walk away now, and you can return to your normal life. We can arrange new employment, perhaps relocate you to a different city if you prefer. All we ask is your silence. And if I refuse, then you'll discover that there are worse things than being fired from a security job." He turned to go, then paused. "You have 48 hours to decide. After that, the offer expires and other measures will be considered necessary." That night I found my car window smashed and my apartment door slightly ajar. Nothing was missing, but every electronic device I owned had been mysteriously reset to factory settings. My computer's hard drive had been wiped, my phone had been remotely erased, and even my digital camera's memory card was blank. The message was clear. They could reach me anywhere, any time, and they had technology that made conventional security meaningless. But instead of intimidating me into silence, the threat only reinforced my determination to find the truth. I spent the next day acquiring new equipment and creating backup plans that I hoped would be harder to detect. Burner phones paid for with cash, anonymous email accounts accessed from public computers, physical documents stored in multiple locations. If they wanted to play surveillance games, I was going to make them work for it. My breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Detective Morrison. He called me on one of my new phones with information that changed everything. Rivera, I've been doing some digging since our conversation. Found someone you need to meet. Former federal agent who worked these kinds of cases before he had a crisis of conscience. The meeting was arranged for a small cafe in Coral Gables. I arrived early and chose a table with clear sightlines to all entrances, paranoid now about being followed or monitored. The man who approached my table looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. He was thin, pale, with the kind of nervous energy that came from constantly looking over his shoulder. "You're Rivera," he said without preamble as he sat down. "I'm Agent Thompson. Former Agent Thompson, I should say. Morrison said you worked these cases." For 12 years I was part of a classified program that dealt with what we called anomalous contact events. What you witnessed at Bayside was just the latest in a long series of incidents that have been occurring with increasing frequency. Thompson looked around the cafe nervously before continuing. "The entities you saw, we call them visitors, have been making contact for decades. Not invasion-style contact, more like observation. Study. They seem to be monitoring human development, occasionally taking samples or specimens. Specimens? Missing persons cases that never get solved. People who vanish without a trace, often from areas where visitor activity has been detected. The official position is that there's no connection, but the patterns are unmistakable." He pulled out a thick folder and slid it across the table. "These are copies of classified reports from similar incidents across the country. Miami has had more visitor activity than almost anywhere else, probably because of its location and population density." I opened the folder and found myself looking at government documents marked with classification levels I'd never seen before. Incident reports, witness statements, technical analyses of recovered materials. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because the program is changing direction. For years the policy was containment and secrecy. Document the encounters, clean up the evidence, silence the witnesses. But recently there's been a shift toward active cooperation. Cooperation? Trade agreements, technology exchanges. The visitors have been offering advanced science in return for access to human subjects and freedom to operate without interference." Thompson's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Some people in the government think this is humanity's chance to make a quantum leap in technological development. Others think we're selling our species to entities whose motives we don't understand." He pointed to a specific document in the folder. "That's a report from 3 months ago. A visitor delegation meeting with Pentagon officials to discuss expanded operations. Your incident at Bayside was part of a new protocol. Instead of completely hiding their activities, they're testing public response to limited exposure." "You mean they wanted me to see them?" "Not you specifically, but someone. They need to gauge how humans react to direct contact, how effectively the cover-up mechanisms work, how much pressure it takes to silence witnesses." The implications were staggering. I hadn't stumbled onto a secret. I'd been used as a test subject in some kind of psychological experiment. What happened to the entity they captured at Bayside? Transported to a secure facility in Nevada. But Rivera, here's the thing. It wasn't captured. It was surrendered. The visitors sometimes allow us to take individuals for study as part of the cooperation agreement. Thompson stood up to leave but turned back one more time. "There's a transportation scheduled for tonight. They're moving the Bayside specimen to a different facility, and there's going to be a window of vulnerability during the transfer. If someone wanted to document proof of the program." He left an address written on a napkin and walked away without another word. The address Thompson had given me was for a warehouse in the industrial district near the port. According to my research, it was officially owned by a shipping company, but tax records showed it had been leased to a federal agency under a classified contract. I arrived at 11 p.m. and found a position across the street where I could observe the warehouse without being seen. The building was surrounded by a high fence topped with razor wire, and I could see armed guards patrolling the perimeter. At 11:45, a convoy of black vehicles arrived. 3 SUVs and a large truck that looked like it had been modified for special cargo. Federal agents in tactical gear emerged from the vehicles and began preparing for some kind of operation. I'd managed to acquire a camera with a powerful telephoto lens, and I started documenting everything I could see. The agents were using equipment that looked far more advanced than standard law enforcement gear. Devices that glowed with soft light, instruments that seemed to scan the air itself. At midnight they brought out the container. It was roughly the size of a coffin, made from some kind of metallic material that seemed to shift and flow in the light. 2 agents carried it carefully to the modified truck, handling it with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. But as they loaded the container, something went wrong. One of the agents stumbled, and the container tilted at an angle that caused part of its contents to become visible through a transparent section I hadn't noticed before. Through my camera lens, I got a clear view of what was inside. It was the entity from Bayside, but it was awake. Those reflective eyes were open and aware, looking directly through the transparent section toward the warehouse where I was hidden. Even from a distance of several hundred feet, I felt the same electric sensation I'd experienced in the parking lot. The same sense of being observed by an intelligence that was fundamentally alien. But what happened next changed everything I thought I understood about the situation. The entity moved its hand, or what passed for a hand, and placed it against the transparent barrier. Not struggling to escape, not trying to break free, but making what appeared to be a deliberate gesture. It was waving, not at the agents surrounding the container, but at me. Somehow it knew I was there, knew I was watching, and was acknowledging my presence. I kept shooting photographs, documenting every detail of the transfer process. But as the convoy prepared to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. One of the agents had pulled out a device that looked like a tablet computer, but the screen was displaying what appeared to be a real-time satellite view of the industrial district. As I watched through my camera, a red dot appeared on the screen marking the exact building where I was hidden. They knew I was there. The agent with the tablet spoke into his radio, and I saw several other agents begin moving in my direction. I had maybe 2 minutes before they reached my position. I quickly ejected the memory card from my camera and slipped it into my shoe, then grabbed a backup card I'd brought and put it in the camera. If they caught me, I wanted them to find decoy footage that wouldn't reveal what I'd actually captured. But I didn't wait around to be caught. I slipped out of the warehouse through a back entrance and made my way through a maze of industrial buildings toward where I'd parked my car. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of pursuit, engines starting, radios crackling, the systematic search of a trained tactical team. I reached my car just as the first agent appeared at the end of the alley. Instead of driving toward the main road, which they would certainly be watching, I headed deeper into the industrial district, using my knowledge of Miami's back streets to evade the pursuit. It took me 3 hours of careful driving through residential neighborhoods and side streets before I was confident I'd lost them. When I finally made it home, I found my apartment had been searched again, but this time they'd left a message. Written on my bathroom mirror in what appeared to be some kind of luminescent ink was a single word: run. I didn't need to be told twice. Within an hour I had grabbed essential documents, the memory card with the photographs, and enough cash to disappear for a while. But before I left Miami, I had one more stop to make. I drove to Bayside Marketplace one last time, parking in the same lot where I'd first encountered the entity 3 months earlier. The place looked normal, tourists taking late-night photos, couples walking along the marina, the usual mix of activity that made Miami a 24-hour city. But I knew that beneath this normal facade something extraordinary was being hidden. I walked to the exact spot where I'd seen the tall figure that first night, looking for any signs of the encounter that had changed my life. The concrete looked the same, the lighting was unchanged, but I noticed something I'd missed before. There were small circular marks in the pavement, the same type of indentations Elena Rodriguez had shown me in her house. 3 perfect circles, each about 6 inches in diameter, arranged in a triangle pattern. They weren't damage from construction or wear patterns from foot traffic. They were too precise, too intentional. They looked like landing marks. As I knelt to examine them more closely, I heard a familiar sound. that electric static that seemed to come from the air itself. I stood up slowly and found myself face to face with the same entity I'd encountered months before. It was standing about 10 feet away, perfectly still, watching me with those reflective eyes. But this time, I wasn't afraid. After everything I'd learned, everything I'd discovered about the cover-up and the cooperation agreements, I realised that this wasn't a predator or an invader. It was a researcher, and I was part of its study. We regarded each other in silence for several long moments. Then, impossibly, it spoke. The voice didn't come through the air. It appeared directly in my mind, like a thought that wasn't my own. You have seen, you have documented, you have chosen to pursue truth despite consequences. Why? I asked. Not sure if I was speaking aloud or thinking the question. Your species stands at a threshold. Some among you are ready for broader contact. Others resist change. We study both responses. The government knows about you. They're working with you. Some among your leaders seek cooperation, others seek control. The outcome is not yet determined. What do you want from us? To understand, to evaluate, to determine if your species can join the broader community of intelligence. And if we can't? The entity tilted its head at that impossible angle, considering the question. Then you will remain isolated until you are ready, or until you are no longer capable of choice. The implications of that statement sent a chill through me, but before I could ask for clarification, the entity was speaking again. You have served your purpose, Marcus Rivera. Your reactions, your investigations, your resistance to suppression, all have provided valuable data. I was an experiment. You were a volunteer. You chose to see when others chose to look away. You chose to investigate when others chose to forget. You chose truth when others chose comfort. What happens now? Now you choose again. Accept silence and return to your previous existence, or continue seeking truth and accept the consequences. The entity reached into what appeared to be a pocket in its dark clothing and pulled out a small metallic device about the size of a smartphone. This contains evidence of our presence that cannot be erased or corrupted by your government's technology. Use it wisely. It placed the device on the ground between us, then stepped backward. We will be watching, Marcus Rivera. Your choices will influence how we proceed with your species. And then, just as it had before, the entity simply wasn't there anymore. I stood alone in the Bayside parking lot holding an alien device that contained proof of everything I'd suspected. That was 6 months ago. I'm writing this from a small motel room in Colorado, the latest stop in a journey that has taken me across the country, as I stay ahead of the federal agents who are still hunting for me. The device the entity gave me has proven to be everything it promised, irrefutable evidence of non-human intelligence operating on Earth. I've uploaded copies of the files to dozens of secure servers, sent copies to journalists and researchers around the world, and created enough redundancy to ensure that the truth can't be completely suppressed. The response has been exactly what you'd expect. Most mainstream media outlets have ignored the evidence or dismissed it as elaborate hoaxes. Government officials have denied everything while simultaneously launching investigations into national security breaches. The usual debunkers have produced increasingly elaborate explanations for why, obviously alien technology must be some kind of military prototype. But some people are listening. Some people are investigating. Some people are asking the right questions. I've been contacted by witnesses from dozens of other incidents. Construction workers who found buried artifacts, military personnel who encountered craft that defied physics, scientists who were ordered to destroy research that proved too inconvenient. We're building a network of people who refuse to accept the official silence. People who believe that humanity deserves to know the truth about our place in the universe. The federal agents are still hunting for me. I change locations every few days, use only cash, avoid any kind of electronic communication that can be traced. But I'm not running scared anymore. I'm running strategic. Every day I stay free as another day to gather more evidence, to contact more witnesses, to build a case that even the most sophisticated cover-up can't suppress. Because I understand now that this isn't just about what I saw at Bayside Marketplace. It's about the future of human civilization, about whether we'll be allowed to make informed choices about contact with non-human intelligence, or whether those choices will be made for us by a small group of government officials and corporate interests. The entities, the visitors, whatever we choose to call them, are real. They're here, they're studying us, and they're waiting to see what kind of species we really are. Some in our government have chosen cooperation and secrecy. They've decided that humanity isn't ready for the truth, that panic and social collapse would be inevitable if people knew we weren't alone. I believe they're wrong. I believe that people deserve to know that we have the right to participate in decisions about our own future. That truth, however disturbing, is better than comfortable lies. So I'm going to keep running, keep investigating, keep documenting. I'm going to find every witness, gather every piece of evidence, and build a case so comprehensive that even the most sophisticated disinformation campaign can't discredit it. They took my job, my friends, my normal life, but they can't take what I saw that night at Bayside. They can't erase the truth. And as long as I'm alive and free, I'm going to make sure that truth eventually reaches the people who deserve to know it. The hunt continues. My name is Marcus Rivera, and this is my testimony. If something happens to me, if I disappear or die under suspicious circumstances, remember that the truth doesn't die with the messenger. They're here, they're watching, and humanity's future hangs in the balance of choices we're not even being allowed to make. The question isn't whether we're alone in the universe. The question is whether we're brave enough to handle the answer. What if the objects we see streaking through our solar system aren't just cosmic debris? What if some of them are watching, waiting, and following a pattern we're only beginning to understand? Tonight's story takes us into the world of deep space surveillance, government cover-ups, and the terrifying possibility that we're not alone, and haven't been for decades. If you enjoy stories like this that blur the line between science and the unknown, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more content that will keep you questioning what's really out there. And drop a comment below letting me know what time you're listening and where you're from around the world. I love connecting with fellow night owls and mystery seekers. Now, let's dive into the Atlas pattern. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept sipping it anyway. Room temperature caffeine was better than no caffeine, especially when you're staring at endless streams of astronomical data at 3:47 a.m. My name is Marcus Webb, and I'm what you might charitably call a data analyst for the Near-Earth Object Surveillance Network, though glorified pattern-matching drone would be more accurate. Most nights were the same routine: cross-reference orbital trajectories, flag anything that deviated from predicted paths, file reports that maybe 3 people would ever read, asteroids, comets, space junk. It all blurred together into points of light moving predictably through the void. The work was mind-numbing, but it paid the bills and kept me close to the stars I'd loved since childhood. That night was different, though I didn't realise it at first. I was reviewing data from 3I Atlas, the interstellar comet that had been making headlines for the past few months. Unlike most comets that originate from our own solar system, this one had come from deep space, only the 3rd confirmed interstellar visitor we'd ever detected. The media loved stories about cosmic wanderers, and 3I Atlas fit the bill perfectly. Except something was wrong with the data. At first I thought it was an equipment malfunction. Comets develop distinctive comas, those glowing halos of gas and dust, when they get close to the sun. It's basic astronomy. But according to my instruments, 3I Atlas showed no signs of outgassing despite being well within the zone, where it should have been blazing like a celestial torch. I pulled up the trajectory data and felt my stomach drop. The orbital path showed tiny corrections, minute adjustments that were impossibly precise for a chunk of ice and rock tumbling through space. I ran the calculations 3 times, then a 4th, but the result was always the same. 3I Atlas wasn't following a natural ballistic trajectory, it was steering. My hands trembled as I documented everything. Spectral analysis, trajectory corrections, the complete absence of a coma. I cross-referenced the data with our deep space tracking stations and found the same anomalies reflected across multiple observation points. This wasn't instrument error, this was real. I drafted my report with meticulous care, attaching every piece of supporting data I could find. The implications were staggering. If 3I Atlas was under intelligent control, it meant we were being visited by something far more sophisticated than a wandering comet. I encrypted the files and submitted them through official channels, then sat back in my chair and tried to process what I'd discovered. Sleep was impossible. I spent the remaining hours before dawn triple-checking my work, running additional simulations, and preparing for the inevitable barrage of questions that would come once my superiors saw the report. Part of me was terrified, but another part was electric with excitement. This could be the discovery that changed everything. When I arrived at work the next morning, I went straight to my computer to pull up the backup files of my observation log. The screen flickered to life, and my blood ran cold. The entire night's work was gone. In place of my carefully documented anomalies was a single line of text. Instrument error, data invalid, log purged. I tried accessing the backup servers, but every copy had been scrubbed clean. It was as if the past 12 hours of work had never happened. My report had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence that I'd ever observed anything unusual about 3i Atlas. But I remembered every detail. The trajectory corrections, the missing coma, the impossible precision of its path through space. Someone had wiped my data, but they couldn't wipe my memory. I sat in my cubicle, staring at the blank screen, and realised I was no longer just a data analyst. I had become a witness to something that someone very powerful didn't want the world to know. The question was, what was I going to do about it? The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting their sterile glow across rows of identical workstations. My colleagues went about their morning routines, oblivious to the fact that evidence of possible extraterrestrial intelligence had been discovered and then systematically erased overnight. I wanted to scream, to shake them all and tell them what I'd seen. Instead, I opened a new observation log and tried to pretend that nothing had changed. But everything had changed. I just didn't know how much yet. I spent the morning trying to reconstruct my observations from memory, but without the raw data, it felt like chasing shadows. Every time I pulled up 3i Atlas in the current tracking system, the trajectory looked perfectly normal. Textbook comet behaviour with no signs of the anomalies I'd documented just hours before. Around lunch, I decided to reach out to Dr. Jennifer Martinez, a colleague at the Palomar Observatory who'd been tracking the same object. If anyone else had noticed the irregularities, it would be her. I kept the email casual, asking about her observations and mentioning that I'd seen some interesting data patterns the night before. Her reply came back within minutes. "Hey Marcus, nothing unusual on our end. Standard comet behaviour all the way. Maybe check your instrument calibration." The dismissal stung, but I couldn't blame her. Without the data to back up my claims, I sounded like another conspiracy theorist seeing patterns in random noise. I spent the afternoon reviewing archived observations, looking for any trace of what I'd seen, but came up empty. When I got home that evening, I went straight to my home office to fire up my personal workstation. If the official channels had been compromised, maybe I could find some trace of the truth in my own files. I'd been in the habit of backing up interesting observations to my personal cloud storage, just in case. The computer took longer than usual to boot up. When the desktop finally appeared, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. Files were missing, folders had been rearranged, my backup directories were completely empty. A chill ran down my spine as I checked the access logs. According to the timestamps, my computer had been remotely accessed while I was at work. Someone had systematically gone through my personal files and deleted anything related to astronomical observations from the past month. I was reaching for my phone to call tech support when it rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. "Hello? Marcus Webb?" The voice was calm, professional, with a slight electronic distortion that suggested it was being run through a voice changer. "Who is this?" "Someone who wants to help you avoid making a very serious mistake. You filed a report last night about anomalous observations of Object 3i Atlas. That report has been classified and removed from all systems." My mouth went dry. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Mr. Webb, we know exactly what you saw, and we know you backed up the data. We also know you've already reached out to colleagues trying to verify your observations. This is your only warning. You didn't see what you think you saw. Drop it." "Listen, I don't know who you are, but we know where you live, Marcus. We know about your sister in Portland, your ex-wife in Denver, your elderly parents in Florida. We know about your mortgage. your student loans, your chronic insomnia, and your prescription for Ambien. We know everything about you, and we're asking you nicely to forget about last night." The line went dead. I sat in my darkened office, phone still pressed to my ear, trying to process what had just happened. The specificity of the threats was terrifying. They weren't bluffing. Someone had compiled a complete dossier on my life, and they were willing to use it to keep me quiet. But quiet about what? If 3i Atlas was just a comet, why go to such elaborate lengths to cover up my observations? The very existence of this conspiracy suggested that what I'd seen was real, and more significant than I'd imagined. I walked through my apartment, checking locks and drawing curtains. Every shadow seemed to harbour potential surveillance, every car passing on the street a possible threat. I'd stumbled onto something that powerful people desperately wanted hidden, and now I was in their crosshairs. The smart thing would be to listen to the warning, delete whatever remaining files I could find, and pretend the whole thing never happened. I could go back to my quiet life of routine observations and meaningless reports. I could be safe. But I couldn't get the image out of my head. That metallic glint making impossible course corrections as it sailed through the void. If this was evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence, didn't the world have a right to know? I made a decision that would haunt me for months to come. Instead of backing down, I was going to dig deeper. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and careful routine. I went to work, processed data on mundane asteroids, and avoided anything remotely connected to 3i Atlas. My supervisors seemed satisfied that I'd gotten the message, but I could feel their eyes on me whenever I moved through the office. At home, I'd become obsessive about security. I disconnected my personal computer from the internet and started using an old laptop with a VPN connection from various coffee shops around the city. If someone was monitoring my activities, I was going to make it as difficult as possible. It was on Thursday night, exactly a week after my initial observations, that everything changed again. I was reviewing innocuous comet data on the disconnected computer when a notification chimed from the old laptop. New email. That was odd. I hadn't given the address to anyone, and it was supposed to be completely anonymous. The sender field was blank. The subject line read simply, "You're not alone." My cursor hovered over the message for several long minutes. Every instinct screamed that this was a trap, another layer of the conspiracy designed to draw me deeper into danger. But curiosity won out, and I clicked. The email contained no text, just a single encrypted attachment. The file name was project_Atlas_1987_declassified.pdf. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. 1987. That was decades before the discovery of our first confirmed interstellar visitor. Yet here was a file suggesting that something called Project Atlas had been operational for over 30 years. The decryption key was embedded in the file metadata, almost as if someone wanted to make sure I could access it easily. I ran the file through every security scanner I could find, but it came back clean. Finally, I opened it. What I saw made my hands shake so badly I nearly dropped the laptop. The document was a partial intelligence briefing stamped with classifications I'd never seen before. The header read, "Interstellar Object Reconnaissance Program, Project Atlas, Eyes Only." The first page contained an executive summary that made my blood run cold. Analysis of Object Designation 1/2017 U1 Oumuamua confirms artificial origin and reconnaissance capabilities consistent with previous visitations dating to 1987. Object demonstrated controlled trajectory adjustments, non-gravitational acceleration, and structural properties incompatible with natural formation. Recommend continuation of monitoring protocols and information containment procedures. I scrolled through page after page of technical analysis, trajectory data, and spectroscopic readings that painted a picture I could barely comprehend. Oumuamua, the first officially recognised interstellar visitor, hadn't been a natural object at all. According to this document, it was some kind of reconnaissance probe, and it wasn't the first. The file included a timeline that made my stomach churn. 1987, First confirmed artificial interstellar object, designation classified. 1996. Second visitor, trajectory adjusted to avoid detection. 2003. Third visitor demonstrated active camouflage capabilities. 2017. Oumuamua arrival, too large to conceal from public observation. 2019. Tuai/Borisov, partial artificial characteristics detected. And at the bottom of the timeline, a chilling projection. Pattern analysis suggests visitation cycle of 6 to 7 years, with each object following optimized surveillance trajectories through inner solar system. Recommend heightened monitoring for next projected arrival, 2025 to 2026 time frame. 3i Atlas had arrived right on schedule. I spent hours poring over the technical data trying to understand the implications. These weren't random cosmic visitors. They were part of a systematic surveillance operation spanning decades. Someone, or something, had been conducting regular reconnaissance of Earth, and our governments had known about it all along. The document included references to information containment protocols and civilian observation management, which explained what had happened to my data. This wasn't just a cover-up. It was a well-established system for suppressing any evidence that leaked into public channels. But why give me this information? Who had access to such highly classified material, and why were they willing to risk everything to leak it to a low-level data analyst? I printed the entire document on the coffee shop's printer, then deleted all traces from the laptop. This was too important to trust to digital storage alone. As I walked home through the darkened streets, clutching the papers under my jacket, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning brought a fresh horror. When I arrived at work, my supervisor was waiting at my desk with a grim expression. "Marcus, we need to talk. Conference room 3 now." Inside the sterile meeting room, he laid out a series of photographs across the table. They showed me entering the coffee shop, using the laptop, printing documents, and walking home with a manila envelope under my arm. "We've been very patient with you," he said quietly, "but this ends now. Whatever game you think you're playing, it stops today." I stared at the surveillance photos, realizing just how completely I was outmatched. They'd been watching every move, documenting every attempt to investigate further. The leaked document wasn't help. It was bait, designed to draw me out and prove that I couldn't be trusted to stay quiet. "I don't know what you want me to say," I managed. "I want you to say that you understand. You're a good analyst, Marcus, but you're in way over your head. Take a vacation, 2 weeks, paid leave. Think about whether this job is really the right fit for you." The message was clear. Back off or lose everything. But as I cleaned out my desk under the watchful eyes of security, I couldn't help but smile grimly. They thought they'd caught everything, but they were wrong. Hidden in my apartment was a complete copy of the Project Atlas file, and more importantly, I now knew I wasn't the only one who'd seen through the deception. Someone else was out there, someone with access to the deepest secrets of the conspiracy, and they were trying to help me expose the truth. 2 weeks of forced vacation gave me time to think, but sleep remained elusive. Every night I found myself staring out my bedroom window at the stars, wondering how many of those points of light had been visited by the Watchers. The Project Atlas document had opened a door to a reality I couldn't close again. I'd hidden the printed files in a safety deposit box at a bank across town, but I'd memorized every crucial detail. The pattern was what haunted me most. Regular intervals, a systematic coverage, and a level of coordination that suggested long-term planning spanning multiple decades. During the day, I visited libraries and used their public computers to dig through archived astronomical data. I was looking for gaps, objects that had been observed briefly and then forgotten, trajectory anomalies that had been dismissed as instrument error, anything that might fit the pattern described in the classified document. What I found was more disturbing than I'd imagined. In 1987, the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics had published a brief note about an unusual object designated 1987 QX. The initial observations showed it on an interstellar trajectory, but follow-up attempts failed to relocate it. The official explanation was insufficient data for continued tracking. but buried in the technical appendix I found a reference to anomalous spectral characteristics suggesting metallic composition and non-gravitational acceleration inconsistent with comet outgassing. 1987, QX had been the first visitor, exactly as described in the leaked document. I found similar patterns throughout the historical record, objects that appeared briefly in official catalogues before being reclassified or forgotten entirely, always at the predicted intervals, always showing subtle signs of artificial origin, always disappearing from public view after initial detection. The 1996 visitor had been detected by 3 different observatories, but within months, all references to it had been removed from published papers. I found fragments in old conference abstracts and preliminary reports, but the object itself had been erased from the official record. By 2003, the concealment efforts had become more sophisticated. That year's visitor never appeared in any public catalogues at all, but I found oblique references to it in budget documents, requesting additional funding for deep space monitoring equipment, and personnel evaluations praising staff for exceptional discretion in sensitive operations. The pattern was undeniable. For over 30 years, someone had been systematically monitoring and covering up evidence of artificial objects entering our solar system. The only question was, who was doing the covering up, and what were they hiding? My research was interrupted by a phone call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "Is this Marcus Webb?" The voice was elderly, gravelly, with a slight tremor. "Who's asking?" "Someone who's been watching your library research with great interest. My name is Dr. Harold Peterson. I think we should meet." The name was familiar. I'd seen it referenced in some of the older papers I'd been reviewing. Harold Peterson had been a respected astronomer in the 1980s, specialising in small body observations. His publications had stopped abruptly in 1988. "What do you want?" "I want to show you something that will change how you see everything, but not over the phone. Are you familiar with the old Griffith Observatory parking lot? Meet me there at midnight." Every instinct told me it was a trap, but I'd come too far to turn back now. That night I drove through the winding roads of Griffith Park, checking my rearview mirror constantly for signs of surveillance. The observatory was closed, its parking lot nearly empty except for a few late-night stargazers. Dr. Peterson was exactly what I'd expected. A thin, white-haired man in his 70s, leaning heavily on a walking cane and clutching a worn leather satchel. But his eyes were sharp and alert, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of terrible knowledge. "You're not the first to notice the pattern, Mr. Webb. I've been tracking it for over 3 decades. The difference is, I learned to keep my mouth shut." We sat on a bench overlooking the Los Angeles basin, the city lights washing out all but the brightest stars. He opened the satchel and withdrew a collection of photographs, charts, and handwritten notes. 1987 was when it all started for me, he said. I was working at Palomar then, part of a team doing systematic surveys of near-Earth objects. We detected 1987 QX on a Tuesday night in October. By Friday our department had been restructured, and I'd been reassigned to different projects. He showed me photographs of the object, grainy black and white images that nonetheless clearly showed an elongated structure with sharp edges and reflective surfaces. Nothing like any natural comet I'd ever seen. They offered me a choice: sign a non-disclosure agreement and continue my career studying harmless asteroids, or maintain my academic integrity and find myself blacklisted from every observatory in the world. I chose my career and I've regretted it every day since. Why are you telling me this now? Because I'm 74 years old, mister. Webb, I have pancreatic cancer, and I'm going to be dead within 6 months. They can't threaten my career anymore, and I'm tired of carrying this secret. He handed me a manila folder filled with documentation I'd never seen before. Internal memos about visitor protocols, budget allocations for special projects, and correspondence between observatories about maintaining operational security. There are more of us out there, he said. Astronomers who've seen things they can't talk about, technicians who've been reassigned after asking too many questions, graduate students whose thesis projects have been mysteriously cancelled. We're scattered, isolated and afraid, but we're not alone. The final document in the folder was a list of names and contact information. 24 astronomers, all with similar stories of suppressed observations and forced silence. At the top of the list was a note in Doctor. Peterson's handwriting. Project Atlas isn't just about covering up alien visitation. It's about preparing for something much bigger. The pattern is accelerating. What do you mean, accelerating? The intervals between visits are getting shorter. The objects are getting larger, and according to my calculations, the next one isn't coming to observe anymore. He pointed up at the stars with a trembling finger. It's coming to stay. We sat in silence for several long minutes, the weight of his words settling over me like a shroud. Finally, I asked the question that had been haunting me since I'd first seen the anomalous data. What do we do about it? Dr. Peterson smiled grimly. We prepare for the possibility that our governments have been lying to us for 37 years, and we get ready to find out what they've really been hiding. As I drove home that night, the list of names burning like a coal in my jacket pocket, I realised that my journey was far from over. I'd thought I was investigating a simple cover-up, but I was actually uncovering something much more complex and terrifying. The watchers in space weren't just visitors passing through our solar system. They were scouts, preparing the way for something bigger. And soon, we were going to find out what that something was. Dr. Peterson's death made the obituary section of the Los Angeles Times 3 days after our meeting. Noted astronomer Harold Peterson, 74, died, peacefully in his sleep after a brief illness. No mention of his decades of research or his role in early deep space observations. Just another forgotten scientist disappearing from the record. But his list lived on. I'd spent the past week carefully reaching out to the contacts he'd provided, using coded language and anonymous email accounts. The responses had been both encouraging and terrifying. Dr. Elena Rodriguez from the University of Arizona. I've been waiting 30 years for someone to ask the right questions. James Mitchell, formerly of JPL. They reassigned me to Mars imaging after I got too curious about irregular trajectories. I've kept my own records. Professor Liu Wei from Beijing Observatory. The phenomenon is global. Chinese space program has similar protocols. Each conversation revealed another piece of the puzzle. The conspiracy wasn't limited to American institutions. It was an international effort involving every major spacefaring nation. The implications were staggering. My unofficial network was coming together just in time for the Southwest Astronomical Conference in Phoenix. It was perfect cover. Hundreds of professional and amateur astronomers gathering to discuss recent observations and share data. If I was careful, I could meet with several of my contacts without raising suspicion. I registered under my real name and booked a flight to Phoenix, trying to maintain the appearance of normal professional activity. But as I packed for the trip, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Cars seemed to linger too long outside my apartment. The same face appeared in multiple coffee shops. Paranoia, maybe, but the events of the past month had taught me to trust my instincts. The conference was held at a sprawling resort complex in Scottsdale, with sessions scattered across multiple buildings and hundreds of attendees milling about between presentations. Perfect for discreet meetings, but also perfect for surveillance. I'd arranged to meet Dr. Rodriguez during the lunch break at a quiet cafe in the resort's north wing. She was a compact woman in her 50s, with prematurely grey hair and intense dark eyes that seemed to catalogue every detail of her surroundings. "You're taking a big risk reaching out to all of us," she said quietly as we found a corner table. "They're very good at monitoring communications." I know, but Dr. Peterson thought it was time to break the silence. Harold was a good man. He carried this burden longer than any of us should have to. She slid a thin tablet across the table. "I've compiled everything I could recover from my observations in 1996. The trajectory data alone should be enough to prove artificial control." I downloaded the files to an encrypted drive, noting the precision of her documentation. This wasn't the work of a conspiracy theorist. This was rigorous scientific analysis that had been systematically suppressed. "There's something else," she said. "I've been in contact with colleagues in other countries. The pattern isn't random. These objects are conducting systematic reconnaissance of our entire solar system, mapping resources, defensive capabilities, population centres. For what purpose? That's what we need to find out. But I don't think we have much time left. Our meeting was interrupted by the arrival of James Mitchell, a nervous-looking man in his 60s who kept glancing over his shoulder as he approached our table. "We need to move," he said urgently. "There's a man with a camera taking pictures of everyone at this table." Black suit, earpiece, sitting by the fountain. I turned casually and spotted him immediately. Too well dressed for a conference, too alert for a tourist. Our eyes met for a split second before he looked away, but I'd seen enough to know we were blown. "How did they find us so fast?" Dr. Rodriguez whispered. "Doesn't matter," Mitchell replied. "What matters is getting out of here before they decide we're too dangerous to monitor passively." We separated and left through different exits, but the damage was done. My cover was blown, and now they knew I was actively building a network of suppressed witnesses. As I walked back to my hotel room, I could feel eyes on me from multiple directions. That evening I attended a presentation on deep space observation techniques, trying to maintain the appearance of normal conference activity. But my mind was racing, processing everything I'd learned and trying to anticipate their next move. The answer came sooner than expected. When I returned to my room at 11 p.m, the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, reaching for the light switch, and froze. My room had been systematically searched. Every piece of luggage had been opened, every pocket turned inside out. My laptop was missing, along with the encrypted drives containing the leaked documents. But they'd left something behind. A single photograph on the bed. It showed me sitting at the cafe with Dr. Rodriguez and Mitchell, all three of us clearly identifiable. Written across the bottom in red ink, "Last warning." I grabbed my passport and the few items they'd left behind and got out of there immediately. The hotel lobby was filled with conference attendees, but I could spot at least 3 people who didn't belong, too alert, too focused on me specifically. I made it to my rental car and drove straight to the airport, abandoning my scheduled return flight for the first available departure to anywhere. As the plane lifted off, I watched Phoenix's lights disappear below and tried to process how completely my life had changed. I was no longer an investigator uncovering a conspiracy. I was a fugitive being actively pursued by forces with unlimited resources and no apparent limits on their willingness to use them. But I'd also gained something invaluable, proof that I wasn't alone and confirmation that the pattern was real. Whatever was coming, there were others who'd been preparing for it, and together we might stand a chance of exposing the truth. The question now was whether we could do it before they silenced us all permanently. I spent 3 weeks moving between cheap motels and internet cafes, using cash and fake names, trying to stay one step ahead of whoever was hunting me. The paranoia was exhausting, but the leaked documents I'd memorized kept me focused on the bigger picture. If the pattern was real, if something was coming, then the world deserved to know. My breakthrough came through an unexpected connection. Professor Liu Wei had put me in touch with a contact in the hacktivist community, someone known only as Ghost Signal, who specialised in hijacking broadcast streams for political messages. If I could provide credible evidence, they could get it in front of millions of people before anyone could stop them. The meeting was set up through an elaborate chain of encrypted communications. I found myself in a 24-hour diner in Albuquerque, sitting across from a 20-something woman with purple hair and enough facial piercings to set off a metal detector. She introduced herself only as Maya, and seemed to take the whole thing as a personal challenge. "So you're telling me the government's been covering up alien visitors for 30 years, she said, stirring sugar into her coffee. "Not alien visitors, reconnaissance probes. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Either way, it's the biggest story in human history and they've been lying about it." She pulled out a modified tablet and began typing rapidly. "I can get you into any broadcast stream you want. Major networks, streaming services, social media feeds. The question is, what exactly do you want to tell people?" I'd been preparing for this moment for weeks. The message needed to be clear, credible, and impossible to dismiss as a hoax. I outlined my plan, a 10-minute presentation laying out the evidence, supported by the data I'd compiled from multiple sources. "Here's the problem," Maya said. "As soon as you start broadcasting, they're going to try to shut you down. I can keep the stream live for maybe 15 minutes before they find all my back doors. You get one shot at this. That's all I need. We spent the next hour setting up the technical details. Maya would hijack a popular astronomy livestream during peak viewing hours, giving me access to an audience already interested in space-related content. The broadcast would go out simultaneously across multiple platforms, making it harder to suppress completely. One more thing, she said as we prepared to leave. Once this goes live, there's no going back. They'll know exactly who you are and where you are. You sure you're ready for that? I thought about Dr. Peterson, dying alone with his secrets. About Dr. Rodriguez and the others, spending decades in forced silence. About 3i Atlas, sailing through space on its impossible trajectory while the world remained oblivious to the truth. I'm ready. The broadcast was scheduled for 9 p.m. Eastern Time on a Thursday night, prime viewing for astronomy enthusiasts. I'd rented a small studio space under a fake name and set up basic recording equipment. Maya would handle the technical aspects remotely, leaving me to focus on delivering the most important message of my life. At exactly 9 o'clock, Maya's voice crackled through my earpiece. You're live in 3, 2, 1. Good evening. My name is Marcus Webb, and I'm a data analyst for the Near-Earth Object Surveillance Network. What I'm about to tell you will challenge everything you think you know about our place in the universe. I started with 3i Atlas, describing my initial observations and the systematic erasure of evidence. Then I expanded to the broader pattern, using charts and graphs to illustrate the regular intervals and artificial characteristics of the interstellar visitors. These objects aren't random cosmic debris, I continued, holding up copies of the leaked documents. They're part of a systematic reconnaissance program that has been monitoring Earth for over 3 decades. Our governments know this, and they've been actively covering it up. The chat feed exploded with comments, skepticism mixed with fascination as viewers tried to process what they were hearing. Some demanded additional proof, others shared their own unexplained observations, and a few confirmed that similar anomalies had been reported in other countries. The pattern is accelerating, I said, moving to my final slides. The intervals between visits are getting shorter, and according to my analysis, the next object, designated 4I/ATLAS, isn't coming to observe. It's coming to establish a permanent presence. I displayed the trajectory calculations that showed the next visitor would arrive within 18 months, on a path that would bring it into a stable orbit around Earth rather than passing through the solar system. Based on the data I've compiled from multiple sources, 4I/ATLAS will arrive in approximately 543 days. Unlike its predecessors, this object will not be leaving. It will take up position in our local space, and we need to be prepared for what that means. The chat feed was going crazy now, with thousands of viewers sharing the stream and demanding answers. Several amateur astronomers confirmed they could verify parts of my data with their own observations. The message was spreading faster than I dared hope. That's when Maya's voice crackled urgently in my earpiece. We've got company. Black SUVs surrounding the building, and my feeds are being traced. Wrap it up now. If you're watching this, please share it with everyone you know, I said quickly. The truth has been hidden for too long. In less than 2 years, we're going to find out what 37 years of reconnaissance has been preparing for. Don't let them keep you in the dark anymore. The feed went black just as I heard heavy footsteps in the corridor outside. I grabbed my notes and headed for the fire exit, but it was too late. 3 men in dark suits were already coming through the door, moving with the efficiency of people who'd done this many times before. Mr. Webb, you need to come with us. I thought about running, but there was nowhere to go. I'd accomplished what I'd set out to do. The message was out there, spreading across the internet faster than they could contain it. Even if they silenced me now, the truth was already in motion. Did I get your attention? I asked. The lead agent smiled coldly. You have no idea what you've just done. As they led me out in handcuffs, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a storefront window. I looked exhausted, paranoid, probably more than a little crazy. But I also looked free. For the first time in months, I wasn't carrying the burden of the secret alone. The truth was finally out there, and now the world would have to decide what to do with it. I spent the next 72 hours in a windowless room that officially didn't exist, being questioned by people who officially weren't there. They didn't identify themselves, didn't read me my rights, and didn't seem particularly interested in following any legal procedures I was familiar with. The questions were always the same: who had given me the classified documents, how many copies existed, who else was involved in my conspiracy to disseminate false information. I stuck to the same answers. I'd acted alone, based on my own observations and publicly available data. They showed me printouts of the social media explosion that had followed my broadcast. Number Atlas pattern was trending worldwide, with millions of shares and thousands of amateur astronomers attempting to verify my claims. The initial wave of skepticism was giving way to grudging acceptance, as independent observers confirmed the trajectory anomalies I'd described. "You've caused quite a stir," said the lead interrogator, a woman in her 40s with steel-grey hair and eyes like winter. 12 countries have filed formal diplomatic protests. 3 observatories have been forced to release previously classified data. The president is demanding answers. "Good," I said. "Maybe now we can have an honest conversation about what's really happening." "You have no idea what you've done. Do you think we've been keeping this secret for fun? Do you think there isn't a reason for the careful management of this information?" For the first time I detected something other than cold professionalism in her voice. There was fear there, carefully controlled but unmistakable. "Then tell me the reason," I said. She was quiet for a long moment, studying my face as if trying to decide something important. Finally she spoke. "The reason is panic, mister." Webb. "The reason is the complete collapse of social order when 6 billion people realise they're not alone in the universe and that their governments have been lying to them for decades. The reason is mass hysteria, economic collapse and the end of civilization as we know it. People have a right to know. People have a right to survive. And sometimes those two rights are incompatible." She pulled out a tablet and showed me a series of news reports from the past few days. Stock markets crashing as investors fled anything connected to space technology. Religious leaders declaring the end times. Protest movements demanding government transparency. Military bases around the world placed on high alert. "This is just the beginning," she said. "Your little broadcast has started something that none of us can control anymore. I hope you're proud of yourself." They released me that evening without explanation, dropping me off at a bus station in a city I didn't recognise with nothing but my wallet and a warning to maintain a low profile. As I waited for a bus back to Los Angeles, I checked my phone for the first time in 3 days. The internet had exploded. My broadcast had been downloaded millions of times before the original streams were taken down. Amateur astronomers around the world were confirming the trajectory anomalies. Government officials were being pressed for statements, offering carefully worded non-denials that only fueled more speculation. But there was also a disturbing counter-narrative emerging. Professional debunkers were dissecting my presentation, pointing out inconsistencies and questioning my credentials. News outlets were running pieces about dangerous conspiracy theories and the psychology of false pattern recognition. My personal life was being scrutinised, with emphasis on my history of insomnia and anxiety medication. By the time I made it back to Los Angeles, the story was already shifting. The initial excitement was fading, replaced by sophisticated disinformation campaigns that made my claims seem increasingly implausible. Fake documents were circulating that contradicted my evidence. Expert witnesses were appearing on news programs to explain how natural phenomena could account for the observed anomalies. The cover-up was adapting, evolving to contain the damage I'd caused. I found my apartment exactly as I'd left it, but something felt different. The locks hadn't been changed. Nothing appeared to be missing, but there was a subtle wrongness that I couldn't quite identify. It wasn't until I checked my computer that I understood. Every file related to my investigation was gone, replaced by different versions that told a completely different story. The trajectory data now showed normal comet behaviour. The leaked documents appeared to be obvious forgeries. My own research notes had been altered to make me look delusional. They weren't just discrediting my story. They were gaslighting me on a personal level, making me question my own memories and observations. But they'd made one mistake. Hidden in a safety deposit box across town were the original printed documents Dr. Peterson had given me, physical proof that couldn't be digitally altered. As long as those papers existed, I had evidence that the conspiracy was real. I spent my first night back trying to contact the other members of my informal network, but most of their numbers had been disconnected. Dr. Rodriguez's university claimed she'd taken an extended sabbatical. James Mitchell's former colleagues insisted he'd moved overseas without leaving a forwarding address. Only Maya responded to my encrypted messages, and her news wasn't encouraging. "They've been thorough," she typed. "Every copy of the broadcast has been scrubbed from major platforms. The mirrors I set up have been taken down. Even the cached versions are disappearing from search engines. What about the amateur confirmations? Being systematically debunked. They've got teams of experts explaining away every anomaly, providing alternative interpretations for every piece of evidence. It's like watching history being rewritten in real time." I stared at my screen, feeling the weight of defeat settling over me. I'd sacrificed everything to get the truth out, and they were erasing it as efficiently as they'd erased my original data files. "There's something else," Maya continued. "I've been monitoring the official astronomy networks. They're planning something big. A coordinated announcement about 3i Atlas that's going to put this whole thing to bed once and for all." The announcement came 2 days later, during a press conference at NASA headquarters. A panel of distinguished astronomers and agency officials presented their definitive analysis of 3i Atlas, complete with detailed explanations for every anomaly I'd observed. The trajectory corrections were caused by asymmetric outgassing from previously undetected volatile compounds. The lack of a visible coma was due to unusual mineral composition that sublimated in the infrared spectrum. The precise course changes were actually random fluctuations that appeared purposeful when viewed through the lens of conspiracy thinking. They even had a new name for the phenomenon: false pattern syndrome, a psychological condition where observers perceived intentional design in random data. I was cited as a textbook example, a well-meaning analyst whose mental health issues had led him to see aliens where none existed. The presentation was flawless, authoritative, and completely convincing. Within hours, the remaining support for my claims evaporated. Social media moved on to other conspiracies. The news cycle found new crises to exploit. 3i Atlas was officially just another comet, and I was officially just another delusional conspiracy theorist. But as I watched the press conference from my apartment, clutching Dr. Peterson's documents and remembering the fear in my interrogator's eyes, I knew they hadn't really won. They'd controlled the narrative, managed the public reaction, and preserved the status quo. But they couldn't change the truth. In less than 500 days, 4i/ATLAS would arrive, and all their careful lies would be exposed. The only question was whether anyone would be watching when it happened.